Testing, getting ready here.
Yep.
All right. Good morning. Good morning to everyone. Welcome, council, staff, and all you good people out there here and virtually as well. So today we have our Corporate Services Committee meeting, and it's a packed agenda. So for those of you who are going first, you're blessed. You really are. Anyway, first off, do we have any pecuniary interest that needs to be cleared? Seeing none, we're going to move to delegations. Please be advised that in accordance with Councilor's procedural bylaw, no decision will be made on delegations today. The committee will do one of three things: refer the matter to staff for a report, refer the matter to future budget deliberations, or take no action. We always take action. So, we do have a full day, and I'm going to ask you to do everything within your power to stay within the 10-minute limit. We really, really appreciate that. And I know you have exciting news for us, but I will raise a card at your 2-minute mark. And I don't want to, but I will cut you off if you drift away too far. Okay. And please don't make me be a bad guy today. It's such a nice day. Oh. So with that in mind, then please, can we first have our first delegation, Nadia, and it is the Coldwater Minor Ball.
Okay. We're going to try and keep it to 8 minutes, and we're going to speed through it. Hopefully, we'll see. So good morning, Mayor Beckett, Deputy Mayor Cox, members of council. My name is Amy Miller, and I'm here on behalf of Coldwater Coyotes Minor Ball, as well as Amy Lloyd and Nadia Beers. Okay. Okay. So first, we're just going to give a little brief background. In 2002, Coldwater Minor Ball was founded. As there was no league in our community, the league was run from 2002 to 2019 with a very active community in the league. Unfortunately, the pandemic hit and there was no baseball minor ball in Coldwater any further. And summer of 2022, a lot of our Coldwater families played in Basie. Although it was fun in Basie, we wanted to bring it back to our hometown in Coldwater. A group of us parents got together with the Coldwater Minor Ball League founder, Michelle Clark, on how we could bring the minor ball back to Coldwater. So with Michelle being on Georgian Bay Minor Softball Executive for over 17 years and founding the league, she was instrumental in helping us get the league back up and running. So our minor ball league runs strictly on our volunteers. We were fortunate enough to get back up and running for the 2023 season. We strive to provide an affordable physical activity for kids in the Coldwater and surrounding areas. We pride in representing Coldwater, as well as strive to ensure the respect of coaches, teammates, and opposing teams. But most importantly, we want the kids and their families to have fun and be proud of the small community that they represent. So today, the objective of our presentation is to bring awareness of the financial impacts to Coldwater Minor Ball, as well as the need for field developments. We do understand and appreciate that there are plans in the works with the development of the area with the master plan, as well as discussions with Craig that the accessibility and parking will be reviewed as part of that master plan. So we're not going to speak or request that today. So our two main topics are the financial impact and the field development. So first, we're going to talk about our financial impact. So since 2002, under the previous executive of Coldwater Minor Ball was never charged to use the diamond rental for practice times. Recently, we met with the Township of Severn and learned the Coldwater Minor Ball will be paying for diamond rentals for practices as well as our games. So our league strictly runs on the volunteers, as well as our sponsors. Our sponsors help us keep our costs low. So the stuff that we do need to pay for as part of minor ball are our field rentals. So our games, our tournaments, lighting, lining of the diamonds, our umpires, the insurance, Georgian Bay Minor Softball League fees that we have to pay for all of our teams except for U5 and U7s. Our team equipment, and as we're getting more teams, we still need more equipment. Our uniforms, our team pictures, and then this year we've launched our website as well to make sure our families are informed. We want to make sure that our community has successful teams like our minor hockey does. So with the increase in the fees that we need to pay for the upcoming season, with the practices in the U7 and 5 rentals, it's going to double our fees, which means we cannot keep our current fee structure, and we're going to have to significantly increase our fees. Oh. So as a result of the impacts, we're requesting consideration be given to our fees remaining as is, meaning our practices as well as U5 and U7 diamond rentals stay status quo. Now we're going to move into the field development. So Coldwater Fairgrounds, as you know, has the 2 ball diamonds that are used by Coldwater Minor Ball, the Adult Slow Pitch League, as well as the men's fastball. The points I'm going to speak about mostly relate to the small diamond. However, there are a few that relate to both the small and large diamonds. So the fields are uneven and bumpy, which we can appreciate at times. The small diamond floods very easily, which makes it unusable at times. Sometimes multiple games have to be postponed and rescheduled. The fencing around our small diamond and the dugout area is not high enough, which is a safety concern for our spectators as well as our players. So balls going over or into the viewing area. Our benches are falling apart on the small diamond specifically. Pardon? Oh, we're going to go to the pictures next. So on the next slide, we do have pictures of what we're referencing. So the bathrooms, again, are far from where the small diamond is. We do appreciate the approval that was made last year to have a porta potty there for the seasons until the master plan is put into place. And then the small diamond along the infield, the grass line because our U13 teams play on that area as well. The grass line, we need to have it moved back further. When the kids are rounding the base, it's too close for that age group. Just where the positioning of the bases have to go. So you'll see on the pictures here, this is our small diamond that was flooded quite often during our season last year. We have to thank Trevor and his team, though, for trying to work with us and getting that rectified so that we can play. So you'll see in these slides here, the top right, you can't really see it up there, but the fencing at the bottom is sticking out and it's all sharp behind the home plate. So we're looking to have that popped back down. And then our benches all to be replaced. So what we're seeking is new fill and grading for the diamond, for both diamonds, as well as upgrades to the fencing of the small diamond to add height for the safety of our players and spectators. As well as in our dugouts, if we can have the entrances to the dugouts moved to the opposite ends of where they currently are, because when the balls are hit, they do go out into the viewing area that way. So we just wanted to kind of give a highlight of some of the activities outside of our minor ball that's available, and it's all within Warminster, Orillia. Really, Coldwater doesn't have too much available, and we'd like to keep minor ball in our community. So these are just our teams. Registration compared to 2023. We've had an increase in our teams. We could not run the league without our sponsors and the financial support that they provide. A lot of positive feedback that we hear from the community, our baseball community. I'm just being mindful of time. And so we did host the 2024 U11 tournament, which brought an increase of people to our community, which also benefits the downtown businesses as well. Trying to participate in the community events as possible. And in closing, on behalf of Coldwater Minor Ball, we thank you for taking the time to listen and consider our proposals related to the financial impacts, as well as the field developments. We've had and still do have a positive working relationship with the township, and we look forward to continuing to build that in the coming years.
Well, thank you. That was an excellent presentation. Do any members of council have questions for our delegate? Yes.
Yeah, through the chair. I think with the field development discussion, that should come up at our master plan, our fairgrounds master plan, and same with the fencing and all those aspects. And I know that the diamond is small, and I think that's another aspect that you should discuss for that at that our master plan, because we've had that discussion over the years, different ones when we had other public meetings, was that's a nice small diamond, but there almost needs to be another diamond. So those are things that you can bring forward. And as far as the other, do you do T-ball?
The U5 and U7, yeah.
Okay. Is that what they still call
Yes,
it? Okay.
yeah.
All right. No, that's great. And I just want to thank you. It's really nice. I've been where you are right now, and it's great with the kids. And I do like the idea of the community thing and having them involved to do things. And I hope that they understand, that we're all in this together, and we'll try to make it work. Thank you very much for your presentation. And we do have a copy of it. So even though you didn't get to finish some of the things you wanted, we do have it. Okay.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Yes, Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you. Through the chair, how many youngsters do you have playing at the moment?
I believe there was 100.
Just a
160 or 180 last
160 signed up for the coming season?
year. Last
So
year.
the
Last-
coming season will open as of January 27th. Our registration opens. So that's why we are trying to figure out what we need to do with
And
fees
you're
for the-
anticipating an increase.
we are.
Okay, nice presentation. Thank you.
Yes. Do you have a comment?
Yes,
Yes, proceed.
thank you through the chair. Thanks for your presentation. You mentioned the fees. I know the practice times will double your field rental costs. What did it cost before the fees for a family to register a child?
So it depends on what league they're in. So U5s and U7s were 65. U9 and U9 was 140 and thank you. So U5 and U7 were 65, U9 were 140, U11 and 13 were 150. U15, 17 are 160, and we didn't have any U21 this year, but they're 170.
Okay, thank you. And then just further to that, your presentation is I think based around the concern that now you have to pay for field rental costs and other costs that you didn't have last year. And with registration opening, I guess, next week, what is the new fee structure? Like what percentage do you need to do? Because right now you're faced with paying the fee structure that's in front of you. So what's the difference that parents are faced with?
So do you want to speak to that?
Oh, you have to, sorry, you have to go to the microphone or they won't hear.
As of right now, we haven't changed our fee structure because we are really hoping that council will help us. If it comes to us having to pay for the practice times, I think for this year, we will try to reach out to more sponsors and try to get the money elsewhere. We really do not want to raise our fees for the parents because times are so hard for everybody. This is kind of one of those things where it's still affordable and we are still trying to help the community for those who cannot afford it, that we are just going to try to do whatever we can to keep it as low as possible. When we were structuring our fees, when we first started, we also did look at the other fees for the other communities, and we went on the very lowest. We are even lower than the other areas. So we really do not want to raise our fees for the parents
Okay,
whatsoever.
thanks so much. So without having any numbers, I just needed a sense of that. And then my final question through the chairs for Director Belfry. So with the new fee rate structure, I guess, for charging for the use of the ball court, is that something, I don't remember that coming to council, and it may not have had to, but I'm just wondering if that's an across the board thing, like with our arenas for hockey, for example. Is Coldwater and this group here the only one that's facing a fee rate increase? Thank you.
Through the chair to the member, it's not exactly a fee rate increase, it's a charging of the fee. The rental for the ball diamonds is $8, just over $8 plus HST an hour. For the diamonds, minor ball wasn't paying for the rentals, as I say, for practices. That would have be the equivalent of the increase of $639.13 based on last year's ball diamond usage to them for having to pay for practices this year. There is no definition in the fees and charges bylaw differentiates between games and practices, and with minor hockey there is no difference there. The use of ice is use of ice, so this is comparable to use of diamond, so for purposes.
Thank you so much. So an increase to the league that's in front of us of about $613 for the season, and with having about 150 or roughly or more people, that would then you transfer that cost onto the registration fee, which would be about less than $5. Okay, I just wanted an understanding of the numbers. Yeah, I'm all for baseball too, but I just didn't understand from your presentation about the urgency or the scope of the ask. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Minnings. And oh, there we go. Yes. Member Taylor.
Through the chair, thanks for the report. So I guess I'm going to ask for a motion to go back to staff to come back and see if there's anything we can do in the short term and help you out here. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Just before we do that, was there any comments that anyone on staff needed to make at this point in time? No? Okay. Thank you. Oh, yes.
Through the chair, I don't know what we're going to do because 27th is when they're starting their registration.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we have a motion?
Thank you. So the motion reads that the delegation by Coldwater Minor Ball regarding an update and funding request be received and referred for staff report.
We have a mover
Member McIntyre? Oh, sorry. Yes, Member McIntyre.
I'm through the chair. I agree with Member Taylor. We have to act expeditiously if we're going to do something in the kind for this group, because the registration begins 27th, which is like a week, less than a week. I'm just wondering how long, I don't know. I mean, a staff report may take a week or 2 or 3. So I just wonder, is there any other members in the group today that has a thought on how we could move a bit more expeditiously to help out these kind volunteers with these youngsters in Coldwater? Any other thoughts from our committee?
Yes. C.A. Kennard?
Thank you. There's very specific reasons in your procedural bylaw that prevents you from doing that for just that reason. You want to refer it to a report, because it's not just going to affect minor baseball, it's going to affect minor hockey, who pays a lot more than $8 an hour for practice. So you don't want to be making a decision based on these kind ladies today. You want some time to get all the information and think about it.
Thank you. Well, with that in mind, then, can we, oh, yes, Member Minnings.
Thank you. I just need more understanding as to referring it for a staff report, because of the scope of the ask. So now that I know that we're looking at about $600, I think we have other things available to community groups, et cetera, for donations of money, et cetera. And I don't know that that's something that is either urgent or not. And I understand that registration's happening. And I would hope that within either the families that are able or the community sponsors, that the $600 could be raised to not disadvantage anyone, to not be able to play this season. So I don't see the urgency of it, and I'm just not sure about a specific benefit of a staff report for this one issue. Thank you.
Yes, CEO Kennard.
Thank you. We're certainly happy not to do a staff report. Sorry, I had to step out for a minute, but when I came in, it sounded like you were gung-ho to move. So I was giving you a different option. The staff report will say, from a staff perspective, we obviously can't recommend it to you because we have such a disparity between minor ball and minor hockey. Minor hockey practices generally 2 times a week and has a game 1 time a week. So if you set the precedent of waiving practice time, we already run the arena at a huge loss. So that's what our report's going to say. Craig can write that in an hour and you'll make a decision. But if you're not feeling that you need to make that decision, then you can just receive it for information, and that means it doesn't get actioned.
Yeah, if I may, we're not here to make a decision right now. And I'll put in my 2 cents worth. You've gone to a lot of trouble to make a presentation to us. In my opinion, you deserve a staff report. Whether you like the outcome of that report or not is immaterial. You need an explanation. And that's where I say I would put a motion for a report. Of course, I know staff will do it as expeditiously as they can. That's life. And we're not talking about a decision before the end of next season. So if I may, yes.
And through the chair, in that report, could we have a bit of a discussion on the flooding issue and some of the other safety issues to make sure that we are in the proper requirements for that?
Yeah, yes.
With the comparison to the hockey practices versus the baseball practices, I would venture to say they're quite different. There really isn't much maintenance. I know there's field maintenance, obviously, with the grass and everything, but basically a family or a group of kids can just show up at the diamond at any time, whether it's booked or not. Whereas the ice, there's the flooding and there's the cooling and there's a lot more maintenance going on every single practice. So to compare the two is quite different, I would say. In terms of the costs involved with Obviously, you can't give practices for free for hockey because there's a lot of costs involved there. But with the ball diamond, we can just show up. You know, it's not, the staff isn't available all the time. There's not extra things. There's no lining, anything like that for us to show for practice. Just as you're considering. So.
Thank you. Did you have a comment or what?
I was just, through the chair, I was just gonna respond to Member Cox's point before. We do have in the budget this year, allocations for ball diamond. We're gonna upgrade the infield on the larger diamond to help with the water issue. The water issue is really more intense with tiling really needed under those diamonds, just because the property is a wet property. We do have another 25,000 for another ball diamond. So we had already, as I met with Minor Ball back in December, talked about, we're looking at trying to alleviate some of the drainage issues and build those diamonds up a bit more in the spring. So hopefully that will help. So.
Okay. Basically also goes back to the master plan for the fairgrounds. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Through the chair, and thank you for your presentation. It was well done. Craig, I don't want to put you on the spot, but the meeting that we're having on Monday at the community center in Coldwater from 4 to 6 regarding our recreation plan, what will we see? What will the public have an opportunity to do? Just so I have some clarity, or maybe the young ladies here also have some input as to what may happen at that meeting.
Through the chair to Member Beckett, you'll see some display panels. The consultants will be leading a discussion. It'll be an open house sort of drop-in where groups and people be able to share their ideas and points about what they're looking for. I think it'd be great for Minor Ball to come out. We've had a meeting with Minor Ball, and with their concerns about the diamonds, I would be in agreement with some of their concerns there, like with the fencing and that, because U13 is at an age where balls are carrying out with the technologies and bats and today the balls are carrying out at a much higher speed. So safety is an issue, and the length of the diamond. Like as their group grows, we're gonna have to look at expansion of those kind of diamonds. So it'll be great for the ball group to come and share that with our consultant too.
This Monday, 4 to 6.
Good show. All right. That said, Madam Clerk, can we please have a motion?
Your motion reads that the delegation by Coldwater Minor Ball regarding an update and funding request be received and referred for staff report.
And yes, thank you very
you.
much.
Thank you.
You have a good day. All right, just want to note that in around, depending on where we are on the agenda, there will be a bio break for about 10 minutes, around 10:15. But well before that, our next delegation will be the Fire Marque. And I ask you to step forward to the mic, please.
Morning, Chair, members of your Corporate Services Committee. It's my pleasure to be here on behalf of Fire Marque to present an opportunity for us to work on your behalf to recover some expenses for your fire service. Fire Marque was created by a number of semi-retired and retired insurance adjusters, senior claims managers, so the insurance professionals, not on the brokerage side of the business, but on the claims and adjusting side. What we do is we've designed a program to unlock the coverage contained in almost all property insurance policies across Canada. So if you look under your additional coverages section of your homeowner's policy, you'll see fire department expense. You're most likely to see fire department expense coverage. The ranges will vary anywhere from $1,000, $3,000, $5,000, $10,000, $15,000. It just depends on which insurer you're with and which policy you have. My home in Collingwood, Ontario is insured with Aviva, and I actually have unlimited fire department coverage. In establishing the premium, the Insurance Bureau of Canada, under their fact book, which they've been publishing for a number of years now, they tell you how they establish what you're going to pay for a premium. So an insurer has their pool of clients, their policy holders. They determine what the risks are for them. And then along with covering the claim costs, premiums are calculated to cover taxes, operating expenses, and expected profits. So when they charge for the fire department expense, they've already projected that they should be paying out on it. And we've designed a program to ensure that that coverage is honored by the insurance industry. This is a small market share insurer because the question always comes up that your premium rates will go up. This is unfortunately a static slide. I did provide a PowerPoint which showed a more dynamic presentation, but in this small mutual insurer had underwritten 18 or had received premium income of 18.8 million. They paid out in claims that year 10.7 million. Of the 10.7 million, they had 3 incidences which were fire department charges eligible to be recovered, 2 in one township and 1 in a separate township, but it totaled $3,000 because they only had $3,000 worth of coverage. That represented 0.028 of 1%. And in my previous slide, I'd highlighted the fact that they've already projected that they should be paying out on that. This particular insurer also had what they call reinsurance. So they take their property portfolio and they insure a number of claim costs, and included in that would have been the fire department expense coverage, which they did recover. I also pulled up what the superintendent premium insurance report for that year. This particular insurer had 26,359 different policies. So the cost to those policies represented 11 cents for the fire department coverage. So I want to ensure you that our program for fire department coverage will not cause an increase to any policyholder whatsoever. It's a fixed price. So as an example, in 2014, Cooperators Insurance, the fire department coverage was $5,000. In 2025, it's $5,000. In 2030, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's $5,000. It's a fixed cost. You know, during your budgeting process that inflation is driving increase. Premiums right now are facing inflationary pressures, supply chain issues. However, those are on the variable costs. This is a fixed cost. There is no inflationary pressure on the fire department coverage contained in insurance policy. There is within the chief's budget, but it's not within the insurance policy. The program kicks in after a fire department response to an incident. There is 13 insured perils, but the most obvious is a structure fire. So that's the one that we talk about all the time. What we ask for is we ask for a copy of the standard incident report, which is paperwork that your fire chief is already doing, a copy of the scene release form, and then an initial report form. We like to get that report anywhere from 2 weeks to 4 weeks after the incident. We do have clients that unfortunately give it to us like 5 or 6 months, but okay, whatever. We have a database of insurance policy wordings. We'll pull that up. Let's say it's cooperators. We'll know who the adjuster is for that particular, for this particular area. We'll reach out to the adjuster and say, has so-and-so made a claim against the policy? If the answer is yes, we'll piggyback on that claims process. If the answer is no, then we close the file and return it to the chief. It takes us about 14 weeks on average for recovery. The shortest recovery has been 8 days. And the longest recovery has been 42 months. The 42-month file was a non-residential incident. It was an industrial fire. So there was a cap as to what types of coverages could be covered under a basket of coverages for additional coverages. And so we had to wait through that process because our program is not designed or is designed not to take any monies away from the policy holder. It's under the additional coverages section. So then we were still able, after that 42 months, to recover $34,000 for our clients' fire department costs. You receive 70% of the funds. We retain 30%. Marque has over 1/3 of Ontario's departments as clients. We started with 0 clients in 2011. We now have 1/3, over a third. All clients are a 70-30 split. So large urban, Kitchener as an example, small urban, Collingwood as an example, local service boards as an example, and one First Nations community, all 70-30 split. There is no one getting any type of other ratio. I would like to emphasize, just because I have a couple of minutes, that the money stays within the fire service budget. The Supreme Court of Canada made a decision in 1998 and expanded on the decision in 2005, the difference between a fee and a tax. Your treasurer can also probably opine on this. But essentially, taxes can go through any portion of your budget, where fees are for a product or a service supplied by a department. So the monies that are recovered are fire department expenses. It's not general revenues. It's not to go to the mayor's office or, have some fun. No offense, your worship. But it stays within the fire department budget to be used for public education campaigns, personnel training, and or capital purchases. And there's some of your colleagues across the province, across the country. We are in actually BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and New Brunswick as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have, yes, Member Cox.
Through the chair to the chief. Is this something that we would look at and then you would give us a report back on how the department feels about it? Because I get it, but I'd like to get it from the fire perspective.
Yeah, so definitely would be something that would follow up with a report. And again, I was used to using it, and I've worked with Chris in Midland. So again, Midland would be a little different from money recovery because of being career firefighters, but I'm very much for it to help us recoup some costs and offset, again, increasing pressures on our budget.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to put forward a motion that we get a report.
Any other comments from members or staff? Nothing. All right. Can we please have a motion?
Thank you. The motion reads that the delegation by Firemark regarding an overview and introduction of Firemark's indemnification technology program be received and referred for staff report.
Mover, Member Cox, seconder, Member Minnings, all in favor? Motion is passed.
Thank you very much. And as a former councillor and mayor, I just want to commend you on your public service. I know the responsibility some days can weigh heavy, and I want you to know as a taxpayer, I do appreciate the work that you do. Thank you.
And thank you. Have a good day. All right, we're moving forward then to the consent agenda. Does any member wish to pull an item? Member Minnings.
Thank you. I'm pulling, sorry, I have to get to my agenda. I'm pulling the Abeyance report. Thank you. Yes. Sorry, D21, no. D11, sorry, D23 and D24, my apologies.
D23, okay, and D24. That's it then. All right, just request to the clerk. I understand we have members of Simcoe County here for the item on yeah, are we going to deal with that in sequence?
Yes, so they will be up next after the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you. All right, can we have an adoption for the regular agenda then? With the changes noted.
Yes, the motion reads that the agenda be adopted, including consent items with the exception of item D2.1, D2.3, and D1.1, D2.3, and D2.4.
Mover, Member Minnings, seconder, Member McIntyre, all in favor? Motion passed. All right, well then, let's move to the reports from officials. And starting with F1, and I would like to welcome Mr. Wilcox and Sibbick to the mic, please. And it's insurance day for sure. Not a great year for insurance companies. And this is item C 25001. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, committee. My name is Trevor Wilcox. I'm from the County of Simcoe. I'm General Manager there. With me is Ryan Durrell. He's our consultant from AXMA, and he will be presenting the information to you today. I just wanted to give a quick background on where we've come with this. A couple of years ago, Council directed us to look at the rising cost of insurance and really look at what options we have for controlling that. This led to the investigation that we did on insurance pools and found that that would be very beneficial for all municipalities in the county of Simcoe as well as the county itself. So we investigated that, did a feasibility study. Feasibility study saw some benefits, met with all the CAOs. The CAOs were very much encouraged by what they saw and agreed to take this further and investigate it further. So we did form a working committee at that point of staff members as well that worked alongside our consultants. And now we came to the point where we created an implementation plan in the fall and reconfirmed all the numbers. And now we're ready to start it. So with that, I'll kick it over to Ryan. He'll take you through some of the background in terms of how this has come to be and what are the benefits that you'll see from it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you for having us today. Oh, that's fantastic. I'll skip over the background because Trevor did a fabulous job of it. And we'll dive right in. The proposed solution after looking at the feasibility study was to implement a municipal insurance pool. There are currently 2 municipal insurance pools in the province of Ontario already operating. One of them is the Waterloo Region Municipalities Insurance Pool, founded in 1998, and the other is the Durham Municipal Insurance Pool, established in 2000, both of which were put together by predecessor firm of ours, which was DeAndre and Associates back in those years. So now we're looking forward to the potential creation of the first insurance pool in Ontario's in 25 years, which would be the Simcoe Municipalities Insurance Pool. Why did it take 25 years? Over the time between 2000 to 2025, we had the longest soft insurance market period that we've ever seen, at least certainly in my lifetime, which very short. You can tell I'm a very young person. But it was about 17 years before insurance premiums started to increase significantly, and that's what brought this forward. Both of those pools continue to operate and continue to deliver significant value to their membership, but it really is only in these hard insurance market cycles that we can get traction for creation of these new pools. So they work regardless of the market, but here we are today. Feel like I'm clicking it just the right way and it's not moving forward. Maybe I have to go a different direction. Yeah, that's funny. There we go. Perfect. Why start an insurance pool? Fundamentally, it's because insurance is actually expensive. Just heard a presentation that reaffirms that. Functionally, insurers in this space are only paying about 34 cents on the dollar. Based on the analysis of the actual Simcoe County municipalities, the expected losses for the upcoming year is about 34% of the premiums. And collectively, the 18 municipalities, including the community, were sending out $20.6 million in premiums. So what happens to the other 66%? 31% is profit and risk margin. So they have to have at least a margin to ensure that they have enough to cover claims. But if those claims don't materialize, that becomes profit as well. The other 35% is made up of broker compensation. So insurance brokers individually placing these policies, as well as operating expenses for the insurance companies who have significant overhead, as well as premium tax, which is simply a fact of life, which is about 4%. Is that what it is? I feel like a lousy musician here, or magician here. Yep. Where we're gonna get, there we go. So just to circle back to what is an insurance pool, fundamentally, we're talking about implementing some portion of self-insurance. And so what is self-insurance? I like to use this great analogy. Self-insurance versus insurance is akin to making your own meals at home versus dining out at restaurants. So why do we buy insurance? Strictly put, because of convenience. And it comes with annual cost certainty. Just like when you go to the restaurant, you see the price on the menu, that's what you're going to pay. Nobody's going to come back and say, hey, shrimp costs more this time around, so here's an extra levy. So convenience is a major factor. Another reason we buy insurance is because it provides specialty services, as well as covering risks we don't necessarily want to or can't accept. So large losses, just like we would go to a restaurant that makes meals that we can't. And service, we pay one insurance premium, and it comes along with, especially for smaller municipalities, it comes with the claims and risk management services embedded in the coverage. So why should we buy less insurance? Cost. Insurance comes at a premium. And as we build out in-house capabilities and have access to in-house capabilities by pooling together our resources, there's more and more things we can do ourselves, just like you can learn new recipes and make them more cost effectively at home. How do we go about buying less insurance? First and foremost, big proponents of risk management. Risk management is a way of avoiding losses, which then ultimately lowers premiums. Increased deductibles or self-insured retentions is another way. By taking on more of the losses ourselves and handling those more cost effectively than insurance companies do, we can lower our premiums. However, that comes with an increased financial risk to individual municipalities, especially smaller municipalities. And so what we're proposing is using pooling to manage that risk by combining together, essentially using insurers' own game against them in order to lower costs. So by pooling together, we can stabilize the costs for all the municipalities. It also allows us to create those central resources to provide the risk management and service, claims service, that we come to expect from insurance companies, again, at a lower cost. This is fun. Do you have the ability to advance slides on there, right? Okay, perfect. Can I just say, okay, fabulous. So what kind of coverage you're going to get? Functionally, we're taking 18 individual municipality policies and we're merging them into one large policy. And under that policy, you'll have the same or better coverage than you have today. It will be functionally, aside from some minor nuances that might come from the difference in certain insurers' offerings, it will be functionally the same or better, and each municipality will have access to the highest limits of the group. Next slide. The pool structure works as follows. We're not functionally changing the way municipalities cover their risk. Each municipality will continue to have their own deductible to incentivize them to implement and practice good risk management. Above that will be a pooled deductible, a shared deductible layer, which will stretch all the way up to 500,000. This is how we're increasing the deductible, but not putting the burden on the individual municipalities. And then above that, we're going to continue to purchase insurance for the losses we don't want to retain, which is to say the very large losses. Circle back to that in a moment. Next slide. A comment about the deductibles. In order to make sure that the use of the pool is done fairly across all the participants, we are going to implement standardized deductibles scaled by size of municipality. So smaller municipalities will continue to have smaller deductibles so as not to destabilize budgets. And larger municipalities, including the county, will have up to $100,000 deductible as they're able to absorb those kinds of losses. And also this stratifies the use of the shared pool. So when you know that a larger municipality, for example, the county, has more losses, we want to make sure that they use the pool in the same proportion that the smaller municipalities. So the actuaries have proposed the following deductibles. Next slide. So how does it look if we have a very, very large loss, which is our major concern? What if we had a $10 million loss? Essentially, the individual municipalities would pay their typical deductible, subject to minor variance. So $10,000, for example, the pool would pay the next $490, and that would be a shared layer. And then above that, the insurer would take the next 9.5 million. So we're not suggesting that the pool take very large losses. We're suggesting that the pool take the very predictable small losses so that we can add stability to the program. Next slide. So looking at the way it works today, and these are projected 2025 premiums, the municipalities collectively are sending out $20.6 million to the insurance market in insurance premiums, never to be seen again, and retaining just $1.8 million as municipality deductibles. We're going to change that. Next slide. Thank you. So the deductibles are changing very minorly, so that will increase to 2 million. Above that, instead of the $20.6 million going out entirely to the insurance marketplace, $8.4 million is going to be used to fund the pool, at the pooled section. $7.7 million is being budgeted on an actuarial basis and using the same economics that the insurers currently have today. So we're not expecting them to do anything they're not typically doing, but we're still budgeting to spend 7.7 million. But that's a reduction of roughly 65% over the expiring methodology. And in doing so, we could immediately in year one offer up to 19.2% savings. Next slide. This won't look like a complicated structure to the municipalities with multiple bills and invoices. Essentially, it's all going to be combined into one pool levy, which is shown here as the combined levy in orange. Next slide. Behind the scenes, however, the pool is going to manage a number of different fiscal budgets. $4.5 million will be used to pay the expected claims within the pooled layer, so above the municipality deductible, but below the insurer portion. The actuaries have identified a risk margin of $815,000, and that's to cover sort of a 4 out of 5 year event to make sure that there's more than enough money to pay claims for every 5 years, and all that money would roll forward and become surplus for the 1 in 5 years. $1.575 million is being earmarked to operate the fund. So this includes hiring staff to provide the risk management, claims management services that we talked about earlier on an in-house team specifically dedicated to the municipalities in the pool, as well as cover the cost of a centralized claims management system, finance, admin, auditors, actuaries, etc. 7.7 million, which we talked about, will be used to procure excess insurance for the very large losses that we don't want to retain. And the actuaries have suggested a $1.5 million surplus contribution for what they're calling the setup phase. So the first several years, in order to get to a place where the pool has significant surplus in order to manage stability and make sure that levies are not destabilized by a particularly bad claims year. Next slide. So how are we generating these savings, this 20% savings? Fundamentally, we're reducing the amount of commercial for-profit insurance, establishing a pool that is going to provide a meaningful portion of the losses on a not-for-profit basis. Essentially, we're not paying brokers, we're not paying insurance companies, we're not sponsoring soccer teams in the UK, we're not doing any of that stuff. We're just leaving the money here in Simcoe County. We're consolidating the insurance placement services. Roughly speaking, insurance brokers are taking about 15% of that $20.6 million. So that's over $3 million. And we're going to shrink that down to roughly 10% for the pool placed on a centralized basis. Additional claim savings will also materialize as we build out our services within the pool, and we may lower the cost of individual claims. It's not captured in this analysis. We took the losses as they were, but the Waterloo pool came and talked to the county and talked about how they have lower claims costs because they have in-house adjusters operating at a significantly lower cost than outsourced adjusters. Next slide. In order to plan for stability, we proposed a scenario where the municipalities would forego 9.2% of the 19.2% savings in order to accelerate the buildup of surplus within the pool. So this is going to provide a 10% direct savings to the municipalities, and 9.2 is going to be deferred until later. This does several things. It creates a belt and suspenders surplus policy to make sure that we have enhanced stability at startup. It also provides a second and even a third wave of savings down the road for the municipalities to enjoy so that we can continue to see benefits emerge over time. It also allows for smoother year-over-year budgeting by making sure that claims are far and away not going to outpace the amount of surplus we have. Next slide. Visually, how does this stack up? So the actuaries have proposed an $815,000 risk margin. They've also suggested during the startup phase that we collect an extra $1.5 million, keeping in mind this is all within the levy, which is still a savings over what you're paying now. So we're not asking you for extra money on top of premiums. This is all embedded. And then the deferred savings of $2.06 million means that we'll have a $4.4 million buffer over and above the expected claims costs. And that's roughly equal to the expected claims costs. So out of the gate, we're putting away significant surplus for stabilization of the program. Next slide. What this will look like for the municipalities, sort of looking all on a 2025 dollar basis, is that the status quo shown on the far left, the gray, that's their $20.6 million. Municipalities will immediately see a 10% savings over the expiring premiums and deductible costs, with 9.2 being deferred to later, but that's all becoming surplus or equity within the pool for the municipalities and earmarked to the municipalities. Then around year 3, the actuaries believe that we will have achieved maturity and we no longer need to collect the $1.5 million to build up surplus because we've accelerated surplus build. And so the municipalities will see an additional 6.7% savings over the expiring. And at sometime around year 5 or 6, we'll likely be in a position to have excess surplus, in which case the additional 9.2 will be released and municipalities will see a full 26% savings over the status quo cost if you were to carry on doing what you did before. So there's significant waves of savings to be seen by the municipalities as we move forward and build the pool. Next slide. Some operational considerations. The planned launch date is June 1st. The move to June 1st is intended to streamline administration. It's a great time to procure insurance because insurance companies renew their reinsurance on January 1st. So if you're a January 1st municipality, it's actually one of the worst times to renew because the insurers don't know what the rates need to be. And you end up having late renewals, which makes budgeting for municipalities challenging. The Simcoe municipalities have a variety of renewal dates. So you'd be pleased to know this is convenient for absolutely no municipality. It's equally inconvenient for everybody, and it's a good common renewal date for everybody to move to. And the current policies do allow for short-term cancellations. There are in some cases some minor penalties, but they're more than overridden by the savings that the municipality will see in year 1 within the pool. And so let's move quickly to start the pool so we can start saving money faster. Joining requires signing on to the subscribers agreement by on or about February 14th. The true drop dead date is March 1st in order to make sure that we can issue those cancellations to the insurers, which at the extreme have a 90-day cancellation timeline. So that's why March 1st is a critical date. That agreement includes a 5-year commitment to the pool to get it started up. That commitment is critical for stability. It's also critical for the municipalities being able to see the full breadth of benefit up to the 26% savings. And it also gives us the power to negotiate with the excess insurers because no insurer is going to want to be locked out for 5 years. And they'll all come to the table with the kinds of terms and conditions that we need to achieve. It also defines the advisory board that will govern the pool. It's 1 seat per member and 1 vote per seat per board member, and that's regardless of size. So the smallest municipality has the same voice as the biggest municipality, and that's something we felt was very important. The advisory board will set the pool levies annually. We've projected out 3 years. There might be deviations in year 2 or 3. First year is set. And that will just come from changes in exposures that municipalities present. If somebody builds a significant new complex that presents a unique risk, obviously it has to be assessed whether or not that has impacts. So it's not about changing things after the fact. It's about recognizing that things change as we go. The pool manager who will be hired on to manage the pool will be responsible for day-to-day operations and will answer to the advisory board. And it also lays out the exit and entry conditions for any municipality. Further to that point on the next slide, Not all municipalities are required for launch. We modeled it out at 50% participation, which is roughly where we are already. And we can still offer the same 10% reduction. 75% still can do it, gets a little bit better in the long term. And with full participation, obviously, more is better. But entry after startup could add costs, and therefore municipalities who are thinking about deferring should note that there might be additional costs to joining, partially because the surplus accumulation, which is very fast under the proposed approach, will need to be matched by municipalities coming in so that everybody's operating on the same playing field. And that will feel like a barrier to entry if you look to join in year 2, 3, or 4. The other thing you might want to note is that members might not meet the criteria for joining after the fact. One of the reasons they might want to join after the fact is because their insurer's given them terrible terms. Maybe that's coming from a loss. Do they still meet the criteria for joining? We don't know. And the other thing we've found with the Waterloo insurance pool is they've had approaches from municipalities and they're quite happy with how things are running, and they've turned away anybody who's asked. So the pool advisory board may simply not accept new members after startup. The pool staff, including the manager and claims staff and so on, will provide and coordinate the services that municipalities are accustomed to receiving from the insurer. That includes the risk management services, claims handling, including appointment of adjusters and defense counsel, organization of the advisory board meetings, and coordinating inspections. The only added work for each individual municipality will be appointing somebody to sit on the advisory board and attend 2 or 3 meetings a year. So we're not looking to download any work or new tasks to the municipalities. Quite the opposite. More services will become available. And that's the end of our presentation.
Well, thank you. Yes, that was most interesting. Wish my insurance company would try to save me 20%. Be nice. Do we have any questions or comments from members of the committee? Yes, Member Minnings.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you for your presentation. It did answer a lot of questions from my initial read through of the deck. Did you say 50% or 15% have joined so far?
We're roughly at 50% by premium volume.
Thank you. And does the percentage of municipalities that you're offering this to, obviously all of them, does it include the city of Barrie and the city of Orillia?
We included initially discussions with all municipalities. The separated cities Orillia decided to join, Barrie declined.
Okay, thank you very much. And then my last questions to our CEO or Director of Finance. Where are we in the scheme of penalties based on, if we were to go this route, our current policy? When does it expire and what's the cost to us?
If I can, through the chair to Member Minnings. We've actually spoke to our broker as of late. They've said the amount to get out of the contract is not going to be significant. There's no significant penalty. We actually haven't even received our invoice for 2025 yet, and it's still on its way. But the premium is actually significantly higher than the estimated one that they used in the analysis. So our insurer, even though they knew we were looking at pooling, increased our rates significantly.
Member Taylor?
Yeah, through the chair, I've got 2 questions. So the liability, like, how do we see what our payments will be? Does it change with this, or based on what I see, it doesn't change? And who determines the deductibles? My question number 1.
The actuaries have proposed deductibles based on sort of looking at what the most common deductibles by municipality sides. So that was a suggestion, and the group that's been responsible for giving us some guidance is the technical working group. And we've been really lucky to have members of staff from a variety of the municipalities. So they've looked that over. It was proposed, It could have been changed. I think it was concluded that it was a sensible proposal. And the other thing that we did was, and I think that staff will appreciate, the actuaries will provide reports on what municipalities should budget for deductibles, which I think is not typically made available from insurers. Even so, they're the ones that would have the data and provide that analysis. So the budget will be provided to municipality, and we've also budgeted for any changes to make sure that municipalities are compensated through reduced insurance premium, like levies. Sorry, apologies. Reduced levies in order to compensate municipalities so that it is equal to what they're receiving now after the savings.
Thank you. Then my second question or comment is based on a report from Mr. Plunkett coming up later that in the initial stages, this doesn't cover cyber insurance or volunteer firefighter accidents and sickness and insurance. So how is that covered now? And will this be a potential that'll be covered in the future on this?
It's a great question. So those are separate policies. Typically, the insurance for municipalities comes as a package for a variety of things. And some of those are separate items. They can be easily procured. The firefighters accident sickness programs are quite cost effective, and you won't see a significant change in your costs. Cyber insurance is not universally purchased by the municipalities in the group. And the other thing is the actuaries don't have a good claims data set in order to provide a solid business plan for taking that on. That said, once the pool is established, I think there's a large directive to be looked at, group purchasing cyber insurance, environmental liability insurance, and a variety of other coverages in order to save additional funds for the municipalities participating. But it wouldn't be pooled because we're not in a position to say you have the financial stability at this point, say, let's take on cyber, which it's not as predictable as the other coverages. That said, just a point that the Waterloo pool that already has a significant surplus leverage their surplus to self-insure cyber and currently don't purchase insurance. They provide it themselves through their funds that they built up over time. And so that might become a possibility for this pool group once we have adequate surplus to say that we think it's safe to do so.
Thank you.
Member Cox and then Member Burkett.
Yep, through the chair. So the pool manager, will they make a yearly report to the 16 municipalities plus Orillia, or will it be our designated staff member that will bring back that?
Through the chair, I anticipate that we will have reporting that the pool manager will provide to the advisory committee. The advisory committee will have members from all municipalities, and that would be brought back to you as a report.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Member Burkett.
Thank you. Thank you through the chair. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you both for being here today. So you talked about the pool and the monies over the 5 years, and they generate and we keep putting money into the municipalities get the share in the interest that's generated by these monies. Do we? Just curious.
Great question. It is the equity of the members. So it stays in the pool. And if a municipality chose to leave, then the surplus that was generated over and above paying the claims would be released ultimately back to the municipality. That said, the other pools were created 25 and 27 years ago. They've continued to roll forward with that. And at some point, if the surplus becomes too large, as determined by the actuary's recommendation to the advisory board, they'll start returning some of that surplus because there's no value in keeping more than is necessary. But that's something the advisory board would be asked to look at and create a policy for the management of that surplus so as not to keep too much or too little at any given time. And there's lots of great guidance that insurance companies can loan us around their regulation to provide some insights on how best to manage it. But having some extra surplus gives opportunities for municipalities to stabilize year-over-year costs, to make sure there's no surprises, but also for additional initiatives, funding loss prevention, or providing new products and services like cyber.
Thank you. Oh, yes. Member McIntyre.
Thank you. Through the chair to Andrew, do we have a pool access at the moment? Do we have more money in our pool at the moment for this kind of a program? And where would it go if we do? Would it be rolled into this particular?
If I can, through the chair to Member McIntyre. Not sure I completely understand what you're saying, but from our standpoint, our current insurance premium is significantly higher than the proposed one through the pool. So we don't have we purchase our own insurance now. What we were doing is switching to we'd still be purchasing it, but we'll be purchasing it through the pool with the rest of the other municipalities inside the pool.
Yeah, supplemental. Do we have a pool at the moment ready for insurance for this coming year? Or do we pay that out of that? Does that come out of our budget? Maybe the CAO can clarify that.
So if again, our insurance is paid out of our budget on an annual basis.
And finally, is there a top amount of the contingency that 4,375,000 or whatever it is? Will that grow any further than that? And if it does, I guess my question, you might have answered it already, is where does that money go? Does it come back to us? I guess. Is it possible to grow that bigger as we grow as a township and a county? Is there someday you're going to say that 4,375 isn't enough? We're going to go to 5,375, whatever.
Quite the opposite. 4,375 is a startup sort of contingency, essentially budgeting to make sure that we grow a surplus to a healthy level, and then that will taper off. And so that's why you see additional waves of savings, because it's pointedly a purposefully excessive amount that can then be reduced over time, which will generate further savings to the municipalities, because that money doesn't go anywhere. It remains the equity of the pool subscribers. And so once it's built up, it's now, I'll call it a war chest for risk management and claims payments that doesn't need to grow past a certain point, in which case it'll just be tapered back on an annual basis, which will generate further savings to the municipalities.
Yeah, Member Cox?
Yeah, through the chair to Andrew or Lori. That last paragraph that we were talking about, the cyber insurance volunteer firefighter, do we have cyber insurance right now?
Through the chair to Member Cox. Yes, we do. And we have the volunteer firefighter
Yeah,
insurance
I
as
thought
well.
that.
And we will continue, acquiring that insurance through the same insurance providers we have now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, anyway, very, very, very interesting. Proceed forward. Madam Clerk, at this point in time, I'm not sure what we're looking for in a motion in terms of report back. Timelines are a factor here for sure. I would look for a recommendation from you for the motion.
Thank you. There was a motion attached to the staff report that came with the presentation. So the motion is the Corporate Services Report C25-001 dated January 22nd, 2025 regarding the municipal insurance pool be received, and further that the Chief Administrative Officer or Director of Finance, Treasurer, or appropriate designated be authorized to represent the Township of Severn on the Municipal Insurance Advisory Board. And further that the mayor or clerk be authorized to sign all necessary agreements required for the Township of Severn to join the pool, including the form of subscription in the municipalities of the Simcoe County Subscribers Agreement and the form substantially attached hereto.
Yes, Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. Is there a reason that we have 3 options on who's going to go? Like designate? I would have assumed, sorry, that it would have been one of the 2.
Madam CEO.
Through the chair, we hadn't really talked about it. It'll likely be Andrew, but it may be the short straw. I'm not sure. Not that it isn't fascinating.
I just asked. I was sorry. I just wondered why we had or designate. I was like, did I miss something? Thank you.
And if I can, through the chair to Member Cox, I don't know if it's specific, but there could have been somebody on council who is an expert in the industry. Right. So you potentially could have some other representative.
Thank you. So can we have a motion, please? A mover. Member Cox, seconded by Member Beckett. All in favor? Motion passes.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, everybody.
Yes,
Thank you.
most interesting.
We're almost halfway through.
It's the lucky jacket.
Yeah, it's 10:15, and unless there's some compelling reason, because the next presentation looks like it'll take a few minutes, we will take Madam Clerk, are you ready? All right, let her rip. We are now looking for another presentation, F1.2, Dwayne Potter, Baker Tilly, with regard to the 2023 year-end audit and state. Welcome.
Great. Thank you for having me here today. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be in person, but we'll go over the presentation the same. So next page. The package you have in front of you today includes both three things. Includes our presentation, which I'm going to go over in a little bit of detail here today. And there's also, as well in the package, our post-audit letter, the highlights of which are in this presentation, and as well the copy of the full financial statements, which the highlights are in the presentation here as well. So overall for the audit, the normal audit started and was completed in line with previous year's timelines. However, as you'll see in some of the highlights in the presentation and the financial statements as well, note 1 on page 14 of the financial statements includes a new section of the Public Sector Accounting Handbook related to Public Sector 3280 asset retirement obligations, which included a lot of extra work that was required this year, which resulted in the delay in timing for presenting the statements and getting them finalized. So the most important part of the independent audit report is included here as a snapshot. But the full audit report is the same wording as it was in the prior year, excluding the dates. It's a clean, unqualified opinion, as you'd expect receiving. We didn't have any issues. And the most important paragraph, as I mentioned, is here, and it's in our opinion, the company consolidated financial statements presents fairly in all material respects the financial position of the Township of Severn as at December 31st, 2023, and the results of its operations and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards.
Wayne, it's quite difficult to hear you, so if you could speak up, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you.
Much better, thank you.
Next page. So in completing the audit, we perform a number of procedures in order to be confident in our opinion that was disclosed on the last page for the financial statements. And included in our audit procedures are a review of the minutes. So we go over the minutes to make sure that the decisions that were incorporated in those are included in the financial statements. We would do various types of substantive analytical testing, including sampling based on our materiality that we pick, which is usually about 3% of your total revenue. Analytical review, and as well we review management estimates. We also do systems documentation and our related control testing for both revenues, disbursements, payroll, and journal entries as well. So we do testing on all of those areas based on our sampling. Next page. Audit overview. This is the highlights of the post-audit letter, which is included in the package. So the audit is complete pending a couple of things. One being council approval at your next council meeting, which I think is February 5th or 6th. Receipt of the signed representation letter, which is attached to the post-audit letter. Just says that your staff has provided with us with all the information we've requested, and as well the receipt of the 2 legal letters that were sent out and should be due back later this week or early next week. There wasn't any significant difficulties we encountered during the course of our audit procedures. There wasn't any change from our initial audit plan to the actual testing that we did. There was no disagreements or difficulties with management. Excellent cooperation with management and staff. And as I mentioned, we had some additional audit procedures, presentation and disclosure in the financial statements related to the new public sector standard for asset retirement obligations and financial instruments. And in the financial statements, note 1 on page 14 discloses the various changes in accounting policies that were implemented for the 2023 audit. Note 5 on page 15 includes documentation on the financial instruments, and note 13 on page 21 details the information on the asset retirement obligation. And in total, it was very small for the municipality. It's only $25,500, but you still had to go through all of the procedures and your consultant to go through looking at your buildings to make sure that you didn't have any additional asset retirement obligations. And as well, within the financial statements, there was one uncorrected audit difference that was noted, and it related to a prior year grant there was revenue that should have been recorded in 2022 that was missed. And the details for that are also included in the post-audit letter. And the total on that was about 12% of our material value. So it was well under our threshold for requiring that to be recorded. And so we didn't consider it necessary to go back and restate the prior year's numbers just for that one small missed amount. Next page. So next page includes your financial assets. So this is the next couple of slides are the snapshot point in time December 31st numbers for your assets, your liabilities, and then your equities. So this page does your assets. You've got cash. Your cash increased 4.3 million from the previous year due to a number of factors. One being about $2 million increase in deferred revenue. So that was cash that you received, but you haven't spent yet. That will be detailed on a couple of slides later. $3 million increase in your surplus and reserves. And that was mainly due to a number of capital purchases that were budgeted that didn't get completed by the end of the year. So those monies that were budgeted got moved into reserves, and those will be used in future years when those expenses are actually incurred. And then there was about $450,000, 2 lines down, increase in taxes receivable, which obviously didn't get turned into cash, so that would decrease your cash by that amount. Your accounts receivable and then your inventories and long-term receivables are fairly comparable to your previous year's numbers in total, so nothing major there. So overall, your total assets, 48.6 million compared to 43.8 million in the previous year. Next slide. Next slide is just a graphical representation of the previous slide, and as you can see, the cash is by far and away your largest financial asset. Next slide. Next slide is your financial liabilities as of December 31st again. Your accounts payable and accrued liabilities decreased considerably from last year, mainly due to construction activities. So in 2022, there was about 1.3 million more in liabilities related to construction holdbacks. So some of those holdbacks were paid in 2023 as your projects were completed. So there wasn't as much payable for holdbacks at the end of the year. Your deferred revenue obligatory reserve funds, as mentioned on the previous slide, the reason your cash went up is you received a bunch of funds that were deferred revenue that you haven't spent yet. About 360,000 of that related to gas tax and OSIF funding, and about $2.2 million increase in your development charges. And it's up at total of the development charges is about $8.3 million at the end of 2023. Your other liabilities increased about 630,000, and that was mostly in deposits, and those deposits mainly related to lot grading deposits. Your long-term liabilities decreased due to your principal repayments on those long-term debt. And then your new financial liability for 2023 is your asset retirement obligation at $25,500. Next slide. Once again, just a graphical representation of your liabilities, and the red line being your deferred revenue obligatory reserve funds as your largest liability, and it continues to increase. Next slide. This is your net financial assets, 5-year trend. So as you can see, left to right, you're increasing your net financial assets over the last 5 years. And I would say that's a positive trend considering the level of tangible capital asset additions that you've had over the last couple of years, because the debt is above the line in reduces your net financial assets, and your tangible capital assets on your financial statements is under this line. So it doesn't get included in your net financial assets. So the fact that it's going up is definitely a good sign. Next slide. Just shows what those net financial assets are, and your non-financial assets. So your net financial assets, 25 million compared to 22 in the previous year. And then your non-financial assets, you just had tangible capital assets as being your non-financial assets, of 107 million compared to 104 million in the previous year. And they're non-financial assets because non-financial assets aren't being expected to be turned into cash in the near future. So in the previous slides, where you had your financial assets, those are assets that you're expecting to turn into cash over the next year or so. And the non-financial assets, you're not returning into cash, and you're using those to provide services to the municipality over the useful life of those assets. And your additions to tangible capital assets for the year are included on this slide. $3.9 million on roads and bridges, about 2.8 million of that related to Burnside Road and Wayman, and as well a portion of that related to the donated assets that were received in the year, which were a total of 1.2 million for a new subdivision that was transferred over to the township, which had roads and bridges as well as water and sewer and land improvement components. Your vehicles, 800,000 included a sidewalk tractor, a plow, a truck, and as well as a float trailer. The equipment, about $500,000 of that related to fire gear. Your building, the main component there is the addition of the rec facility. Land improvements. There was included in there some facility and welcome signs, as well as a portion of the donated capital assets, and then there's additional assets for water and sewer as well. Next slide shows your tangible capital assets additions compared to your amortization. So the last 5 years anyway, you've had capital additions that were higher than your amortization, which is good. You should, in general, always be adding more assets than your amortization, because your amortization is based on old assets that are being amortized, and the new assets are obviously going to be at a higher price than your old ones. So it's a good trend to have more assets addition than amortization. If it was the other way around, then your assets would be getting old and you're not replacing them on a timely fashion. Next slide. Your accumulated surplus. So the total accumulated surplus of 133 million, up from 125 million in the previous year, has a number of components, but the largest component of that is your invested intangible capital assets, 101 million. That includes your total tangible assets, which was 107 million, less your associated debt related to that. So that's just your net assets less debt. And then a couple of small surpluses for police and various other ones. And then your water reserves, capital purpose reserves and operating purpose reserves totaling 30 million, up from 25 million in the previous year. Although 2.4 million of that related to a transfer of the water and sewer surplus, which was the fourth line up in the top section there. It went from 2.4 million down to 585,000, but 2.4 million of that got transferred into reserves. So there was actually a surplus for the year of about $500,000 in the water and sewer. So it didn't have a $1.9 million loss for the year. The next slide shows your reserves, graphical representation. So the largest portion of that being your reserves for capital purposes, which have increased considerably over the last couple of years. The next slide is your consolidated statement of operations. So the top section includes just your total revenues and expenses. The next couple of slides we'll go over those in detail. But $27 million actual revenue and $20 million of expenses. Left a public sector surplus of $7 million and a budgeted surplus for PSAB purposes of $4.5 million. And then the bottom section of that graph, the representation reconciles the PSAB annual budget down to your zero-based budget. So taking out the factors of your tangible capital asset amortization and the purchase of those assets, your transfers to and from reserves, and your debt principal repayment. So you can see at the bottom of the first column, your budget is zero. And in the actual column, it ends up being zero after your transfers to and from reserves and those amounts that were transferred into your surpluses for the water and sewer of 562,000 and the various other small ones, the BIA, police, and libraries. You've had surpluses in all 5 years, and the revenues have been increasing more than your expenses as well. So those surpluses have been increasing as well. Next slide is the details on your revenues. So it has budget and actual and for 2023 and 2022. So this is the full year revenues. Your taxation fairly close to in line with budget. User fees and service charges, considerable decrease from the previous year. But included in that line item is your development charges that were earned during the year on capital projects that you allocated those to. So in 2022, you allocated 1.7 million more to your rec facility than in the current year. And in the current year, there was about $530,000 for roads and other projects. So it's about $1.2 million less in development charges earned. So excluding that, there's an actual increase of about 310,000, which about 230 of it is related to water and sewer increase in fees, and about $60,000 in rec fees. The Government of Canada revenue relates to your gas tax funding mainly. You just didn't use as much of it in your current year, and that's one of the reasons your your deferred revenue obligatory reserve funds increased. So that's just been put away to be used in future years. Your province of Ontario, fairly comparable to budget and actual in the previous year. Other municipalities, the same. Penalties and interest increased considerably over the previous years, and that's due to a couple of factors. One being your increase in cash amounts in the bank, and as well as the interest rates having been increased over the full 2023 year. Licenses and permits decreased during the year, about $400,000 decrease, but $600,000 of the amount in the previous year in 2022 related to gain on disposal of TCA. So if you took that gain on disposal out, there's about a $200,000 increase. And the main amount there was the increase in building permits. The last line there is your contributed assets. So this year in 2023, there was about 1.2 million, and the previous year about just under 800,000. And those are subdivisions that were taken over by the municipality. Next slide, just a graphical representation of your revenues. It's easy to see that taxation is your largest revenue factor of about 53.5 million, and then user charges and the province, the next two highest revenue sources. The next slide is your financial activities expenses. So budget actual 2023 and 2022 as well. The Government of Canada, or sorry, general government expenses for the total year, just slightly under budget. As well, protection services slightly under budget. See that transportation is over budget during the year, but $334,000 of that amount relates to a loss on disposal of tangible capital assets. So taking that out, there was actually a small decrease, just a little less than budget on that as well. Environmental services, just slightly over budget. Recreational services under budget about 300,000. Mainly due to parks wages and rec programs that were underspent. And then the planning and development slightly under budget as well. There wasn't as much consulting expenses during the current year than as budgeted. Next slide. Once again, just to show the percentages of the departments. Transportation being the largest at 31%, and then environmental and protection next closest at just over 20% each. The next slide shows your expenses again, the same totals as in the previous slide by department, but this is broken out by object. So salaries and wages, under budget, about 120,000 related to fire under budget, parks about 85,000, and winter control about 120,000. Your materials just under budget slightly, as well contracted services, rental and financial expenses, just slightly over budget. Interest charges slightly under budget. And then you can see your loss on disposal of tangible capital assets, which was included in your roads in the previous slide. And then your amortization, 4.3 million, just up slightly from $4 million in the previous year. And then the next slide is the graphical representation of those objects. So salaries and wages being your largest component of your expenses at 35.7%, then materials 24.7%, amortization at 20.6%, and contracted services 15.7%. And that's it for the presentation. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Questions, comments from committee members? Member Burkett.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you, Dwayne, for the presentation. Did you come to the office? Because I didn't see you this year.
Yeah, we were there for 2 days, I believe.
I missed you. Well, Happy New Year. Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, we were there. Well, last year we were there in probably, I think it was late April.
Member Minnings.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you for your presentation. I do have 3 questions for clarification. The first one is the explanation of the misstatements on page 5 or on page 219 of 435. what are the misstatements? And I just need a little more explanation.
So in preparing the 2022 financial statements, there was a grant for, I believe, as a Parks and Rec program, capital program, that you'd received the grant approval for, but the revenue was not set up for that. There was expenses for it, but the revenue didn't get set up until the claim form was filed. So those revenues should have been in 2022, but they got recorded in 2023. So in total, there was nothing missed. It was just in the wrong year.
Thank you very much. And then my other question is page 235 of the agenda package, I guess. The reserves set aside specific to West Shore. What's this from? What's it for? And just a little more information on that specific line item.
Is that in the, oh, go ahead, Andrew.
I'm just looking where it says West Shore. Oh.
It's page 16 on his report.
If I can just which
235 on our agenda, or 16 on his presentation.
I'm looking at 235. Not page 19. So where's the reference West Shore? Oh, there you go. So fair enough, I got it. Thank you. If I can respond to the chair to member Minnings, just the West Shore Reserve, it goes back, it relates to when we put in the water and sewer systems initially. And we have always just used that to do capital projects inside of West Shore. And it was about 1.5 million, I believe, when we started. It is now down to about 370,000. Less now, because we've also had projects for 2024 that will also be there to reduce it further. But again, it is ultimately money we received that we through a grant program in 2006, I'll say 2007, and it's been council at the time said it should just be used for capital projects inside the West Shore water system.
Thank you very much. I brought that forward. So I've had a few residents who are tracking that contact me about it, and slightly a little bit off topic, but I'm wondering, can there be a report put forward eventually, and I don't know how to go about doing this, to have a report on that reserve account that was set up around that time to show that dwindling amount? I think it would just be something, because I think that eventually we'll get to zero on that is what I know. So again, not specific to the auditor's report, but because it continues to appear there, I think I'd like to bring that forward, and maybe I'll touch base with the clerk afterwards on how to do that. Thank you.
Yes. Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. That $1 million was the late money we got, so we couldn't put it towards the capital costs. And that's why we said it was for West Shore only. And that was used for one thing that wasn't happy to the residents, so it never got utilized for that again. It went for the West Shore plants, the 2 plants. Thank you.
Other questions from committee? Any comments from staff at all at this point?
Thanks to the main, everything. They're quite easy to work with, and they're involved in, they're quite helpful and have questions as well.
Clerk, can we have a motion?
Thank you. The motion reads that the presentation by Dwayne Potter of Baker Tilly regarding the 2023 year-end financial statements be received, and that the 2023 draft audited financial statements be approved, and for the deputy mayor be authorized to sign the required letter.
Mover. Member McIntyre, seconded by Member Minnings. All in favor? Motion.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Potter. You have a good day.
You as well.
All right, we'll move on to F 2.1. Recreational Report 25001, Township of Georgian Bay Parking Pass Agreement. And I understand that Director Belfry will be speaking to this.
All right, thank you. Before you have a report on a pilot program we did last summer in partnership with the Township of Georgian Bay, where on our behalf, the Township of Georgian Bay offered parking passes to our residents up in the Port Severn area for use of their park for the Port Severn Park and Beach. It was a request due to the fact that Port Severn is a unique community where it's split between two municipalities. And there was a request brought forward by the Cultural Recreation Advisory Committee to look at making more inclusive recreation opportunities for our residents. So in response to that, we reached out to the Township of Georgian Bay staff and came up with a program where they would distribute parking passes to our residents on our behalf. And then we would subsidize the payment of those once we were invoiced. So last year we allowed for 50 parking passes. A total of 41 were distributed. And in the end, they were subsidized by the municipality. We were invoiced for just over $6,000. This year, we've included the $7,500 within our operating budget to cover this program, as we've already started to have discussions with the Township of Georgian Bay again for looking to continue this program. So before you have a recommendation from staff that we enter into an agreement with the Township of Georgian Bay to annually offer parking passes to 7 residents at the Port Severn Park and Beach.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair.
Member Taylor.
To Greg, I think I support the your report and recommendation, and I personally used it last year. I took the grandkids there, and it was well worth it. And I think it's great that the more we do with our neighbors, the better, and hopefully we can do more down the road as well. I support the recommendation here.
Member Cox.
Well, I'm going to be the devil's advocate on this one. It costs $20 a day to park there. And that's why I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It's a $20 parking fee a day. If you go to that, yeah, I think it is. I know it sounds an awful lot, but I'm sure that's what they told me. Anyway, whatever it is, would it not be feasible to ask the people who get the 50 passes to pay $25? Like they had never said they wanted it free. They just wanted a deal on the parking. I could be wrong on that because I think it was $20 a day. Am I wrong on this?
Through you, the chair. You're not wrong. I actually think it's $40 a day. The reason we're suggesting subsidizing it really is just an administrative thing. There are so few. So right now, the residents from Port Severn go to Georgian Bay, which is right there in Port Severn, and they show their driver's license and they get their pass. Georgian Bay gives their residents passes for free. They won't collect money for us because that's not their program. So then they're going to send them down to our admin office and we're going to charge them for the passes. So just administratively, it didn't seem worth the $7,500.
Okay, I understand that. But just to throw this out there, what if 45 people from Coldwater go for them and only Port Severn people there's only 5 left?
absolutely a risk. They're open to the township of Severn, and Georgia Bay is only willing to give us 50 because the parking lot is crowded and they don't want more. But we didn't seem to have that problem last year. We didn't take up the whole 50, but we started late too, so could be better this year.
I just wanted to clarify that because I just would like it monitored. Thank you. I think it's great that we're doing it. It's just, I don't think people ever expected that it would be free. I think they just thought that it would be a better deal than the $40 a day. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. No more oh, yes, Member Mennings.
Thank you through the chair. Yeah, I also support the recommendation to just offer the 50 passes a day and we'll subsidize them. Although I don't live in that part of the township, I do benefit from the similar arrangements we have with the city of Orillia for library, rec center use, etc. So I think it's great, and it is such a close border, if I could say, between the townships there. And I think it's great, and it is a subsidized program, first come, first serve. And it's not that people can't park there; it's that for those who use it and would like to benefit from the beautiful waterfronts and parks, and it's something we don't have there, that we should absolutely do it. Thank you.
Member Cox.
Sorry, through the chair to Mr. Belfry. We get a subsidy at the rec center? I know we get the library.
Through the chair to Member Cox, if you're referring to the Orillia Rec Center, no, there's an upcharge of 30%.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Member Clerk, or Madam Clerk. Can we have a motion, please?
No problem. So the motion reads that Recreation Report R25-001 dated January 22nd, 2025 regarding a parking pass agreement with the Township of Georgian Bay be received for information. And further, that council directs staff to enter into an agreement with the Township of Georgian Bay to annually offer parking passes to Severn residents at Port Severn Park and Beach.
Mover, Member Cox, seconder, Member Taylor. All in favor? Motion pass. Thank you. All right, on to F3, Public Works, F3.1. The report 25004, Community Safety Zone, and I understand that Director Burke will be speaking to that.
Yes, thank you through the chair. So this report summarizes, I guess, a first step and foundational step into the longer process of automated speed enforcement, the cameras. And so we reviewed our policy, the traffic calming policy as well, and developed a criteria that would justify or not justify the implementation of a community safety zone. So these zones are, under the Highway Traffic Act, an area of enhanced speed enforcement and then associated penalty as well. And it does allow for automated speed enforcement to be used in those zones. So the criteria that we've developed are kind of twofold. So the first is by outright land use and compatibility. So if there was a school or medical center or downtown commercial area like Wishago and Coldwater, they would be outright good candidates for a community safety zone, usually higher pedestrian volumes and a bit more turning movements and vulnerable road users, or a mix of those type of road users. And then there's the second part, which would be a justification based on points. So there may be areas in the township that, you know, have a higher speeding level or a higher truck traffic percentage mixed with a combination of road users that would generate a desirable area for community safety zones. So two different approaches. The first one we're recommending is to look at the outright ones for the candidate review for the ASC program. This will still require some data collection, traffic monitoring, a report back to council to recommend those zones. And those zones they are listed in here, but it's the 2 downtown commercial cores and the 3 schools. There is possibly one more spot that could be looked at from a justification style, which is Division Road and Burnside Line. The collision history there is one of the higher in the area for the township road network. And so we've set a threshold that would be met by the recent collision history at that intersection of 1 in 900. So 1 in 900 being that for 900 value of annual or daily traffic, that one collision happens per those 36 months. That can get it, that's achieved in a lot of instances, not so much in the township roadways, but as you get to higher volume level roadways. So that's why that value was set. And that's consistent with 2 other municipalities that we did some research with.
Thank you. Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Derek, for the report. So is it under the Highway Traffic Act that we designate areas community safety zone, or is it under your discretion, sorry? Or is it council bringing forward a road that we would look at, or is it by, as you said, on Burnside and Division Road, because of the number of accidents, we may look at that? Like, I'm just curious how it would work.
So through the chair, it's probably a mix of all of those circumstances. But going back to what a community safety zone really is, it's an area designated by the road authority by bylaw that is considered a community safety zone. And then because it's considered a community safety zones, there's ramifications in regard to penalty. So that's really the true heart of it. It also allows the ASC program to exist inside those zones. So that's how the legislation was written. That, you know, within school zones and community safety zones, they're 2 different things, but they're very similar, that you can use an ASC in those zones. Now, what the source is actually what we're trying to develop here in this policy is what are the justifications. You know, council may have an area of interest. If you have an area of interest, it probably likely falls under the justification number 2 of a point system. There's usually some rationale why an area would want to be a community safety zone. Either collision history or some known speeding violation issues, high pedestrian movements in the area, that sort of thing. So that's actually what we're trying to do, is set a reasonable and defensible rationale on why we've selected a community safety zone to be included in the bylaw.
Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. I guess I'm having trouble with Muskoka Street. It says 300 meters north. The complaints we had were further north than that. And those are the people who are walking and made most of the complaints. And if people are going to speed, as you well know, they're going to do that when they come up that way. And we were talking about putting a larger 50-kilometer sign up, but that's their speed area. Once they see the sort of settlement area, they get a few there. But I think that I thought that the way the residents talk, it was further down you cut by Cooper's Falls Road, almost maybe where it even says welcome to Washago sign along that way that all those people were.
So through the chair, I think that's exactly what this policy is trying to look at, is what is reasonable, justifiable, defensible. And in the area that we've defined a limit of 300 meters is really because the length should be somewhat confined. A road user coming into a community safety zone, you know, wouldn't reasonably expect it to be miles long. It's usually kind of a local approach, but that doesn't mean that we can't. So even though the description here is 300 meters north, because that seems to be where our traffic monitoring catches the primary concern, that doesn't mean we can't expand it. And that is at council's discretion. We can make all the recommendations that would be sort of reasonable, but at the end of the day, the bylaw gets passed by council. And I think we can support even a longer stretch knowing the history, but we'd like to collect the data, work with the ASC provider, make sure that it works for ASC, because those are 2 different things, right? A community safety zone is one thing. ASC just exists inside of one of those community safety zones. So not all community safety zones warrant ASC.
Okay, so supplemental, maybe right by the sign where it says welcome to Washago, because now you've been told that you're entering a settlement area. So if we could maybe look at that. And my other question is, and I don't know this, but if you're coming into Coldwater, like Coldwater Road, let's say, or use a school, Severn Shores, you're coming this way Is there a camera that catches you if you're coming this way and one if you're coming this way? There's two cameras? I
So,
assumed.
through the chair, not necessarily.
But can
So
it catch both ways?
It can catch one way, it can catch both ways, and a lot of it has to do with the data supporting where's the issue. Like we want to deploy these devices in an area that have issues. And if one direction of travel is significantly better than the other, it would kind of be a waste of resources and infrastructure to have both directions. So we'll look at that at a review with our consultant and service provider.
Okay, no, only reason I asked is because I was thinking if you were coming into Washago from Cooper's Falls, you're probably more apt to be speeding going in because of the fact it goes that way than maybe coming out. I only asked because I wasn't sure and somebody had asked me and I didn't have the answer.
Madam CEO.
I was just going to say some lived experience. They put them up on ESSA where I go home, and it was only one way because one way goes from 80 to 60 to 40, and that's where the speeding coming out of town, you're already slow and you're speeding up. So I think they only have so many cameras, so they deploy them where they will get the most bang for their buck.
Yeah, thank you, because that's what I thought it should be like on that welcome Muskoka Street, welcome to Washago, because that obviously is going to be the scoot route because it goes from 80 to 50, and then that's where we had the issues. And just while I'm on this, are we getting big speed signs for there? Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair. The large speed signs are definitely part of our traffic calming approach for Muskoka Street itself. But one thing I did note, just as we were talking about the directional, so ASC would be the enforcement tool or the traffic calming tool. But the community safety zone is not directional, right? So that zone, what we're talking about today, would apply in all directions on the defined limit as signed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Member Minnings and then Member McIntyre.
Thank you. Through the chair, my question is around the point system. And I know that with the traffic calming policy, which we now have, which is good, the point system almost disadvantages some of the experiences and the, I guess, the behaviors that are on that street, because you don't score high enough on a point system or have enough traffic volumes and things like that. So I agree with the comments around Washago, because I think most of us went to the Washago OPP open house as well as a Coldwater open house. And I just wouldn't want to see us put a policy in place that's so structured that it doesn't account for lower volumes. So I don't like the point system, that whether it's a terminology or whatever, I don't like that. And then my second question is, when we're talking about school zones, we also have places of worship, for example, on Gray Street, I think, in Coldwater, certainly in Washago, et cetera. And those aren't captured unless they're considered institutions, which is the wording in the policy. So I just wanted to ask that question too. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So for the first question, I'm getting a little bit of feedback. The amount of points, I think the point system is still a very good justification path. It's very commonly used through road authorities in the province as well. But I think it's fair to say that our municipality is not the same as the city of Barrie, right? And what we did to make sure that that was reflected well in the justifications point system is, in many municipalities that have the same sort of table, their volumes of traffic are into the 10s to 20,000 range before they get 3 points on the traffic volume. We've lowered that to what's realistic for Severn. Our road network runs typically 500 cars a day to 2,000 is kind of your average roadways. More busy roadways for us are up to 5,000. And that's why the whole table has been adjusted to really reflect how Severn's roads operate. And our speed limits and that sort of thing. So we did try to make sure that not, basically any candidate wouldn't meet the thresholds, but on the same breath, you don't necessarily want, requests for community safety zones in, local residential areas that don't generally experience these challenges to the same degree as others, and then you're having a resource issue. You only have so many community safety zones that you can reasonably enforce, both either from an ASC perspective, if you have those tools available, or just from the police themselves. You know, you'll see in the document that we very prescriptively said the amount of community safety zones is going to be a little bit subject to discussions with the police board that we're now on, community safety board, so that it is enforceable, right? If you had every road have a CSV on it, I don't know if that really does the job of the community safety zone.
Yeah, thank you. And subsequent, I do agree with that. However, and I'm thinking situational. So if we're talking about Washago and Muskoka Road heading out of the community, and the 15 or so residents who each spoke to their experiences of walking along that strip, if 100% of 15 people who use a stretch of road don't meet the threshold of volume, then we're doing ourselves a disservice. So that's my point, is that I don't think we can say X number of cars. I think it needs to be situational.
Yes.
Through the chair, and I believe that was answer 1 of 2. The other one was institutional. And so the description of institutional probably is pretty vague. And I think places of worship or general, like larger occupant load, even if it's not all the time, you know, is considered. I don't, this policy isn't really written in a way to just, you know, remove all opportunity for implementing the, it's just to provide some framework, a justification path for the review, and then recommendations to council for additional CSVs.
Member McIntyre.
Thank you. Just a comment. When people come off Highway 11 to get on to Muskoka Street, it's 80 posted there. You cross over the Canal Road direction, and they hammer it from there. And it don't seem to, I'm getting this from residents along both sides of that strip. They don't seem to think that they should slow it down to 50, even though somewhat along the way from after the highway and past that Cooper's Falls and others, they seem to hammer it. So back to member Cox's point, the 300 meter, and conversely, going the other way, they seem to get past the post office and do it going the other way. 80 seems to be the norm, and where it's posted at 50. So the 300 meter rule there is one I think that should be examined. To member Cox's point, that is that's a stretch that's just begging for some kind of problem along the way.
Yes, Derek.
Thank you to the chairs. Just for clarity, the 300 meters not a rule. It was just a recommendation by staff in this report that there is sort of, at least from a data perspective, an area where we have the most concern. And if we were looking at the length, so the length isn't limited by any rule. It could be quite long. I think it's just that it's reasonable to have some length control, or else you'll have a zone so large that it becomes less effective. So I think it's fair to say that from Cooper's Falls all the way down to the interior of the downtown core of Washago could for sure be implemented. Where we put those cameras is going to be limited. You can't have a series of cameras. That would probably be ineffective as well. So I think we've just highlighted that we know that there's a challenge on that particular road. How long that could be will come in a different report, and we'll come with a little bit more data behind it when the consultant helps us select this zone.
Supplementary, just a comment. I think it should be in that stretch both ways. They come out of the post office and they seem to go excessively in their speed. They come off the highway and do the same going into the village. So to me, it should be considered, at least, if you would, both ways.
Member Cox?
Yep. Just another one. Allison will also speak to it maybe. When I'm at the Police Services Board, the inspector asked that we let him know where we put up the cameras. And we thought it was so that they could oh, that's covered, but it's a lot of it's vandalism also, that they like to keep an eye on the cameras and where they are. And the other one is when you're doing the data with the ASC people, is our black box come in handy to help them with that, or do they have other means? I'm just curious.
So through the chair, bit of both. We have quite a bit of historic traffic monitoring data from all sources, and so we provided that to them. We are going to do additional counts through a third-party contractor that looks at a bit more data than even our Black Cat collects, and that'll help in determining the best places to put these.
Thank you. It just was a question someone had asked also.
Yes.
So staff will reach out and consult with the local OPP detachment, just so they're aware. Not necessarily too much input, but they'll be made aware of it so they know where they are. Just on the statistical piece for that Derek was referencing, just for council's information for MTO, we have to have counts before the cameras go up, and then we have to submit counts a year after, so that MTO can see that the program is justified in the area that the cameras are up. So MTO does require those reporting requirements. ESSA was very surprised when they got their year one reports as to how drastic the speed had dropped in the areas where they put cameras up. So it was a good report to be able to generate. And Global will definitely be providing that information and assisting because they will hold the data in their cameras. On the positioning of the cameras, so we have to have the counts too on each direction the cameras will face. So if the cameras are going to be on the west side of a street, we have to have the counts from the west side of the road. It can't be just across all of, say, Coldwater Road. It has to be from the side that the camera is going to be mounted on. So just for background information for council. So that's some of the report that the director and Global will be working on over the next little bit. I think the goal is to bring that next report to February corporate services to actually have council determine where the first round of community safety zones will be established. And then we'll bring a bylaw forward to formally position or create those community safety zones. And then create the actual formal program under the Highway Traffic Act. So there's a fair amount that'll come in the next month.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, some interesting dialogue, different perspectives. Madam Gray, can we have a motion, please?
Certainly. So the report reads that, or the motion reads that Public Works Report number W25-004 dated January 22nd, 2025, with respect to community safety zone policy be received, and further that the proposed community safety zone policy be adopted. And further that staff review the candidate areas and provide recommendations for community safety zone designations and automated speed enforcement implementation.
And a mover? Member Minnings, seconder? Member Kett? All in favor? Motion passes. Thank you. Sorry. Yes, moving on to F3.2. Report 25002 on open road allowances. And then again, Director Burke, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Yes, this is an interesting one. So this staff report is a precursor a little bit to two projects we've identified here in the 2025 projects plan. And it summarizes the recommendations a little bit from the 2023 Transportation Master Plan, but expands and looks at, scenarios that are similar to this and why they would be similar to this. And lots of examples of where, there are private roads on private lands that have very much their own operations. And so they're quite different. So we've summarized a number of them here. I'll probably just touch briefly on each one, and then we'll open the floor to some questions. And so the ones that were identified in the Transportation Master Plan were ones that had been brought up during the commenting period. Twin Oaks subdivision being one of them, West Canal Road, Dunlop Drive. And now the last two are a little bit different. Claresbridge Lane is the project where we have a bit of a gap in between of land ownership and a bridge that is privately owned. So that is a little bit different, and it is one of the projects considered for 2025. And then Viking Marina Road is kind of wildly different. This is a road that we have a historical road maintenance agreement on. However, the road itself exists purely on private property. So that's actually one instance where we don't have any other instances like that in the township. So going through, I guess, all of these various roads, Ormat Road's one of our largest private road on private lands, and it is not a municipal transportation challenge. Just want to be clear on that. And there's lots of others listed in this report. But there are a few that are underdeveloped roadways, but staff don't feel, and the transportation master plan also does not highlight these as being integral transportation challenges. And that's in the part that's called undeveloped and partially developed roads on municipal lands. But the things like Grass Lake Line, that serves only a vacant lands deep into the rural section of the township. There is no justification to upgrade these roads. They are private, undeveloped roads, and we wouldn't really consider them roads. They just happen to be travelable. And Lawson Line's another one where this is just defined as a trivial maintenance road, but the trivial maintenance really is some minor grading under policy from a previous township policy, but it's not the intent to ever assume these roads. It's 3 times a year maximum of work, and they're all considered a class 6 no maintenance road. That sign right at the end there still says it's an unassumed or unmaintained roadway and is not subject to the minimum maintenance standards.
Could I just jump right in there?
Yes.
So Derek, in the, it says Lawson Line brackets private. So it's not private, it's a township road.
Through the chair, how we've dealt with it in the past is we've labeled them private in the way that they're not an integral part of the municipal road network. They're not classed. They're a class 6 roadway, which means no maintenance. No maintenance really. The trivial maintenance component is an elective thing that the township prepared a policy for, and it does not match minimum maintenance standards whatsoever. There's no routine patrol, there's no signage, and the road themselves are quite limited in terms of their capacity, their function, the road width, the geometry, the everything is not of a suitable nature to be a municipal roadway.
Yeah, through the chair, I just question the term private. They're not private. And then you're making the assumption that if these roads don't go to any houses, then we don't do anything. But in some cases, they go to farmers' fields, people log, people pay taxes on their property, and they want to get to their property. So I want to make sure that we never lose the trivial maintenance portion of this. And I do question the term private when they're not private.
Member Cox.
Yeah, just a question through the chair. Are you talking Lawson Line from Upper Big Chute Road? Or that little part that goes right there and then goes back in and follows the trail?
So through the chair, just from Kinnear Side Road, and it goes into another private roadway, which is called Copeland's Lane. And so those are, like I said, those are trivial maintenance roads that we do not integrally consider part of the municipal road network. They're not on routine patrol. But maybe what I can do is I'll just sort of finish in closing. So this report's intent was to, satisfy a general review of scenarios similar to the transportation master plan's challenges, the 5 of them. And because we know there are more, right? And that's the fear, is what we do with this 1 or 2 events now is probably setting a bit of a precedent going forward. We just want to be clear that there's about a handful of ones that are truly in this scenario, and that we will have still, even after rectifying a number of these, transportation challenges, some undeveloped roads in a trivial maintenance fashion on original Crown road allowances in the future. It's just they're not really the priority here in terms of the transportation master plan.
Yes, Member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair to Derek, I learned something on this report. I never heard of Gray Bear Common. And how can it's described as area of user, and how can it become ownerless? Who owns it now?
Through the chair. Yeah, so we wanted to highlight this just as an example of a scenario where an area in common was an old practice, particularly I think in cottagey type developments. And so the property owners that sort of surround, and they're typically named in the title, have this mutual ownership of the lands. And if there's a road on it, like in this instance, there is actually, it's a private road owned by a collection of homeowners deeded title onto the lands. The challenge is often sometimes these lands aren't actively managed. And if they're not actively managed, and perhaps maybe the taxes aren't paid, sometimes the municipality may need to or have invested into the property and become owner of the property. Then effectively we become owner of a private road or undeveloped road, which is a new transportation challenge. So just an example of the events where we have to be careful when these properties are in common ownership, that we do not vest in them, and that we don't take a new transportation challenge under our wing.
Member Cox.
I'd just like to mention, I'd like you to explain, you did to me that Brooks Lane, because that was the one I found the oddest.
Thank you, through the chair. So Brooks Lane's an interesting one because it's just purely a municipal road allowance. There's really nothing special about it, but it's an underdeveloped roadway, quite short, serving just a handful of homes. And so it's a transportation challenge in the pure definition of similar to others. It's not something that we heard from in the transportation master plan. You know, there isn't 15 residents not getting waste collection services at the moment being an issue, but it would be very similar. So in a much later, in a later sequence of fixing these challenges, that area would also be considered for upgrades.
Member McIntyre.
Thank you, Chair. Question to Derek. I see West Canal Road on in your report, and it's may justify local improvement. Can you please explain that to me, and why is that different from Claresbridge Lane? When we own a portion of West Canal Road leading into the residence, and we service it with garbage pickup, and the peril that you have going along that road is well, if you traveled it, you'd know that you could lose a Volkswagen in some of the potholes. So I'm just wondering what the may justify area improvement. What does that mean for the resident?
Through the chair, absolutely. And I am noting that almost in every ward, we have these, sort of unique situations that the transportation master plan looked at it from a bird's eye view and wanted to see where can we improve and what are the real issues. So West Canal Road is a bit more unique than the other two, probably more aligned with Claresbridge, to be fair, where there's a chunk of road that is not owned by the municipality, it's privately owned, the land under which and then it actually becomes municipal property again. So municipal property, not municipal property, then municipal property again, all on the same private roadway. Currently, we do a trivial maintenance only on the property that we can access from the main road network. But we don't cross property, don't trespass to maintain the other side. And so that's where we note that it may become a local area improvement project, probably with land acquisitions, if that was the case. Now there's a whole bunch of issues there, but that the other one is how many people, right? So in this particular event in West Canal, it's quite the stretch of residential developed, seasonal or full-time residents in the area. And that's really what we mean by, is it justified or not? If it's a long stretch of road, 1.5 kilometers of road, let's say on Carleon Line, heading up to what we call Swift Rapids Road, that's a significant length of undeveloped road that serves one residential home or two, three residential homes at that time. Generally speaking, I think a reasonable person would say that it's not a justifiable local improvement. So it would be quite costly, right, to put that burden onto three frontages, millions of dollars worth of work. But in these other instances, they're a little bit shorter and there's quite a significant residential presence.
Member McIntyre.
Through the chair, supplemental, Derek, there's very few seasonal on there anymore on the West Canal Road. They're pretty much predominantly full-time residents. Secondly, I had another point. What was it? The owner of the private road, is my understanding, is prepared to sign it over and let the township have the road so that we go our portion, the private, that which could become ours, and then our portion again. So I see the clerk has a question to my question, so I'll yield to that for the moment.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
With respect to West Canal Road in particular, council may recall a report that came forward last year as the gentleman who owns it did put forward a proposal to council, the council assume it. And then council passed a motion going back, said, sure, we'll entertain that provided you do X, Y, and Z for the portion of road that runs across his property. At this point in time, he is not interested in undertaking any of those requirements that council set out through motion, such as an EIS for the lands, the survey requirements, etc., because he would be a direct benefiting owner because he'd get a severance out of it, basically. And then there's the question from planning as to the fact that he would not be able to build on those back lots. So that he would be getting out of that. So there was a very fulsome report that was provided last year with respect to West Canal Road. I'd be happy to provide that again by way of background for each member if they're so interested. But West Canal has some complexities to it. And the current property owner of that piece was not interested in proceeding when we spoke to him at the end of last year.
Further to that comment, it's my understanding that the gentleman who owns the family that owns that private portion of the road brought it forward initially because their insurance for that portion of the road and their liability was it's pretty much in the forefront for him. He thinks that something happens on that portion of the road, then he's liable and he could lose his entire what he's accumulated. So I'll address that with Mr. Henderson again and ask him if he would like to address, when you forward those questions again, if he would like to address those questions. I understand there's a question of a severance. He's across the road from his portion that he owns. That's a lot that's useless because it backs onto the railway. And the other one, I'm not sure about what your question was there, but I would like to have that report sent maybe perhaps to everybody so they have an understanding of what the complexity is of it. If that was the only thing and he was prepared to come forward and yield the road to us without the need to have a severed lot on the other side, I don't know who he's going to give it to or what he has to do with it because it's useless with the railway there. I'd like to address it again at another meeting one time. Perhaps Mr. Burke could shed some light on that.
Yeah, Mr. Burke.
Through the chair, certainly. So I think the clerk will circulate some history. Maybe what I wouldn't, so just to kind of pull back, and I was a little hesitant to write the report in this way. There's a lot of meat to chew on this issue. The purpose of the report really is to highlight, because I heard, a concern that how many more of these skeletons in the closets do we have? Where are these? So we use our GIS to look at the entire road network and the fabric that we own and say, okay, let's quantify this. So that's really the point of this report, is to say these are locations where, we may have some future projects, more local improvements. And maybe that'll be the lead into the next report, because this one's for information really, is what is a local improvement? So all of these upgrades staff are proposing, and so the transportation master plan, that these upgrades are really at the sole cost of the benefiting property owners under some, in local improvement style project, that predominantly local improvement, but that would be the case. There are some other mechanisms, of course. License of occupations is a term that we've used quite long standing here at the township. And these are these private roads that, invariably cross a bit of public land, maybe bisect them or go down a little ways on an original Crown road allowance. And, we can facilitate those through a license agreement effectively with a road association. But I just wanted to highlight, what is the whole gauntlet of concerns that we might address over the next 20 years together? And then look at, okay, what are we looking to do here in 25? Because we got 2 projects identified.
Yes, Member Cox.
So Derek, would this be something we should put as an addendum or an appendix to our master transportation plan? Because we don't want that lost. That's a lot of work and a lot of information.
Through the chair, you beat me to it. So the staff have identified that the transportation master plan, because it was our first in a very long time, has some errors and omissions, to be frank. There are some things in there that we should include. A list like this would even be better. There's some active transportation items that we've completed, right? Like the plan's only 2023 pass, and we've even achieved some of our goals already. So what we want to do is an addendum and look at some, what have we achieved? Where have we gone? We've implemented a number of policies, including one we're reviewing today, and then also fix any errors that might be in there.
Yes, Member Beckett.
Thank you through the chair. And again, Derek, thank you for this. It's new to all of us, this improvement and how it unfolds to the residents and who pays what. This is, I guess what's instigated it is the 2 that are on the next list, and both, like Twin Oaks, my understanding, we inherited that from Tay Township, correct? So it's unique, and as I said, it's going to be a learning curve for each one of us, but not only for us, for our residents, because now if these local improvements get approved, and I know we're waiting for the engineering report for Twin Oaks, there's going to be a cost to the residents, and whether or not they will want to move forward with it is going to be interesting the way it unfolds. And look at the amount of private roads, and we've only got I don't think we have them all, anywhere near them all, but just a handful, and what the cost would be. And again, back to West Canal, that's very unique and different. Again, it's a different type of scenario, as is the Clares Bridge. Very interesting.
Oh, the hot ones anyway. Seeing no further questions, Madam Clerk, can we please have a motion?
Motion reads the Public Works Report W25-001 dated January 22nd, 2025, with respect to unopened road allowances, private roads be received as information.
Mover.
Can I just say something? Sorry.
Comment.
Through the chair. So, and it may not be the right form, but I'm thinking because of our demographics and it's changing, and people that are buying homes, and sometimes a realtor may not be able to explain what a private road is. Like, how does a new person moving into our township understand when they buy something, what some of the perils may be moving forward? Especially if they're buying it in the summer and they can get in, no problem. Now winter comes and they find themselves in a real pickle. Yeah. The only reason I'm asking is that we get it back here, right? So perfect example is Clares Bridge, right? Not knowing what they bought, and Twin Oaks is another one. Like, I don't know how we mitigate something like this moving forward.
Mr.
Through the chair, I don't know if I have the full answer on this, but one thing that we do is erect signage, right? Like at each one of these crossings from municipally maintained everyday roadways into, sort of the bit more uncharted territories. There's a sign that says this road is unassumed, and in the road sign blades that we replaced, I think the majority of them in 94 actually, if they were not part of the integral road fabric, they had a little private sign, like PVT is on the side. So right as the people are entering these lands to acquire them, maybe purchase them, they're crossing signage that indicates this is not it's not a standard roadway.
If I may, and I understand that, but unfortunately, if you're buying a home in the summer, you don't really, they're so excited, they're moving into their new homes, they don't realize we get 6 feet of snow. And then here we are, it's before council again. Anyways, I just a thought, I don't know how you flag something like that or if we can even flag it.
We have the motion. Do we? Buyer beware is the answer. Then we have a mover. Moved by member McIntyre, seconded by member Cox. All in favor? Motion passed. Well, here we go. Another exciting public works report. Local improvement charges. This report is again, Director Burke.
Through the chair. So, contrary to the last report, this one's very narrow. The last one was quite broad. The local improvement charges, the treasurer and I have prepared this report just to give a summary of what a local improvement charge is, and that is defined in a regulation in the Municipal Act, and it's quite a process. So the process, really, in a nutshell, is a petition is initiated by someone, and that someone is sometimes the property owners, and sometimes the municipality, right? So the municipality can say, we have a challenge here. Let's say private roads as an example. We'd like to initiate a petition. The petition starts, and the scope of works is identify like what is the upgrade requested. Let's say it's an upgrade of road standards, and then a circulation has happened to see, is the area interested in doing this projects at an estimated cost, and it'll be borne by those benefiting property owners in some fashion. And I say that because it's not always just a frontage. We hear and we've used frontage as a mechanism for cost recovery rules for West Shore wastewater and water treatment plants, but it doesn't have to be exactly frontage. So, working your way through the process, you get some buy-in from the community that's going to be affected by this project. You secure funding, you raise funds, if you will, to allow the project to proceed. And then following the completion of that project, those costs are borne by the individual property owners. And this could be a number of things too. This could be a prorated or an amortized cost paid over time. This could be paid up front. And all of those things go into a local improvement bylaw. So the process is very prescriptive. There's lots of links to the regulations in what part. There's notification requirements. There's appeals, right? So there's very similar to the municipal drain process, actually, almost mirrors it, where someone could appeal and a tribunal is formed, actually by members of council, and they're to review those appeals and come to a final state of whether or not the project proceeds. So I think they're lengthy in nature, and we're probably undertaking 2 of these this year with Claresbridge Lane and Twin Oaks subdivision.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, Madam Clerk, can we have a motion?
Motion reads that Public Works Report W25-003 dated January 22nd, 2025, with respect to local improvement charge be received as information.
Mover. Member Taylor, second. Member Minnings, all in favor? Last in the series, Public Report 25005, Twin Oaks subdivision, and I understand that Director Burke will speak to that as well.
So through the chair, the reports were sequenced in a way. So this is the first project for 2025, similar in this nature, where Twin Oaks subdivision is an undeveloped roadway in Severn that has quite a number of residential dwelling units, full-time and seasonal residents in the area, and we have a transportation challenge. Maybe in the past, these undeveloped roadways were sort of informally maintained by the residents. And I think there was even a fee recovery system at some time, but nonetheless, it's not a sustainable approach. And so our recommendation here is to actually the municipality initiate the petition. So initiate the process. Then we would reach out to the property owners and look for some buy-in, 2/3 buy-in, or and at least half the property value assessment to be on board with us on this. This one's kind of an interesting case because we do have already an existing reserve account where there are funds available right now in reserve set aside for the upgrading of these roadways. And so that's not like any other of the projects I mentioned before. I'm uncertain whether it'll be, successful or not, but I think this is the first step, is to look to a petition of local area improvement process to advance the road upgrades. We did note something about the road standard that would have been created at the time of this subdivision back then probably was going to be a bit lower of a road standard than we have here today. And maybe there is if council accepts this recommendation, that we produce a slightly lower than our standard cross section for residential areas, just to financially be a little closer to where our reserve funds are, plus a contribution from the local area improvement assessment role. So it's a bit of a meeting in the middle, if you will, and gets the regular services of the municipality, including snow plowing and waste collection services, up and running, but at a slightly lower level of service.
Thank you. Member Burkett.
Thank you, through the chair. And I don't know if Andrew wants to answer this, or Derek. The engineering firm that council passed at budget time, does the money come out of this fund, or does it come out of just the regular monies of the township?
Again, through the chair to the mayor, it is budgeted to come out of that reserve fund specific to, I guess it's, we call it the Trader Cowan.
Thank you.
Reserve fund.
Member Mennings.
Thank you, through the chair. So last year, it was probably late summer. It wasn't even a bad weather season. I had the pleasure of going there and meeting some residents with Member Taylor, because that's in his area. And the road hasn't been kept up, like the potholes, the water that was in some, even though it wasn't rainy that day, et cetera, is just quite alarming. So my question is, understanding the financial cost to residents for a local area improvement of creating a new road or fixing a road and making it actual, there is a road, and there's lots of roads in similar condition, I would say, in some areas of the township, maybe that aren't paved and that are just kind of been around for 50 years. Because there's a reserve fund, is there not an opportunity to use that reserve fund to fill the potholes with gravel, tamp them down, like do some maintenance for a longer period of time? Because we pose that question, I posed it to the homeowners, saying, what about filling in the potholes as a bare minimum so that you could actually ask it, because or have trucks and vehicles use that, like for their garbage pickup emergencies and just regular cars like mine. And there was not an appetite from the homeowners that we spoke to be able to organize themselves to have that kind of a conversation. However, here we are. They have money in their fund historically, and some from selling. Do we have to do a road? Can we not just use that money to maintain what they have?
So through the chair, I guess twofold. So the first part is I don't recommend using any funds, whether it be reserve funds or levy funds, on maintaining a road that was not integral into our road network. That would effectively be assuming the roadway. And we have not done that as this township up to this point. And that's the challenge is, and it's also, I guess the second part, the roadway is so substandard that it's difficult, near impossible to operate year round. So while someone could do some basic maintenance of gravel filling and some pothole repair, this isn't really addressing the true challenge. The challenge is the road was never developed to a municipal standard. And to meet the municipal standard would allow operations to effectively be year round.
Member Cox.
Okay, just a couple of things. I don't know that if everybody knows, but these residents now do not have waste management, waste pickup because the road is in such bad shape. And I see that already cannot get in with their truck. So they will be getting passes to go to the waste site. The county talked to them all. They went door to door. And Mr. Williams said that they exactly what you did is that he talked to them all and they were just concerned about making a road association. And he said to them, it doesn't have to be like a business. It's just what a cottage association or someone does just to pull people together. And I think there is an issue with that. But also my other question is, to put this through, we go to them about petition, but will we have the actual cost before we go to them? Because I don't think as a resident, I could make a decision until I had some clear estimate of cost. And the other one I'd just like to say is I like the idea of not having to go to a urban or a whatever standard. Like, in my opinion, a gravel road, they would probably welcome it and embrace a gravel road just to help them with the issues. Thank you.
So through the chair, a big part of the petitioning process is a refinement of costs as we go. So there is a certain uncertainty of costs going in, and it gets refined as you go. We do have the ability, just under this particular project, because we have a reserve account, to engage an engineer to look at the true scope of works and get pretty darn close. Right now, we've estimated based on linear length of general new roadway construction, and I think that was formed in the Transportation Master Plan value. That's kind of what we know, only what we know now, but it'll get refined as you go. And really, the decision point, you'll have a better handle on the actual costs and expected. And the bylaw will allow some variance. So when the true costs come in, the treasurer certifies on the final cost of the project, that cost is what is rolled onto the property owners minus the reserve funds that we have. So right up to the very last day of issuing the charge, there will be some project cost variability.
So just supplemental. So if we decide that we're going to do a lower standard of road because that's what it requires and it won't be that. So if I'm a resident and I say, okay, I want to do this petition and it comes back and we all go, whoa, can we pull out at that time or do we have to stay with it? I just like to get my head around that.
So through the chair, the process is iterative upon at least the final bylaw passage, right? Like, you can pass an interim bylaw that recovers the costs. And in this instance, we have a reserve account, so we don't really need to do that, but recovers the cost of anything borne to date. So say the consultant does cost us, $50,000 to $100,000 to generate a full set of plans and a very detailed estimate, plus or minus a small contingency is pretty bang on. That cost, if we don't proceed, could just be rolled onto the property owners and recovered in the same way. And we didn't expend the value that was unanticipated. So you can do partial local area improvements by bylaw as you go. And in this instance, I don't even know if we'd need to, because we have the reserve fund that we can dedicate to design.
So, sorry, supplemental again. So you feel that maybe this reserve fund will take a large portion of the cost? No. Sorry, I'm going with, oh my gosh, somebody just knocked on the door and said, I said yes to a local improvement, and I thought it might be, $40,000, and now it's going to be more. And do I have to go through with this? Can we all just go, whoa, we don't want to do anymore?
So through the chair, just because of this project with the reserve fund, we have the opportunity to first seek a level, like if we get all opposition, we shouldn't probably proceed with the project at all and we'll have to change gears. But if we get some level of success, we can expend the reserve funds on the design to get pretty close to a value of construction, because the geometry will be understood better, the vertical curves, all kinds of good stuff. And then we can actually present that cost, and it could still fail at that point. The reserve fund will fund the cost of the design, but in a different type of project, that actually should be borne on the rolls. So you would need a bylaw passage to even advance the design in a different style project.
Okay, thank you. I just, didn't understand, and I wanted to get organized, like in my head where it was. And I just think, I'm sure other people have what they'd like to see the road to.
Member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair, well, 3 points. I'd like to check the minutes, when we allocated 100,000 for this project and 100,000 for Claire's Bridge, there's quite a discussion there. And I'm pretty sure that 100,000 doesn't come out of the reserve for Twin Oaks, but if we could check that, I'd like to follow up on that. Second question to Andrew, and my math isn't great, but if we sold 3 lots at 200,000 each plus 20,000 to begin with, why is the amount only 586?
If I can respond through the chair to Member Taylor. I don't think they were all at 200,000 each. I think one was slightly under, but I will have to double check to give you the exact. Yeah. And they were estimated, they were approximately 200,000 each, but a little bit less.
Okay, then the question that Member Cox was saying. So say we come up with say it's $1 million for the project. Where does so then, and assuming we've got whatever the reserve account is, 600,000. So it's $1 million to subtract 600 leaves 400,000. Is it my assumption then that we decide as a council what share is the council, the township, and what share is the property owner? And then that might start some discussion.
So through the chair, at this time, we're not recommending any particular offset of costs on the local area improvement charge process. There will be some assessment to the municipality, as I believe we own a park, a little frontage in the area, and we're a property owner, no different than the neighbors. So there'll be an assessment against the township, but it is not our recommendation to sort of offset the cost of local area improvement. This is intended to be a non-impactful on the levy process.
That's where I have a problem, because now we're dealing with Claire's Bridge, which is, I think we've tentatively agreed that we're going to split the costs with the property owners, and I don't see where the difference is.
Through the chair, I actually, in the last, my recollection of Claire's Bridge is that we haven't actually agreed to pretty much anything there. And that we will be recommending a very similar approach, a local area improvement charge process for Claire's Bridge as well. And if I recall the discussion at budget, there was sort of a bit of an issue with where the funding was going to be levy or not on these 2 design projects. And I believe we were going to look into ensuring that any funds expended via the Claire's Bridge design kind of moving forward would be eligible for recovery, even if it fails on the rolls of the benefiting property owners. And that would require what I was talking about before, that first bylaw, that first engagement, and making sure that anybody we hire going forward is recovered under the local area improvement charge.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Madam CAO.
Looking at me. That's okay.
You guys just throw me off today.
Just to follow up from Member Taylor, that was the whole point of the list of the roads, so that when you're making decisions about Claire's Bridge, about Twin Oaks, you think, okay, well, what about Dunlop Drive, and what about this, and what about that, and what about this? So we were putting it in context for you to say, you know, whatever you decide on Twin Oaks and Claire's Bridge is going to have a long lasting impact for all the other odd and weird scenarios. So that's the whole point, and council will have to really consider that carefully.
Member Taylor and Member
Yes,
Cox.
supplemental, I made the assumption based on feedback from council that there was going to be a cost sharing at Claire's Bridge. We didn't make a vote on it, and whatever happens at Claire's Bridge should be taken same as at Twin Oaks. So I think we have a disagreement.
Oh, okay. Yes. Madam CEO.
I think the staff members are correct that council has not made that decision. We have definitely heard different views from members of council about what should be covered and what hasn't. Staff's advice to council will always be, if it's a private road, you should pay for nothing, because it's no different. When I was in Georgian Bay, people bought on islands and then wanted us to build them bridges like that. That's, you know, that's what people want, and that's great, but you can't afford it. So our recommendation will be to pay nothing. You had lots of conversations and you're not unanimous on that, but you'll have to make those decisions once you get that, because opposite ends of the tables here had very different views.
Yeah, Member Cox? Then
Yeah,
Member Bennings.
when I distinctly remember at budget is the engineering costs. We asked that, and I think what they said was, so it didn't come on the levy, it was going to come out of the general reserve, and then those projects would pay back that money, and that way, that's how it would be covered. Thank you, because I asked that question. I clearly remember.
Thank you through the chair. Just a comment. So I will review that discussion when the resident came and talked about Clares Bridge, because I can't speak to that discussion now. However, I just want to say I really appreciate this report and the fact that like other reports, when we're asking for money, that staff are now giving us what's the remaining balance in the account. Seeing all of those roadways, I think we would all agree that we would have never considered or known about them. And I found it really interesting and also impactful. And I think I really appreciate that it was provided, because it absolutely makes us now aware, without the shadow of a doubt, of all of the other roadways in the area. And normally we wouldn't have known of that if it was just one-off. So thank you for that.
Member McIntyre.
Thank you through the chair. I'm in a bit of a quandary with the remarks of Member Taylor when he recalled one way, and it seems that it's not that way. I seem to remember that the staff had entered into a negotiation with a representative from the Claresbridge Island to discuss their portion that they would be prepared to pay for the improvements that are needful here. And I was no part of that discussion, and I just I'm trying to recall with Mr. Taylor's remarks, Member Taylor's remarks, is my quandary going to be answered in an easy way? Whatever happened to that guy Diaz who came discussions and so on, and then it didn't come to fruition. I'm a bit lost on what happened after that fellow came with the contingent and they all spoke. And if we could get some clarity, I would appreciate it.
Member Burkett?
You know what? I'll let Madam Clerk go.
Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Thank you through Mr. Chair. Just a couple points. One, on Clares Bridge, council did receive a report, I believe it was last fall, which is what resulted in the direction from council to provide the reports you've received, some of the reports you've received today. What are the other roads we have? What is the process? So those directly came from that delegation that the residents from Clares Bridge and their solicitor came to deliver to council last year. All staff have done at this point, I do want to make clear with Clares Bridge, is to engage in a conversation with them. Staff have no point made a commitment to them as to what percentage the municipality would be willing to take on. There was a report that came forward that gave different options to council, and rather than provide direction to staff, at that point, council requested more information, which is what generated the reports that are on the agenda today. Since that meeting, we have had no discussions or contact with that group because we needed to have these reports come forward, and we were busy with budget, and we needed to get those funds directed through budget this year. So no further discussion or anything has happened with Clares Bridge since they came forward last year. I just want to make sure that that is clear. But staff have, through any of the discussions we had, it has been an information sharing. They have come to us numerous times and said where they're willing to pay to, or they would like to pay to. And that was in the correspondence they brought forward as part of their delegation as well. And I think was attached to the director's report from last fall. However, just to circle back, not to say A isn't related to B, but this is about Twin Oaks for today. And there will be a subsequent report coming forward in the future again to deal with Claire's Bridge at a future date. So just to try and also steer us a little back on track.
Thank you. Member, oh, you're good? Member Taylor.
Through the chair to Andrew, I just looked at my 2025 roads capital sheet and it has Claire's Bridge, or sorry, Twin Oaks subdivision upgrades, $100,000 levy funded.
If I can, through to the chair, that was originally how it was on the sheets, but during budget, we did say it was, and so I do have updated budget binders for everybody to give me, and you'll notice on the new update, it does say it's coming from the reserve account. And it was direction, it was direction from council.
I like to review that, but thank you. Mine is based on the old book I have here.
Thank you. No further questions? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion?
Thank you. So the motion reads the Public Works Report W 25-005 dated January 22nd, 2025 with respect to Twin Oaks subdivision be received. And further that the proposed rural residential road standard be accepted as the minimum service level upgrades. And further that the Township of Severn intends to initiate petition for local improvements of Twin Oaks subdivision. And further that staff be directed to initiate discussion with the property owners and prepare petition forms and preliminary design.
Mover? Member Cox, seconder? Member Minnings? Oh, sorry, you have a question there.
So just to further the cost to the residents, is there a possibility that the township could subsidize part of it? Is that part of the equation? I'm going to ask Derek to answer that and then.
So through the chair, it's not our recommendation. I think there's lots of reports. This is going to be, a nice, good, long conversation at 2025. But at this time, like our recommendation is local area improvement charge, which is a not subsidized or levy funded project.
We have a mover. I need a seconder.
Yeah, I'd like to ask you a recorded vote.
You second it? Yeah. Member Minnings, all in favor?
Oh, no, I
And
believe
we're-
we had a
Go
recorded
through the
vote.
recorded vote. Let's go.
Okay, so recorded vote requested by Member Taylor for against.
Against.
Okay, Member Burkett for against.
Four.
Okay, Member Cox for against.
Four.
Member McIntyre for against.
Four.
Okay, Member Minnings for against. Four. Member Brennan for against.
Four.
Motion's carried.
All right, are we doing the fire and emergency before lunch or where do you want to go?
Lunch is here, so if council wants, we can take lunch break and then come back. We have a fair amount of the agenda to go, or I'd say let's push through, but we still have quite a bit to get through.
Does that work for you, Director Lau? You're good? Okay, great. Thank you. We will break for, what's our normal time for this? 30 minutes. All right. Welcome back to everyone. Welcome back. We'll continue with our Corporate Services Committee meeting now, and we're going to just move one item before the fire services reports. We're going to move D 1.1 up to accommodate some people who need to leave. So that was pulled by member Minnings, and I guess we'll start there.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I pulled the Abeyance list, and I think it comes through quarterly perhaps. And I do normally just do a bit of a line by line to see, and I notice quite a few things have fallen off, but I just need a better understanding as I'm looking at this important report. What's the holdback, or you know, things have been on there for several years, and I just wanted to get a better understanding about what's happening from the staff level as to some of those.
Sure, thanks. Through the chair, I think there are all sorts of different reasons, and projects are in all sorts of different states. So if you maybe had specific ones you wanted to know about, then then we can give you an update on them.
Okay, well, so yeah, I didn't have specifics. I was just really looking at the dates, but I will pick one that I'm mostly not sure of, I think. And it is under the meeting date, 16th of February, 2022, halfway down, regarding a verbal report. And it's about upgrades on the Fesserton side road drainage. And I see it's been assigned. So again, you know, and if you can, as you're just speaking to maybe that at one example, assigned and in progress, et cetera, where are we at with those?
Sure. Yes, Derek.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I got a bit of an update here, and what we'll try to do for the next corporate services is put a bit more detail on the current status for these. But again, this is still a work in progress. Since this time, we've had a open house and a meeting here about the Fesserton side road development file, and that's actually kind of where this conversation originated. We know that Fesserton side road has quite a steep gradient, like 6-8% in spots, and that generates quite a bit of runoff velocities from the highway. So the MTO corridor 400 gives us quite a bit of waters, and we handle it down to match Dash Bay. So what we have in the budget for 2025 is an approved capital project to coordinate a design with the development so that we can look at the area larger than just the development footprint for drainage opportunities. And that's in the budget for this year. So we'll retain a consultant. They can perform a design, and then we'll make sure to tie that into the Fesserton Side Road subdivision. So at this time, there's not enough information to really provide a full, complete circle back and closure of this particular item. But once we get the design completed and we can produce that to council for consideration of future capital needs, then we can.
Thank you. Member Cox?
So that was one I had, because we did put money in the budget. So in my opinion, it's done. No offense, you're on top of this. It was assigned. You've got to the point where it will be completed. And it's the same as after today, the short-term rental one should be ka-cha, because we've done the bylaws on them. And I just think that once we've assigned money or we've got to that point, in my opinion, they're completed, and then it just doesn't look, yeah. Thank you.
Member Taylor.
Yeah, the question I have is back to Derek there, the Kelly's Road, Port Severn issue. Can you give us an update there? And
yeah, for sure. So the Kelly's Road really ties into Raleigh Resort and a kind of an existing encroachment issue that we've had there for a couple of years. At this point, the landowner with the encroachment agreement had a deadline, and unfortunately, a deadline had lapsed. Since then, they've applied for some changes to the site, I believe, and a request for an extension of the encroachment agreement. So we're working with a bit more of a delayed timeline, but still the same effect. We're looking to have that encroachment removed and that the right of way be reinstated and those issues be resolved, you know, within the next year or two, give or take. So again, reporting not fully available yet to give the result, but I suppose, under Deputy Mayor Cox comments, maybe it is assigned and well in progress enough to be taken off the abeyance list. I don't know. One more through the chair to Andrew, then the one investment program. What's happening with that one?
If I can, through the chair to member Taylor, I did get an opportunity to meet in the fall with the one investment program people. So I do have a report coming. And let's say I'll hopefully have it to you by corporate services in March. Or February, sorry.
Member Cox?
Well, actually, there was another one I forgot. Site 9. That might as well just go. It's gone somewhere. We don't know where, and we're not mentioning it. I shouldn't even said the word.
So through the chair, just because it was brought up, I think that's right. The county of Simcoe had approached us. We've generated a report. This resulting motion kind of ceased progression on that. And since that time, the county of Simcoe has not made a formal request for the additional transfer of the license.
And Member Manning?
I thank you. And then through the chair. So yeah, depending on the format or what else you're going to do to maybe reconfigure this report. It's just that when I see things are assigned and then the date the only reference date I have is November of 2021, it just created I didn't have enough information. I do know that you're on top of all of these because the reports move quarterly. So I know that. I just don't understand how that works and how it's settled. So for example, and without making it a lot more work, some of this I'm not interested in, but it would, if it is assigned, then even, just a most recent date, or if it's been brought to us. So anyway, thank you.
Member McIntyre?
Thank you. Through the chair. My question of this advanced list is with respect to the noise at 3 or 4 down. I see that it was supposed to come forward on today's meeting, but I didn't see it in the agenda. Oh, it is later on? Why don't I just be quiet for now and we'll get to that. You and I, Madam Clerk, had discussed this briefly, and thank you very much.
Member Cox?
Okay, just the last one here. I'm sorry, I forgot it. I should have checked them off. The short-term accommodation, Oral Madani appeal was dismissed. They're talking about whatever they're going to do. Licensing, I would say that's probably a done deal on that one too. We're not going to get any other information, and I highly doubt we're doing anything more. Unless someone has a deep concern about it.
Thank you all. Yes, Madam CEO.
Sorry, not on that one particularly, but that's our challenge about why things stay, because there's little bits that may, not be 100% satisfied, but the issue is kind of dead. So we don't like to pull them, because then you might ask down the road what happened to them, but then we leave them 3/4 done because there's one thread hanging. So we just have to find the balance there, I think.
Thank you. All right. I think we've got through the abeyance list. Let's move to F4.
I just need a quick motion to receive it for information.
All right. We have a motion to receive the abeyance list for information. Can I have a mover, please? Mover, Member Cox, second. Member Paquette, all in favor? Passed. All right, now F4, Fire and Emergency Services, F4.1, Fire and Emergency Services Report 25001, Fire Master Plan Consultant, Director level.
There we go. So good afternoon. So the Fire Master Plan, so the last one was done back in 2017 and only covered a period of 5 years. So we're a few years past having one done or being due. So So we're basically looking to develop a plan for the next 10 years as to where Severn Fire and Emergency Services will be headed. So we're looking for the Lumex group, who we've worked with on numerous occasions between our emergency management training, and most recently last January, they had done an engagement survey for us, which was a lot of information from the firefighters as to how we were doing. So Lumex, through all their work with us, has a lot of information on us already. A lot of the information from that engagement survey would transfer over into what we need for our fire master plan. So hence the recommendation for Lumex. But we're sort of at that critical time now where, as of July 1st, 2026 is when the Ontario firefighter certification comes into play. So again, we're in a good spot right now as far as our, what they call Fire 1, Fire 2, and I'll say our officer development. It'll get a little more into what we need for technical rescue as to where we do. So again, we're a full service, I'll say, as far as auto extrication, like what they refer to as a technician level. But the fire master plan, and with Lumex's experience, we'll look at things, again, with the water around us. Do we need to look at water rescue? Yes or no? Because then there's costs and everything else involved with that when we've got neighboring communities around. So that will be like a complete revision of our emergency or our establishing and regulating bylaw. So that's why we're coming forward with this master plan, is to help set the goals or our challenges over the next 10 years.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? No more from staff? May I please have a motion, Madam Clerk?
Okay, that the Fire and Emergency Services Report F25001 dated January 22nd, 2025, with respect to single sourcing a fire master plan consultant be received, and further that single source procurement for the successful consultant of a fire master plan be accepted, and further that the single source consultant be awarded to the Lumex Group at a cost not to exceed $40,000.
Mover by Member Taylor, seconder. Member Beckett, all in favor? Motion passed. Thank you. And I guess you're back on again with 4.2, report 25002, Severn Fire and Emergency Services replacement of defib units. All yours, Director.
Okay, great. Thank you. So yes, we're due to replace our defib units, which is what we're running or we use on medical calls for patients that we get to that are vital signs absent. So the current life pack units that we're using are averaging between 10 and 15 years old. So with the switch to Zoll, this is now what the county paramedic service is using as well. So this helps us, I'll say, integrate seamlessly on scene with them. So if we have defib pads hooked up to a patient, and if we beat the paramedics there, we just unplug our pads from our machine and it plugs in directly to the county units. So it's that seamless patient care. The other good thing with going in with the paramedics is we receive the county pricing on the Zoll defib units themselves. So there's quite a cost savings with us making the switch. So it'll help us. Any integration we do with the paramedics on scene is how these units are going to help and benefit us.
Thank you. Yes, question. Member McIntyre.
Thank you. Through the chair. Chief, how many units would we get for $25,000?
So we would end up with 5 units. So we tend to carry those on our rescues, and that allows us a spare and one for training. So that allows for the 5 units. It's the comes with the initial set of pads. And the other thing it comes with is some, I'll say, the other options is electrical connections and things to make the defib units trainer units. So we can use them without actually physically shocking somebody. So.
Seeing no other questions, may I please have a motion?
Motion reads the Fire and Emergency Services Report F25002 dated January 22nd, 2025, with respect to single sourcing replacement defibrillation units be received, and further that single source procurement for the replacement of the defibrillation units be accepted, and further that the single source is awarded to Zoll Medical Canada Inc. in the amount of $25,000.
Moved by member Cox, seconded by member McIntyre. All in favor? Motion passes. Thank you, Director. All right, administration. F 5.1. Report. Jim, the report, updates on the noise bylaw. 25004. Director Gray will speak to that.
Thank you. So as directed by council to conduct a review of our good neighbor bylaws, this is the first of two that are up today. So just on a high level, we've broadened out certain sections of the bylaw, which you should see in the attached. They were highlighted in red for you. So we've expanded the definition of excessive noise. One thing in particular, we've included a definition of owner or property owner. So issues we've had going to court with respect to our definition. So trying to just clean that up so that we can find the rentee if this situation applies and the property owner. If they, knowingly can be discovered to have known that they rented to a party group and then they proceeded to do so and cause an issue. One that's been popping up for bylaw has been 3.3. So no person shall permit the persistent noise made by a domestic pet. So part of this is we don't need canine mentioned in here because it's controlled under its own canine control bylaw. So this is cats, birds. We in particular have an issue with birds in residential areas where folks have parrots and such and windows are open and we get complaints. Motorized vehicles. So one of the more frequent complaints we're getting are neighbors for deliberately using their car locking things regularly against their neighbors to chirp off, not just when they're locking their cars, but just at all hours of the day, just because they're parked near their neighbors' windows and such. So dealing with that when it's not just to lock your vehicle. Nuisance party is a new section for us. So one thing to remember with the noise bylaw is that the OPP are also authorized to use the provisions of this bylaw. So they have the ability to use it to authorize the immediate shutdown of a party if they need to, even in addition to the scope of their existing rules and authorities they have. So they can also issue fines under this bylaw as well. So if they deem fit. So that's why that's been included in there. Other than that, council particularly asked about the potential for escalating fines. So you will notice under penalty, under section B and C, there is the ability to go, under a second conviction or subsequent conviction, the fine not less than this and this and this. So it escalates up. So hopefully we've captured all the pieces that I've heard of, that we've also had concerns raised of through general bylaw. But if there's any questions, additions, comments.
Thank you. Member Minnings and then member McIntyre.
Didn't mean to jump ahead of you. Through the chair, just a quick question to the clerk. How in the world will we do the policing of someone at 4 o'clock in the morning who takes their dog out for a walk and beeps their horn, beep, beep. Then they come back at 4:30, 4:45, beep, beep when they're back. And two neighbors on each side are mentally sick from all this. They just how do we police it?
So through you, Mr. Chair, part of this relies on the complainants. If it does, so say we can issue a ticket. But if the
Shoot
ticket
it
is
up.
appealed, it relies on, this is why we insist on written complaints. One, so that we have evidence to take to court. And if it were to go to court and then proceed to trial, then the neighbors may be subpoenaed or the complainants might be subpoenaed to appear to attest to what they heard and saw. And that happens on everything from parties to, we just ended up in court recently on a different issue and the neighbors were subpoenaed to appear.
Through the chair, just a comment that could be very uncomfortable in the neighborhood after that, I think.
Through you, Mr. Chair, unfortunately, that is the nature of bylaw enforcement. If you choose to make a complaint, it is in our bylaw enforcement policy that while we do keep your complaint confidential, if it goes to trial, we may need to breach that or break that confidentiality to facilitate the court process that their complaint initiated. So unfortunately, there is a reality to court processes.
Member Cox.
Member
Or-
Minnings.
Minning.
It's okay. Thank you. So, thanks for bringing this forward. And by the way, it doesn't alleviate on the abeyance list, the short-term rental issue that was brought forward by one of the residents, but it's one of several good neighbor bylaws. And thank you for bringing two of them forward. And I'm going to make an assumption and wait for your answer too, that the rest of them are coming forward also for a refresh.
Yes, so these are the first two. We can't review all of them at once. So the goal is to have these two done, get them in place, since these are the ones we received the highest volume of issues from. And then I think the next one will be clean and clear, and I'll be connecting with the chief as to whether or not there's updates to the burning bylaw. And then we actually brought a pretty substantial housekeeping update to property standards only last year. So we're debating whether or not property standards itself comes back. And then we'll go from there.
And thank you. And is fireworks going to be one of them that's brought forward?
We can add that to the list. It's not one of our current ones. Part of the reasons why fireworks is not on the list is that it is generally unenforceable. And has been accepted that way for many, many, many years. It doesn't mean that municipalities don't have prohibitions on stuff, or restrictions on who can purchase them. But for residential level fireworks and the ones that people would purchase at Canadian Tire and stuff, it makes it they're very hard to control and respond to. But we can absolutely add the fireworks bylaw to the list of items to come back.
Thank you. So the answer, or the reason I asked that specifically, is that I had 39 residents email me specific to these two bylaws and ask me to bring forward certain things that maybe need to be strengthened or aren't specifically included. So I'm going to be going through my list, and then I will write them up and send them to the clerk, and you can attach them to the minutes or whatever, make them available if you want to, but here we go. So regarding fireworks, it is a noise, and very much like somebody beeping their car alarm or whatever, they're causing noise to people who are sleeping. It is a disturbance, and it can happen anytime, not just on holidays. So I would definitely think that if we aren't doing a specific bylaw on fireworks, which for your reasons is difficult to enforce, then it should be a noise, and it should be something that people can go to, because it's no different than someone turning on their stereo at 2 a.m. For 15 minutes. It's still a noise. It's still enforceable. So because it's a firework, it's also a noise. So I would like to see just the word fireworks added. And if there's a disturbance, then I think bylaw should go out the next day, just like they would at any other complaint that comes in late at night, and investigate. So that's one. I don't know if you want to respond. Yes. Awesome. Thank you. So there is general consensus in the agreement to increase fines as you've outlined. The question that people are wondering is the fine something that's a separate ticket issued, or is it attached to taxes?
So fines are done through the courts. So we have set fines that we can issue on tickets. And then beyond that, if something really became escalated or beyond what would be the set fine, we would seek a part 3. Part 2s are parking only. So part 1s are your typical set fines, and part 3s are where we would have to go to court to ask for a higher value. So depending on where we are, it's not, the escalated ones are not automatically set in a part 1 set fine. It would require the part 3 process to undertake.
Okay, thank you. So around the addition to the examples of noise, yelling, shouting, all of that, a strong request from multiple people to add vulgar language or the use of profanity, some such thing there. And again, I'm just going to pause while you respond to that.
Thank you. So that one gets a little tricky. because we do have freedom of speech to a certain level within this country, within the charter. So infringing on what people can say, so long as it's not hate language, is pretty strictly controlled through the charter. And we do not want to end up in charter challenges. So I would have to politely push back on that one to say that I don't know, like, by law, at any point, if we receive a lot, is pleased to go out and still have a friendly conversation with folks. And we've done that over the years many times, even if it's kind of just you're on the outskirts of the bylaw to say, okay, you might not be hooting and hollering, but you're definitely yelling still. And it's escalated, and this is why we're putting in the general 3.2 that says no person shall emit or cause emissions or excessive noise. So it makes it a little broader. So say if someone's just talking in their backyard and yeah, they're a little elevated, but it goes away and fairly quickly. That's not really excessive. That's just a conversation. But if someone's yelling across the driveway at someone and cursing, then we would still at first definitely pay them a friendly visit, say, look, you need to try and curb this a bit, take it indoors.
Okay, thanks.
There's also a certain level that would be covered by the OPP if it became a domestic issue as well. So we have to kind of tread that line a little bit.
Okay, so thank you. So one of the, in the bylaw, it says, that, additional definitions, including owner, to make it more efficient when pursuing noise bylaws against a property owner who is aware that their property will be used for parties. Again, multiple people have said we should take out the phrase who is aware that. I don't think how are you going to prove that an owner is aware that their property is being used for a party? And that could be someone like me with teenage children or whatever. So all I would have to do if I'm reading that bylaw is say, oh, I wasn't aware that there was going to be a party while I was away. And so I think that who is aware at shouldn't come out, because then that bylaw wouldn't apply to the property owner. So I thought that was an excellent one. So the other area where we would like to see it strengthened is within the bylaw, to be clear, any time of day, not just 11 p.m. So I'd like you to speak to why, certain things happen after 11 p.m. and they become an offense under bylaw, but yet if they happen before 11 p.m., they're not an offense under bylaw.
I mean, through you, Mr. Chair. So where that line sits is up to council. That said, we have to apply consistently. So if it's 9 p.m., it's 9 p.m. If it's 11 p.m., it's 11 p.m. People also have to have the right to enjoy their property, right? So we've had some folks who think that their neighbors should be quiet all the time and never even have backyard campfire discussions around the campfire if they're asleep because they work shift work. So there's a moderation to it too that I respectfully submit that council should consider when setting hours. Because we do live in a rural cottage area there, and this bylaw crosses all properties, not just residential. That if someone is having a couple folks up on a weekend and they own a cottage waterfront lot, then at 10:30, just because their neighbor's working and it's Saturday night on a weekend, we'd receive just as many complaints and pushback from folks that we can't enjoy our property anymore, right? So it's a balancing act whenever council considers what hours they want to set at these times. If council wants to adjust it, then that's perfectly within your ability to do. But I just request that you also consider the majority that aren't making calls to you to complain about certain folks, or the neighbors who, the reasonableness of some of the requests, because we do have some neighbors that expect their neighbors to be pin quiet all the time. And we've had to have the reverse conversations with them to say, it's not really reasonable. People do have a right of enjoyment of their property to a certain amount. So.
No, I understand. And, if I'm thinking about it under the broad stroke parameter of a noise bylaw, that's all encompassing, that by restricting noise to after 11 p.m., I'm just thinking in certain situations. So I understand exactly what you're saying, but noise can happen all over, even if there was a line that said, or at the discretion of, you know, the bylaw officer or, you know, because there are there could be times where there could be times where the noise is such that it's not just neighbor to neighbor. It could be something bigger. So I just don't want us to be too tight. I'd even maybe then say relax that and not stick to the time on the clock. But I'm just bringing that forward as feedback.
Through Mr. Chair. So there is a certain amount with the enforcement of any of our regulatory bylaws that is discretionary at the officer's level. Whether or not they deem it reasonable or unreasonable, or, you know, we're getting repetitive complaints, or we've received 10 calls or what have you. It's going to determine whether or not where that officer sets that line and what's reasonable or not. That said, they do have to apply it relatively consistent or it doesn't stand up in court. But to your point, so 3.2 says, you know, no person shall emit or cause to permit the emission of excessive noise outside of permitted hours. We have a bit of flexibility that's built into 6.1 though, that says no person shall hoot, holler, yell, or sing or it creates excessive noise, but there's no hours restrictions on that. So if someone's having like a huge party mid-afternoon and it's really creating a disruptive environment, our officers can still attend. Normally, if it's depending on size or scale, might be with some extra assistance. To say you need to kind of curb it. We're getting a lot of calls with respect to this. So we have, through a couple sections, tried to build in some flexibility where we have the permitted hours piece, and then where we have a little bit of flexibility.
Okay, thank you. So then, just to close this, the comments that I have. So if it's not related to parties, it's just me sitting out there in my backyard with my stereo blasting so much that whatever, is that a bylaw infraction at 3, you know, in the afternoon? So I want to kind of take it away from the parties and the short-term rentals or renters or owners. It doesn't even matter, cottagers or permanent. Like, is it still something that somebody other than a neighbor could knock on a door and say, hey, you need to turn your music down? That's what I want to get to.
So if you look at section 5.1B, so it says no person shall operate, permit, or use or cause any sound reproduction devices or stereo system at any time to be considered excessive noise. So that's in there as well. It doesn't talk about permitted hours. It's just a general catch-all for any other circumstances we should encounter. So we definitely have that. I should note that the majority of complaints we get are actually full-time residents versus full-time residents. It's actually not as much with relation to short-term rentals as maybe council has in the past been under the impression of. We have very localized short-term rental issues, normally 1 or 2 a year that become problematic, but out of the scope of ones we have, most of our noise issues relate to full-time residents reporting against their neighbors.
Yeah, and thank you. That's exactly the point. So that's why I use myself as an example. These are not always party situations that cause some kind of a disturbance. And I just want to pass along to you and the staff that the opportunity to bring this bylaw forward for an amendment and, you know, the attention being given and all of the new additions to strengthen it are very much appreciated and acknowledged, and they'll all be watching this segment on the meeting. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Taylor and then member.
Yeah, through the chair to Allison, the comment about charging the property owner versus the party. So I didn't hear an answer on that one. Your comments on that.
So with the amendments to the bylaw that we're proposing, we would have the ability to charge the renter or the tenant, because it could just be a regular tenancy situation as well. It could be the renter or the tenant, or the owner. So it can be both. It can be one. We have that ability within the proposed changes to do both or one or the other.
I like that. Thank you.
Through the chair, just to member Minnie's comments about the fireworks, are we going to have something where like July 1st we allow them? Are there going to be days that we allow them, or is it just strictly no fireworks whatsoever?
Yeah. Through Mr. Chair, so between the fire chief and myself, we will bring forward a report with proposed amendments to the fireworks bylaw, which is an existing bylaw, separately at a different time. So once we've had a time to research and look into it, just having worked with the fireworks bylaw at a past municipality, if council ever wanted to go down that path, typically the way a lot of municipalities have done it, because not always the stat doesn't always fall perfectly on a weekend. A lot of times it would be permitted, the 3 days before and the 3 days after. So that way you don't have to worry about whether or not Canada Day is exactly on the weekend or whether it's on a Tuesday. Same with civic holidays and such like that. But we'll bring forward a more fulsome report so council can have a full discussion and staff can bring you more information at a future date on fireworks.
Supplementary, if I may, and I appreciate the noise bylaw, but we have residents, and I'm sure our staff understand that one may not like the other, and they feel that they need somewhere they need to vent because the police aren't coming out anymore for whatever reason. So how do you vent these? Because I have a couple that won't even speak to me. And I told them point blank, like, I'm not there to solve their problems. They're having issues with their neighbors, and they look to us. So where does our role as a municipality start and stop when we're doing all this? Because we will have calls where neighbors are pitting neighbors against neighbors, and it's just not right. And they're looking to us for help.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So it's an interesting development in the world of bylaw. So one thing that has definitely become more of a thing in bylaw is that they act as neighbor mediators, for good or bad, intended or not. That said, in our bylaw enforcement complaint policy that council would have seen a couple months back, we have the ability also in there to deem someone to be a nuisance caller. So there's a limit to how far we will go. Anytime someone submits a complaint, we will respond initially. But if we start receiving multiple complaints about the same thing, we've attended, it's corrected, or when we have attended, there's actually no issue there in full compliance with the bylaw, then at a certain point, we will stop responding. But they're informed of that at a certain point. We do still work with both parties as much as we can. We have ongoing neighbor disputes across different areas of the township that we regularly have to respond to. It doesn't mean that staff are necessarily leaving the office every time to look into it, because we're very familiar with the situation. And we know that 80% of the time there actually isn't an issue, because the neighbor who's being complained about is fully aware of the limits of the bylaw and operates just within them. So, so it is becoming a bigger part of bylaw, is that neighbor mediation role.
Member McIntyre.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to remind everybody that I believe it's an Ontario statute that says the homeowner has a bundle of rights, and that bundle of rights includes the right to sell their property, lease their property, use their property, do nothing with their property, give their property away, or enter onto their property. The acronym is SLUDGE. So sell it, lease it, use it, do nothing, give it away. And if I think we're on the right path here, and I believe that the being brought forward here is the right place and the right time. I just wonder that if anybody who wanted to perhaps challenge whether our bylaw was any good could pull out the bundle of rights. I believe it's a statute. It was when many years, I don't want to even say how many years ago, in real estate, and we were taught that in the real estate business. So I don't even know where to look it up to see, Madam Clerk, if it is still a statute that is in effect. So I just think that we're going to hear from some people who are savvy about that, and how far can we go with it? I look forward to your response.
Yeah, Madam Clerk.
So there's two avenues for those that don't like what we do. One, they can appeal their ticket if they're issued one to court. They can argue it in front of a justice, or they can proceed to hire a solicitor and try and get the section of the bylaw quashed that they think infringes on their rights. That is why there's a severability clause in every regulatory bylaw we pass that says that, say, if someone ever did go down that process under the Municipal Act to get a section of a bylaw quashed and they were successful, that it doesn't defeat and make the rest of the bylaw no longer in effect. There are avenues for those that want to go down that for a legal path, but short of them undertaking those legal processes, the bylaws will stand.
Seeing no further, oh, there is, Member Cox.
The fireworks, there is a very in-depth report that has already been done. And, and the result of it is the fire bylaw. So you might want to check that out. And contrary to some of the comments, we had a great number of people that were against us trying to do anything with it. Because as you said, it was very hard to determine because people had called in and by the time we get there, it's all done, put away, we didn't do it. And B, the fact that there are people who are born and raised here and feel it's still rural Ontario and they should be able to put their fireworks off if they want. Just saying.
Yes, through Mr. Chair, I was here for that last round of reports as well. So we had the same issue when we went down the path of firearms last time too. As council may recall in 2022.
Happy days. Seeing no more questions, may I please have a motion?
Thank you. So the motion reads that administration report number 825-004 dated January 22nd, 2025 regarding updates to noise bylaw be received and that the draft noise bylaw be approved and brought forward to the next council meeting.
Sorry, yes.
Hi, through the chair. I'd like that amendment put in about whether or not the property owner is aware of the noise or not. So it's not as it's been presented.
I'd ask the member to identify where she's seeing the actual wording in the bylaw because the definition of owner does not say that. I mean, 10.3 definitely says no person who individually or jointly with others is an owner, 10 or others has rightful possession of or in possessory control of any premise shall allow, cause or permit. So like, if the owner were to say, yeah, you can have a New Year's Eve party, then that would, this is saying they can't do that. 10.4 says no property owner shall. But there's, I went looking for it after the member mentioned it, but the wording that you're seeking to have amended doesn't actually exist in the draft.
Sorry, I don't have it marked, so
All right. So we're moving forward with the original motion. Yeah, I have a request for you to read it once more, please.
Certainly, motion reads that administration report 825-004 dated January 22nd, 2025 regarding updates to noise bylaw be received and that the draft noise bylaw be approved and brought forward to the next council meeting.
Moved by Member Cox, seconded by Member Burkett. All in favor. Motion passed. Thank you. We just need 1 minute pause here for station identification.
Yes, I believe coffee has arrived for those that would like it. So we'll take a 5-minute breather.
So this one, I think we do need a little more discussion, and I just want to ask before I go on about your comment, Allison, regarding we can bring it forward for resolution at another time. So is that not to do something now, or is that in the future if we want to bring things that we might not have considered today? Because I do have some things that I wanted considered.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that depends on what it is. So if it's with respect to circulation of planning related notices or things that council would like to see, like additional stuff on a one-off basis, then that is absolutely, if the policy were to be approved, that functionality would be enabled under section 3.1C. Right now, that does not exist in our current policy. So right now it says where the township is required to provide public notice under legislation, the notice shall be given in a formal manner and at times indicated in this policy unless C, council directs that other public notices to be given upon adoption of a resolution to council. So right now, we don't even have that functionality in our notice policy. Our current notice policy is a very limited scaled policy. So this would at least enable that ability to bring that forward. Now, if there are other items that are outside of that the member would like to bring forward, I'm pleased to hear them.
Okay, so I'm going to go on and then you can tell me as to whether or not, because when I read this update provision of notice policy, it brought me back to 3 instances that I can remember quite clearly where residents told us that they weren't aware. And it could be development, it could be planning, whatever. One was about a year ago now, last January, the open house meeting regarding the planned subdivision up at Minoki Beach Road and Highway 11. There was lots of feedback and many people said they weren't aware that the meeting was happening. The other was the community in your area, just off Highway 12, Fesserton Side Road group, Georgian Heights. I remember that huge delegation came and said they weren't aware. And then the third that comes to mind was a group of residents in Washego when there was a conversation about a group home going in, and they had said that they weren't aware of the notice that was posted. So with all of that in mind, and with comments coming back last January from the senior planner saying regarding like the meeting, like posting of notices and the 120 meter provision that's in the Planning Act that, so I'm writing down what was said on tape. Council can create a policy to increase the notice area. So that's my first thing, because in those 3 very different community experiences, they all said they didn't know it was posted. It was clearly posted, so nobody's disputing that. It's that as a pedestrian, one of the comments was, well, I walk past there all the time, but it was, there's a ditch and there was a pole and I didn't see it and there was grass. In others, it's like I drive past where it was posted, but I'm in my car. I saw there was something posted, but it's not big enough. So to that, 2 things. I would like us to absolutely consider broadening the notice area. And the other thing is branding. So there's nothing stopping the township from, creating a bit of a branding board or post and then letting people know that there's a new notice here. So just something that's larger that actually does what it's intended, because I do understand we're doing the minimum that's required in the act. I'm just wondering, based on feedback from very different people, and those are only the 3 I could remember, that I think we need to do more.
If I can, Mr. Chair, before the Director of Planning chimes in here on those various examples, which are, I believe, all planning related. So in relation to that section, which would allow council to do the broader notice. So specifically with relation to the draft policy, if you look at section 3.13, for Planning Act related stuff, alternative procedures for notice may be established in the township's official plan. Unless otherwise stated, alternative notice provisions for sending notices for OPAs and zoning bylaw amendments to properties within 300 meters, which may be approved in accordance with section 3.1C. So that's that enabling piece that would be new to this policy. With respect to, I'm not sure what, and we can come back to it after Andrew's had a chance to speak to the planning questions that you've asked. But with respect to a general notice place or a notice posting location, we've had bulletin boards before that were not used, were not referenced, and they're very difficult to keep up to date. They're very subject to weather. Most municipalities have gotten away from them. We've gotten rid of ours because no one was using them. No one was accessing them. We could tell because we'd have notices on there that were quite old and we didn't get a single question about it. Right. Also, we have the ability, we have a news feed on our website that posts all of our news and notices. So if residents were looking for when something's coming up, that's their one-stop shop to getting that information as well. So I'll let the director chime in on your Planning Act questions.
Yes. Treasurer Woodrow?
Thank you very much, Chair Brennan, through you to Member Minnings. Certainly, I do remember the 3 examples that you've cited there. And at the time, the Planning Act required the minimum notice requirements to either be posting a sign on the property and sending notice to all residents within 120 meters, or putting just one notice in the newspaper. So we used the first example, the 120 meters and the sign on the property. Plus we worked with the communications officer to put notice on our website as well. Hearing that possibly is insufficient, the new official plan, which is pending approval by the county, we did increase to coincide with the draft policy prepared by the clerk for 300 meters notice. And that is in the new official plan. So once the official plan is approved, council could then direct us by motion to implement that as the alternative notice policy, the new policy.
Thank you very much. And could you speak to the size of the notices? So is there an opportunity, because we're looking at rural areas, these are not subdivisions or neighborhoods where people walk by and, they can read something that's fairly small easily. Is there an ability to actually use the sign to alert people of the notice? And I don't expect the font to be large enough that you can read it while driving by, but I think the fact that people weren't aware of the notices is a problem.
If I may, through you, Chair Brennan, to Member Minnings, certainly we try to use bright colored paper and a larger size piece of paper, but right now the township takes that expense by posting the notices created on site. So we create those notices and we post them on site ourselves. An alternative that other municipalities use is to have the applicant pay for a sign themselves, and that the township establish minimum font size, minimum sign size, that sort of thing. So right now the township is covering those expenses, and also the convenience for the landowner. The township takes the onus to post the sign, whereas that could be redirected both cost-wise and responsibility-wise to the landowner.
Okay, thank you for that. And when I was thinking of signage, I do know that on orange or blue paper, it's posted onto a light standard. I've seen those. You still can't, difficult to read, difficult to see when you're in a rural area driving by. I'm thinking of real estate signs, for example, something that's more static and then in certain areas so people can see them as they drive by, and at least it alerts them to contact the township about a meeting, and you just change the date or something. I don't know, but I think we can do a little bit more because of what we were told about the minimum standards, and that just loops back to this council's strategic plan. And one of our pillars was to deliver a high level of service, like in customer service, and I think we're doing a good job about that. But when I hear the same comment through an experience that people have had over and over. I think there's room for improvement. So that's around that and notice. The other part of this policy that I just want to address is it states in the page 2 of the report, I guess, that there's a need to modernize our approach to public notice while still maintaining legislative requirements 100%. And we've been told in the 3 examples I cited and ongoing and even today that we're meeting the minimum requirements 100%. But I think we can't do less than the minimum because that's where we're at. We're at ground level when we're doing it, and that's all that's required of us. But I would argue that there's a need to balance written notice with modernization approaches. So we need both. I get it that the newspapers aren't around, but when I moved here 8 years ago, there was a bulletin board posted on the building in Cumberland Beach where I happened to pick up the mail, and I read it all the time. Never did it generate a phone call to the township. That didn't mean it wasn't read. And the West Shore Events Committee actually has tossed around the idea of using the grant application to purchase a big bulletin board with a glass cover or plastic cover like that one had to post notices. People, not everybody has access to computers, and we'll see that from some of the things I've pulled in a few minutes from this agenda. Not everyone gets electronic notices, and I do understand we're in an age of modernization, but we also have a generation, I would argue, that that's not their first place to get information. So when I'm thinking about letting residents know about things, one could be the posted notices, but the other is to ensure that public notice is given, and that could be in a letter. So how else do we communicate with those people? Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I think it's important to notice when reviewing this policy that this is not our general communication standards. This is just provision and notice, right? So we do tax bill inserts, we do water bill inserts. We have our news and notices thing on our website. We communicate through social media. So, but on the paper front, we do have inserts that go into our tax bills, and we do have stuff that goes into our water bills. I don't know whether or not residents choose to avail themselves of reading it or not. But within the diversity of communication options we have today, we do use the full breadth of what we can, short of traditional billboards, which I don't know of any other municipality in the county now still using them, to be honest. There might be some ratepayer groups in smaller areas that have their own localized one for their road association and stuff like that. I'm sure there's 1 or 2 that I know of in Muskoka. But from a township perspective, like we use the communication methods available. And I believe there was a report that came forward from the communications officer last year of all the different things that we have done to communicate with folks. We can absolutely promote what we have to folks, but we also have we have limited abilities. We have only so many resources to do stuff with as well. So we have to operate within that. So just as some feedback back, but we do provide paper inserts to folks all the time as to how to reach out to us, things coming up, capital projects, updates on the budget, all those things that go out in their bills. So if the council member is looking for something above and beyond that, we'd really have to take that back and have a look.
Yeah, thanks. I do, and I recognize everything that we're doing. It's just, I believe that the ability to communicate, like, on the website, we have, our stay informed button, but there's no paper option to stay informed. I can get minutes from meetings and all the different things that the township offers. And I subscribe to all of them, but that's again an electronic thing. So it may not be for everybody. And eventually we may not even need to worry about that. But anyway, I'm just trying to advocate for people who do miss bulletin boards and who need larger notices posted where they can see them in the very small areas that they happen to live. Thank you.
MCO?
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up a little bit about what Director Woodward had said about we're updating the official plan to go to 300 meters. I think part of this discussion is recognizing that residents have to be part of the solution and be engaged. So I can tell you, when I was in Georgian Bay, our waterfront development, we actually gave notice within 800 meters. So the standard was 120, we did 800 because we get that we didn't know, but we still got the we didn't know because we're not interested unless it impacts us. And we get the mail, like we do mail out the notices. If you're within 120 and coming up 300 meters, you get a notice that something's happening. But you have to open the notice and read it, and people don't do that. So the going from 120 to 300 is a step, but I can tell you we went to 800 and didn't accomplish anything more other than a bigger mailing. And I don't like that's our general communication issue here and everywhere I've worked is we put it out in all sorts of different methods, but unless you're interested in hearing from us, you don't like we put out so much great information in our tax bill. But I know because I do it at my own house, I pull out the bill and I put everything else in the recycling, and I don't read any of it. So that's I know, and I know better, right? But that's the issue is we can do all that we can do, but you have to be interested in receiving it. And I've never been able to find the solution to that problem.
Yes, Member Beckett.
Thank you, through the chair. So just further to Madam CEO's comments.
Oh, were you?
Oh, sorry, were you? Oh, were you?
Oh, I
Sorry.
didn't see him.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I think
He's just too quiet.
Are you finished? No, do you have more? Oh, I didn't know. I was just going to say through the chair to the director, when the Greenwood landings, we asked those developers and they put up a really nice big sign and they had a banner on it. So you may not have been able to read it when you went by, but at least you saw it. So you could, yeah. So, and I mean, we could ask them to do that. I think that's highly what we should do. But I think the one area and the other one is, it's something the same as yours. I can give you the latest one is the tree cutting bylaw. It was quiet. Nobody had said a word. And somebody put it on Facebook. And all of a sudden, everybody talked about it. And we had mailed that out. I had talked to people. And until somebody opened up and made a comment, it wasn't a big deal. And then they started to read it. And because they read it, because people were giving the wrong information. And then everybody got all in a flither over the whole thing. The other one is, we have in the past said, because a planning, zoning or anything is in a rural area, we have increased it because the neighbors are further apart. And planning has said, fine, we will send it out further because we realize, you know, that 300 meters or whatever, 200 meters in a rural area, you might not have a house for another 2 miles down the road. So I know in the past we've asked or planning has said, because it's in a certain area, we will send out bigger. And I think that can be a concern in a rural area.
All right. Member Taylor.
3.5. In the event that we ever did close off a highway, a township highway, in addition to letting the landowners know, I think that warrants a sign on its own, because people, the public, it's a public road. So I think there should be more notice on that one. It may never happen, but if it ever does, put a sign on the road, either on both ends of it or wherever, but it should be on public display, plus let the abutting landowners know as well.
Yes. Madam CEO or Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So this is one that has been directly impacted by the lack of paper notice. So when it came to closing of highways, and this could be a road allowance, an unopened road allowance, right? So think of the lands that we sold last year, budding Mr. Bauman's property, and he gained the piece of road allowance that was beside his, and we merged it in. notice was sent to the abutting property owners. We sent it on out in social media, but because of lack of paper notice, which is what traditionally was done, so we didn't have to post like a physical sign on the property. It was covered. So this is one that if we were and I think it's important when you think of the definition of highway, this isn't necessarily a public road. This could be an unopened road allowance as well. So if council ever sold any more of them. So I just want to make sure, one, the definition of highway is properly understood, because highway is a general term. But absolutely we could go for the rarity that we do it. We've only sold one or two in the coming up on 5 years I've been here. That it wouldn't be an unreasonable step with respect to the sale of land.
Thank you for that. But just further to our earlier discussion this morning, it may be a trivial road, but it's still a township road.
Member Burkett. Through the chair. So I've forgotten what I was going to say, but just a sec. So So how do we engage our residents? Because it doesn't matter how much paper we send out unless it affects them personally. And we'll go back to voting. Look how many come out to vote when we have an election. Very few. So I'd love all our residents to, and I'm as guilty as anyone else. Before I ran, did I really care what went on unless it affected me? Absolutely not. Didn't care. Everything was good. My taxes were good. My road was paved. My road was plowed. My garbage was picked up. I'm a happy person. To be happier, to get to know all of you here and to work so well with all the staff here. I got a whole bunch of new friends. I love it. But what I'm saying is, what I'd like to say is, who pays for those notices, Andrea, when you're going to do anything with a piece of property? Like they're small, right? Do we pay for them, or does the person that wants to develop or build pay for them?
If I may, Member Brennan, through you to Member Burkett. So right now, the township takes the time to create those notices. We pay for the paper, we pay for lamination and staff time to post those. You could say they're somewhat covered in the application fees, but not full cost recovery.
So would it be out of line to ask for larger ones so that they are small? So, and I understand some of them, they can't be seen, especially, is it a possibility to maybe, pardon me, did I miss that whole conversation? Because I had to go, there was someone out there that I had to speak to. Sorry. So like, is it possible to make them larger so that people will notice them? Because again, I don't think they care unless it affects them, right?
Sorry, if I may, through you, Chair Brennan, to Member Burkett's follow-up question. Certainly, the signs could be larger. We would technically need a policy on that and direction from council as to whether the township would want to cover those costs through increasing application fees, or if you'd like to charge a separate fee, or if we wouldn't charge any additional fee. We would certainly need some direction from you. So if that's something you'd be interested in us reporting back on, we certainly could, in terms of the options for larger signs and who pays and what it might cost, that sort of thing.
The chair, I think I would like to see it. I don't know how the other members feel, but I think it's something that I would like to see. The other thing, what was the other thing I wanted to ask? I forgot now. What was it? Well, no, I think the person that's benefiting from it would pay for it, not because they're either going to expand or do whatever they're doing. Oh, I know what I was going to say. We've asked the developers before, and I think I've had the discussion with Ms. Woodrow, is what's wrong now? Oh, have you? Oh, I missed that. That was really important what I had to speak to about that. Okay.
So I just need to acknowledge, while the mayor was out of the room, both things you just talked about, I brought forward. And yeah, I just want to say that's the first time we've agreed on something in like 2 years, and you didn't even know that you were agreeing with me. And this is a pivotal moment, and thank you.
No, I was going to speak, sorry, through the chair. I was going to speak to it actually. When I went out, I wanted to say all right, thank you.
Okay, so maybe, Mr. Chair, what I'll do is take that as direction that staff will report back with respect to larger signs for Planning Act related matters and the associated fees.
That's right. And yeah, and in that, because it's not the sign that costs the money, it's putting up posts, it's the labor. I'd want to know what that's costing us.
Yeah, and this could come back. So we are doing a general review of the fees and charges bylaw. So that is anticipated to come forward in March. So we could time that in with that feedback piece. So if the Planning Act application fees need to be adjusted to accommodate the cost for the larger signs or the staff time, that type of stuff, then we can adjust it at that point. If that works for council.
Thank you. Oh, yes.
So just through the chair, so I might have missed this, but we did ask the developers, if they're doing a development and there's nothing on the piece of property, we asked them to post a sign with what their intentions were. Yeah, we did ask that. I remember asking developers when before they started, so that they were to erect. Okay, thank you.
We're good? We're almost good? Andrea? No?
Thank you, Chair Brennan. I just wanted to say, in some cases, it's in the developer's best interest to put up an additional sign of their own as part of their marketing as well. So it helps them from a marketing perspective. So sometimes some of the larger subdivisions have had the township's typical notice plus a developer's sign that they've created themselves.
Thank you. Can I have a motion, please?
So the motion is that administration report number A25-002 dated January 22nd, 2025 regarding an updated provision and notice policy be received and that the updated provision and notice policy be approved as amended. And the amendment is for the physical signs for land sale related matters. So yeah, it would be for, I'm just going to make for any land sale.
Mover, please. Member Cox. Member McIntyre seconds it. All in favor? Thankfully, it's over. Moving on to 5.3, Administrative Report 25003, updates to the parking bylaw.
Yes,
And
thank
Madam
you.
Gray.
So again, further on our updates to our good neighbor bylaws. So there's some general housekeeping updates to this. So some of the definitions are just being updated to reflect the definitions in the Highway Traffic Act to make sure that they stay in line with that. There's a couple that I do want to highlight. So we are adding new provisions dealing with significant weather event and winter maintenance events. So winter maintenance events would be outside of the general no on-street parking hours. So say if we have a massive issue or they're trying to clear snow off the roads and they could declare a maintenance event. And it would mean that even if you're outside of the restricted hours, then notice would go out long way in advance. You've seen this with other municipalities where they put something out or a significant weather event that says, it's going to be more than your regular restricted hours till we can get around. So you have to keep your cars off the road for this significant. So like when we've had our giant snowfalls that we might extend that in the auto occurrence. The seasonal overnight hourly restrictions, we're looking to shift to actually bring them in line with when our plows are actually out. So this was something that came out of a discussion with the Director of Public Works. So instead of the overnight restrictions being 12:01 to 7 a.m., they would be 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. Okay, so it's a bit of a shift. So we'd be going from basically 1 minute past midnight to 2 a.m. and then shifting from stay off the road until 7 a.m. to stay off the road until 10. Because that is more in line with when our plow routes are actually done. So, and then just a couple other things if I can. So we've added a new section in there dealing with electric vehicles because we will be getting charging stations. So to make sure that those that shouldn't be parked there aren't parked there, and for those that do charge there can't stay there for forever. Unlicensed vehicles, just stronger enforcement tools for us to be able to remove unlicensed vehicles from places they shouldn't be. And the only two additions to the general prohibitions for parking on streets. So we are looking to prohibit parking completely on Fire Hall Lane and Coldwater, both sides, all year long. And then both sides of Nichols Line, 250 meters north of Cambrian Road to the end. This has to do with the turning radius at the end and trucks that are pulling up at the end and waiting for the quarry to open and things like that. So, but yeah, so if you're looking for the change in the hours, it's under definitions for overnight. see a couple faces that look like you're trying to find it. So if you go to P on the list of definitions, that's where the definition for overnight is. And it's just reads shall mean. Now it would be 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. So.
Thank you. Member. All right. Member
Thank you. So
Minnings.
through,
Member.
so through the chair, regarding the timing change. So same thing, I got a lot of feedback on that. With the extension of no parking until 10 a.m. during significant weather, so the plows can clear, how do parents drop their kids off at school and walk them to the school and then come back?
So if you're specifically referencing
Parking.
the parking related to the school in West Shore.
No,
Because it's the only one that really where a lot of parents park. Most of them pull up and drop their kids. Otherwise, there is no parking permitted. So say if you are in Marchmont,
yeah,
there is no parking permitted. So parents aren't allowed to park and then walk over. They can wait in their vehicle and then they have to drive up and get their children and go. So there's no parking permitted there. There's no parking permitted on in Coldwater either. It's you go back on the side roads if you want to. Or otherwise you sit in your car, you wait, you pull up, you grab your child and you leave. So with respect to our school zones, and I believe the one in West Shore, they made arrangements with the church next door that if people really do need to park, that they can park their cars there if there's no room in the school lot. So otherwise they would have to park back on the side streets beyond where the restricted parking is. But there's no prohibition on people sitting in their cars to wait for them to pick their children up and then drive up and go.
thank you. So I am talking about areas like on side streets. So we can talk about the areas around Severn Shores Public School, but we can also talk about the Coldwater Public School and the side streets there. So if we have a bylaw and it's snowing, and I want to go pick up my child and I'm parking on a side street, like far enough away, and I'm going to walk a block to get to the school, I'm not allowed to park there based on this bylaw.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So there's general parking restricted hours, and then there's a difference between significant weather event and winter maintenance. And I want to make sure that that's understood. So if you look into the general prohibitions, which is under section 4, so you'll see that there is a section in there dealing with just during overnight and during the prohibited months. That's the 2 a.m. to the 10 a.m. There are new provisions in here that says on any township road overnight during a significant weather event. So that would be, it could be 9 o'clock in the evening. And if we've declared a significant weather event, you're not parking on the road. It could be 4 in the afternoon. If we've declared a significant weather event, then you're not parking on the road. With respect to a winter maintenance event, again, it's only during that period of time. So the notice would say we're conducting winter maintenance in downtown Washago on Muskoka Street between, for this one day, because we're doing snow removal. So therefore you cannot park on the street at all. So to facilitate the removal of snow.
Thank you. So the maintenance event is not just like yesterday morning when the plow came by at 6 a.m. and there are a couple cars parked overnight on the street. So that's not considered a winter maintenance event. That's
a winter
just
maintenance event, through you to the member says is the definition HH. So it means events declared outside of the prohibited months. So this could also be that we get that early snow like we did in Washago back in November, right? Because our winter parking provisions don't kick in until I think it's December 1st. So if we have a winter parking thing and we need to do some significant winter snow removal, so this includes sanding, plowing, snow removal, or other winter maintenance operation. So any type of winter maintenance related operation outside of even the prohibited months. So because one thing we considered when we reviewed the bylaw was whether or not we should be extending the prohibited months to be earlier. But given the history of weather in Severn, it's pretty rare to have something outside of that December 1st start, with the odd exception of what happened this past fall. But in that instance, to deal with that, we could declare an event. And then it would let us have the streets cleared to be able to deal with it. And it also gives us the ability to tow. So say if someone is parked there and we need to clear the street and we've issued notice, we can tow the vehicle too. So there's a couple pieces to this.
Yes, Madam CEO.
If I may, because I feel like we're maybe talking an apple and an orange. So if I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page, I understand the significant weather events and special times, but I think we're proposing changing our general no parking on the street from midnight to 7 to 2 to 10. So I think what Councillor Minnings is saying, if I want to drive my kid to school and park on a side street where I could normally park, I can't get out and walk my kid to school because it's after 10 o'clock. Before 7, it was okay.
Before 10 a.m.
Before 10 a.m. Right. So nothing to do with coming home because they're picking them up. It's driving. So that would be prohibited.
Yes.
Yes, that would be prohibited.
And that
because
is a
that is when our plows are out.
But that's a problem because it doesn't need to be a snowstorm. It needs to be a day like yesterday when there was a few inches of snow and the plows were coming by in Cumberland Beach. And like they do, they come early, which is fine. But I'm also thinking that if I wanted to take my child to school because they can't walk the 1.6 kilometers in the winter, and I'm going to park and walk them to the school like I normally do, further down a block or two away, I am now in contravention of this bylaw because I'm parking on a street before 10 a.m. And I think that's wrong. I think I don't understand that. First of all, I understand the significant weather event, etc. I don't understand the before 10 a.m. And if you further look, and I don't know about the other areas, but a lot of the feedback I received this past week on this bylaw change is that it comes to do with enforcement. So is that something we're going to be having our bylaw officers enforce? Because it wasn't being enforced. I mean, we weren't ticketing, we were educating people before the no parking signs went up, etc. So I'm all for education over enforcement. However, when even this morning, I should have taken a video of Knight Avenue, Lakeside Drive, huge snowbanks. But yet there's parking all over there because it's an entryway to the ice hut operations that are being advertised across Ontario. And that's great. We want to have the economic development there, but it does then contravene this bylaw. So on a morning like this, what's the township going to do if we adopt this bylaw? Are we going to go through and ticket 30 cars and trucks because they're parked there? And that's when ice fishermen go out. Frankly, they go out by, before the wee hours, etc. So I just don't want to pigeonhole us in with this time. I do think that, yes, if there's a significant weather event, the buses are canceled or I don't know, something, but people need to know when they can and can't park on the street. But I think not being able to park on a street until 10 a.m. is a bit limiting.
Yes.
Thank
Madam
you.
Clerk.
This is why this bylaw is here. If council doesn't want to approve the 10 till 2 and wants to stick to 12:01 to 7, that is council's prerogative. That is why drafts come forward to you. It's why you can make amendments to the drafts before they're approved. This is a draft. Staff will happily take council's revisions, feedback, what have you, to the bylaw. The recommendation came from the Director of Public Works for the change. With respect to enforcement, we do enforcements and we do tickets. We issued a boatload last night. Because our road patrollers go out at 3 a.m. and they have authority to ticket. So it's not necessarily bylaw that's out. Our road patrollers have the ability to go out and issue winter parking enforcement related tickets. So our bylaw staff came in this morning to a stack of them on their desks that they issued last night. So regardless of whether the time is 12:01 to 7 or 2 a.m. till 10 a.m. or 2 a.m. to 8 a.m., whatever council chooses to make it, we do active enforcement. We do send out media releases and such before winter parking season starts back in the end of November. We sent stuff out as far and broad as we could. It's also generally consistent across the area that they're going to start around that window. So most people are aware something's starting. But I mean, that's why the bylaw's here. So if council as a whole wants to stick with the 12:01 to 7, then that's what we do. It's entirely council's discretion on this one.
Member Taylor?
Yeah, just to, I think the 10 a.m. won't work in Coldwater. A lot of businesses open at 9 o'clock. The bank is there. So I think leave it the way it is. I know when they do the major cleanup, it's all cleaned up by 7 in the morning for the big pickup there. And I either worst case have it go to 8 in the morning, but leave it the way it is my vote.
Yeah, if I'm, I got to say something here. If there's no need between 12 and 2 to post it, it's stupid to post it. There's no logic to that. Secondly, we need to think about the operational aspects of our plowing. If you're parking where a plow is going to go by, you got to think twice about where you're unloading your little kitties. So I got some questions around the operability and scheduling here. Like, it's easy to say, well, we'll stop at 8. What time are the plows going to go by at?
Year round here.
Well, no, but the plows won't be, no, we're not talking year round.
This is just the winter months. So this is just December 1st to March 31st is when these hours kick in.
I would still leave it 12 to 7.
And I assume the Director of Public Works likes to chip in here. Oh, okay. While you're getting ready, I'm going to ask Member Cox to speak up.
My only concern is if you're going to switch it, you got to switch it starting next year because no, I'm just saying people right now have lived with 12 to 7 and that's in their heads. And the only reason I really noticed is I was in Wasaga Beach and I was at Clearview. And as soon as you drive into, like if in Coldwater, right where Foodland is, those two municipalities have the honking big signs that specify the time. And one of them was the 10. One of them was the 2 till 10 and one was the same as ours. But I noticed it. We don't do that. So people aren't going to have a clue that we're switching this. So if we're going to do anything like that, it should be next year. And I really thought that by them putting up those chloroplast signs on the entranceways to the urban areas, a guy was like, oh, okay, I get that. But right now, like my street doesn't get plowed till sometimes 11 or 12. And so if it's 10 o'clock, I could have all my friends for coffee and we could all be parked there. But so I think it may be a good idea, but I think we have to do it in a way that we educate people. Cause I think everyone, their whole life has been 12 to 7 in the winter.
Right. Member McIntyre and then Director Burke.
Thank you, Chairman. And I have a question, a comment. If for instance, the roadway on Muskoka Street's cleared by whatever time in the morning before 8 o'clock, back to the question about, I think it was Member Taylor. If you're parked there at 9 o'clock and the road has been cleared, is there still any likelihood that you might get a ticket because, you're not supposed to park there after 10? So now what are you going to do? The road's been done and there you are, getting a parking ticket or whatever for that. That's my question, maybe through you, Chair, to the clerk.
I'm afraid the time's the time. I mean, it might be one day it's done by 9, but it could be that the next time the plow comes by, it's not done till whatever. It's the bylaws are written with consistent time so that we can apply set fines and do enforcement consistently.
Okay, supplemental. My question then is to agree with our friend, Mr. Taylor, because if you're not allowed to park on Muskoka Street during business hours until after 10 o'clock, whether the road's cleared or not, you're kicking the stew out of the canoe for business, the home hardware for business, and others. That's not gonna, that doesn't sit for me. The post office isn't open till, it's open at 8 and they don't get into it till 10 because you better not park there. You get So I'm going to have to go along with our friend Mr. Taylor and say, yes, Member Taylor, I agree that we should leave it like this. And if we're going to change it, we should consider it for next year. We're not inventing the wheel here. We're just taking the clerk's or the staff's information and kind of fitting it to what we think is the best. So I would go along with Member Taylor's idea that leave it as it is, and then maybe we could notify the public to change it somehow next year. But I think we're kicking the stew out of the businesses in the two little towns. So that's all I have.
Yes, Director Burke.
Thank you through the chair, and my apologies for missing the first part of this conversation. So this was staff's idea at the time of an amending of a larger part, lots of parts of the parking bylaw. And it was really just to align better with the actual operations that we undertake. We aren't out there until about 3 a.m. and we get our first pass done in the early part of the morning, but we are often doing cleanup well into 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. That's a, fair statement. Going back to, is this something we have to have? No, it's been quite effective the way we have it. This is a new provision, right? Like this is a 3 or 4 year old provision that's given us a lot better, clearer roads in the nighttime hours when we are plowing. And it's been quite effective. Our signs do say that 12 till 7 is the prohibited times to December to March. And so the signs already exist that give this clarity. It is difficult to change the culture, the known values, because other municipalities are all this value as well, right? 12 a.m. to 7 is pretty common. It was our approach to align better with our operations. It's not a necessity. I think it's reasonable to, go back. We have some new provisions in here for winter control significant events. So that's going to help a lot, right? When we declare, don't park for a while because we're going to have, a multiple hour event response and we need those roads clear as we can. So that I believe is going to be carried. And that's a huge step forward. So I think it's, we can go back. There is a difference around the schools. So stopping and standing and parking are all very different definitions, right? If you're simply dropping your children off, that's standing. And that is not what we are looking for in terms of overnight parking restrictions. It's really just, when you have somebody over late at night and maybe you're a little past midnight, we also want to ease the burden of our operations and our restrictions to a little later in the evening so that someone's not running out at midnight to take their car away. So that was our approach. Maybe it wasn't the best or best suit for this particular time, but.
Well, therefore, then my final comment through the chair would be that I think we should leave it as it is, as Member Taylor has voiced his opinion, and it's definitely mine too, because I have a feeling that the merchants would be, if we change it to 10, the merchants would be possibly up in arms because there's nobody can park in the street in front of the bank, the post office, the restaurant, and so on. So I'd consider leaving it as it is, and perhaps you could readdress it at another time. But for just now, I wouldn't want to change the hours.
And I just got to say it again. If there's no need to shut it down between 12 and 2, it's stupid to shut them down between 12 and 2 and have people ticketed for no good reason. That's just dumb. So anyway, having said that, can we have a motion? Oh, sir.
Just if I had another couple things I wanted to bring up too.
Yes.
If I can.
Member Minnings.
Yeah, thank you. I had other things too. So around signage, like no parking, I think signs work. And, to Member Cox's point about going into another community, whether it's big signage, we've experienced that around a school area where there's 19 signs put up with real clear information about when not to park. I do think we need to strengthen signage. I don't think there's enough of it around no parking. And I'm thinking of certainly in busy subdivisions with roads that are very narrow, don't have curbs, don't have sidewalks, all of that, regardless of whether it's the winter when roads are even narrower or non-winter months. But adhering to, and I know it's in the bylaw, I get it, how far to park from a corner, from a fire hydrant, from another driveway, etc., it becomes, it would, the feedback I'm getting is it's not, it still happens. So whether or not it's people who are coming into the area to take part in activities, and then another group comes the next day and we're ticketing more, that's fine. But without knowing and coming into an area to enjoy our beautiful areas, people don't know. The other, so that's one thing, more enhanced signage, I'm all for that. But the other thing is, on some of the narrow roads that are feeders into the lake. So for example, and summer months, winter months, it doesn't matter. People love to enjoy the lake, and they should. And we have lots of water accesses, certainly in West Shore. But if they're parking on the main street in West Shore, which is Lakeside Drive, it bends and it twists, and there are areas where it's more difficult to get visibility, and we have pedestrians and bicycles and all kinds of things happening. We have renters and weekenders who come up, and families and all of that. And we have parking on both sides of the street, and it kind of goes like this, and then you add in the mix. And there have been a few concerns that we've had about all of that and how difficult the streets are to navigate. So, and then we're looking at the side streets, the feeder streets that would be the obvious choices just to get off the main street. They're usually less traveled. But I also, so what I'm thinking of is neighborhoods in Toronto, for example, where you park on only one side of the street. Like parking is only on this side of the street between January and June, and then it flips from June to December. Then you park on the other side of the street. And I would like to see something, because right now people can park on both sides of the street, and it even narrows our streets even more. And I think that we do have narrow streets. So I'd like to see some consideration where both sides of the streets aren't full of cars.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you. So in general, with respect to signage, bylaw has been working with Public Works to increase the amount of signage. We do have some areas that they had been knocked down or damaged, or just they wore off with time, or the little directional arrows wore off in particular. So staff have been working with Public Works to improve and increase the signage in certain areas, so that one, it also makes enforcement easier. So people are aware as to where things are restricted, where they're not restricted. We can certainly take your additional comments back to the director and talk to him further on those other issues on the one-sided versus the other-sided piece. Bearing in mind that we do have limited enforcement, but our staff are generally out there now 7 days a week. But we will absolutely bring those comments back to the director and review that piece again. So in general, if I can, one thing I did want to make council aware of, with respect to community events, in the past, the municipality has been fairly hands-off with respect to enforcement. And we held a meeting with respect to area organizers, particularly in Coldwater last week, with respect to the problems and challenges we are having with respect to getting through communities and emergency access services and things like that. So the one thing that I did want to bring to council's attention is that staff will be actively doing enforcement during community events starting this year. We are having safety issues that are causing serious issues. So Fall Fair, Witches Walk, events in Washego, we will have active parking enforcement in place. Now, if the car owner is standing right there beside their car and they just park, then we'll just ask them to move. We're not unreasonable. But if they're nowhere to be found, then unfortunately we will have to issue tickets. If they're impeding emergency access, we may even have to tow. We had some very real circumstances in Coldwater this past fall that we had to deal with. So unfortunately, in one respect, great news, our events are growing. But that does present its own challenges because of the restrictions that are on our streets and small downtown cores and such like that. So great that we're having large events, but it does come with a bit of a side effect of needing to actually do active enforcement with respect to parking for those. So I wanted to bring it to council's attention. So before you get the odd phone call about the fact that I attended the fall fair, which is walk, or the duck race, and got a ticket, like I said, we're going to put stuff out also on social media in advance of these events to make sure that people are aware of it. We're asking the organizers to work with us so they can identify it on their respective event pages and such like that too, if they have them on social media. But I did want to bring that to council's attention, that because that is a change for this year that hasn't happened in the past.
Thank you. I was just thinking, first of all, I want to apologize. Director Burke has a bit of an operational thing going on, so that's why he's been popping in and out, and the clerk's been doing a great job carrying his load. But we've kind of gotten beyond where we were looking for in the parking bylaw. I think this was just a tidy up, particularly for events and fire hall lanes. I think I hear what Councillor Minning's saying. I think that's maybe a separate discussion, and if well, I think members should actually bring it forward if there are areas in their neighborhoods. I've experienced that recently in my own neighborhood where we've gone to one side of the street parking, and oh my goodness, the residents are upset. So it doesn't, you will make some people happy and some people unhappy. So you know, you tell us what you want, and we can look into that for sure. But parking is a no win game for sure. But I think Alison was doing her best, but we were really getting into Derek kind of things, and we need Derek for that.
Yes.
Yeah, through the chair to the clerk, that your last comments on the events in Coldwater, it just came into my head, so I'm telling you. It probably should be put on the arena. Yeah, marquee thing before the fair, before those events, just have it coming about a week before. Just say, beware, you know, parking is here, and get that out there, because I'm pretty sure, and I don't know about the feeling anybody else had who was there, but most of the committees were very good about this. They agree there's a problem. The fair has looked everywhere and can't find a place to go. So I just think the more we can get it out there, the better it'll be. Like duck race is going to be your first one. Okay, thanks.
And following up on that, I mean, when the fair board organizer was at the meeting, like he said, Fair used to be, I think he said somewhere between 36 to 4,000 people, and now they had 18,000 people last year. So the scale of what our events are is having to necessitate us to kind of change our approach to how we deal with it. So, but we will do as broad of strokes as we can. And I do think working with the event organizers will help that significantly as well.
Well, with all of that in mind,
so the motion needs, we'll read that administration report number A25-003 dated January 22nd, 2025 regarding updates to parking bylaw be received, and that the draft parking bylaw be approved as amended. And that's with respect to the maintaining the 12 to 7. So be approved as amended and brought forward to the next council meeting.
we have a mover. Moved by Member Cox, seconded by Member Beckett. All in favor? Motion passes. Item 5.4, we're getting there. Report 25001, updated accessible customer service policy. Madam Grace.
I'll be quick. This went through the committee. They had no concerns. They saw the operational procedure that goes with it, the details, assistance things on different types of disabilities. So they are in general support of it, and I'm recommending approval.
No questions? We'll take that motion.
Okay, the motion reads that administration report number A25-001 dated January 22nd, 2025 regarding an updated accessible customer service policy be received, and that the updated accessible customer service policy be approved.
Moved by member McIntyre, seconded by member Beckett. All in favor? Motion passed. Beautiful. 2.3. Well, we have new business. And a closed session. All right. We're going to take a 5-minute break then. And please be where are we here? We're ready to rock and roll. All right. Are we ready? We are ready. Back to new business, D 2.3. 2717 Lakeside Drive, water and sewer. 2.3 and 2.4.
2.3 and 2.4, and this was pulled by member Minnings.
Yes, thank you. So I'm pulling both. Both the resident letters that came in regarding overages. And again, I understand that this happens. But yet again, it's coming to council, or it came to township staff, I guess, and to council for a request for some kind of consideration of forgiveness. And I know that the staff go above and beyond, and it's my understanding that there's even a staff person who monitors the usage, just before the bills go out, sort of quarterly, and can often give residents a flag or a heads up that this is coming. So it's not, it's complete a shock. But it is terrifying, and I'm speaking for myself too, to think that I may have a drip somewhere, and because the bills are issued every 4 months, that we're seeing overages in usage of water. And then by default sewer, even though we don't monitor sewer usage, we're just assuming water in and water out. It's terrifying. And when it happens, it's absolutely devastating to individuals who have this expense. And I know the township does whatever they can to work with them on payment plans or anything, but it's always after the fact. So I'm just wondering if there's something more that can be done to prevent this. And it's just that it feels like Groundhog Day. It's that almost like every quarter we're getting, oops, something happened somewhere, and maybe a toilet was running, or an property had some damage that wasn't noticed. Could we go to monthly billings? Like, I don't know. I'm just thinking that 4 months is a long time to not realize that, something isn't working in your home. And in the one case, the writer indicates that it's the resident of their parent who's in their mid-90s. And I know, they may not be able to hear that. If it was a toilet or a sink dripping, may not be able to hear that. So I know we can't forgive all of this. It's an accident. Nobody's doing this intentionally. But what can we do? I'm looking at my council colleagues. What's within our control to prevent 2,000, 10,000, except $22,000 bills for a quarter? I think we need to really look at a monthly billing, because then if my overage is $300 or $400, I'm not going to be absolutely have my financial world rocked. But these are big numbers. So I would just really want us to not just discount and I'm not saying we do discount anything, but not acknowledge that they're coming in. But can we work this term to really look at what we can do so that we can prevent this? Thank you.
But if I may, just an answer to your question, you're asking us a question on that. I'd be concerned with the cost of multiple billings, but I recently had a bit of a flood in my own place, and I just had my salt unit just backed up and it blocked because during COVID we couldn't get real good salt, and I paid the price for that. There's a simple solution that for me I think was great, and it cost me $25 at Home Hardware. And it is an alarm system that tells you when water is accumulating wherever you don't want it to accumulate. And you can buy it for $25. It's great. And any moisture starts to thing, it'll set off an alarm for you. So, we could promote that kind of thing to homeowners. It's like, what? There are ways to protect yourself a little better than you might currently be doing. That's just my thought on it. The question here forward to the Madam CEO.
We can absolutely monthly bill, but billing and reading the meters is a full-time job. So we have one person doing it quarterly. We would need at least one, maybe two more people to do that. So that's a lot.
Thank you through the chair. And absolutely, I have compassion for these people, but I spoke to Mrs. Thank you. Mrs. Fish, who I've known for years. Yeah, my heart goes out to her, but after I explained to her the cost to provide that water, but we have to remember, West Shore was an old cottage area. A lot of these homes, I can guarantee all of these homes that are coming to us with water problems have no basement. They've either had crawl spaces and they haven't had upgrades. So if we have a cold winter, guess what happens? And looking at the pictures from the one gentleman on Beckett Place, I don't know how old that place was, but the piping is very old. Like they need to be conscious and now looking to fixing what they have so they don't run into problems like this. Yeah, it's going to unfortunately cost money, but this is an upkeep, and that you go back to the same old story. Is your home an asset or a liability? You just keep spending money on it. It's a liability as far as I'm concerned. But the good part is if they didn't have water and sewers in the West Shore area, those homes would be worth, they wouldn't be worth what they're worth today. And my heart goes out to everyone there. I'm not trying to be smart about it. I don't know if there's a solution for it other than that everyone needs to look at their homes that have crawl spaces. And I didn't know there was such an apparatus as the chair has spoken to. And maybe they should be doing that, because if we go down this road and forgive, we've got oodles in behind. Okay.
Member Cox and then Member Taylor.
Like through the chair to CEO. Could we, or could somebody on staff in the building department check with a plumber and look into something like this that might be something that could help, or something that there is out there that you could have that would send something? I mean, I never thought of it, and I'm glad you brought it. Like, let's look at it proactively. Is there some way, and I'm sure our chief building official has plumbers or contractors that he knows that may know about something, and is there something out there that some people could get, especially people who have those homes that maybe it isn't heated right, or they're old and their people are elderly and they're not lucky enough to have a family member like I do that can fix those things and make sure that everything's okay. So I would really like proactively to look at something like that. Is there some way we can help people with this problem? Because as was said, look at that gentleman, 4 months, like, holy man, I got that bill, I'd have a heart attack.
No, I'll give it a shot through the chair to Member Cox. I mean, it's difficult. I mean, we do, Julie, for example, when she speaks to most of these people ahead of time, because she actually looks at the quarterly billing and says, well, wait a minute, you're using way more than you've ever used before. So she does get in touch with them. But you're right, this is 3 months, potentially 3 months after the potential leak occurred. I mean, her best description is she tells people, if you want to know if you have a leak, just go down and look at your water, turn off all the things that run water and look to see if your water's meter is moving, because if it is, you've got a leak somewhere. I don't know what we can do beyond more education. I'm not sure of the particular item that member member Brennan mentioned, because you had mentioned sort of that it measures moisture as opposed to water usage.
Sorry, supplemental. I think what it is what you just said. Maybe it is put out there in those pieces of paper that people go ka-chinga, but maybe we should say to people, this is something you should do, like maybe every 2 weeks. Just take a check of your house, shut things off and listen to it. And I don't see what the harm would be in asking a plumbing person who would know this type of thing, if there is some type of alarm system or something that could check that's ticking and it shouldn't be ticking like that. And I think that with that type of proactive, here's suggestions, I would have never thought about, like, I should shut off everything and listen and look. But I'm not on a water where I have to pay for it, but I'm still would not want to be having a leak in my house and not know about it. But I still believe that there is some proactive suggestions and possibly something that we could tell them that they could look at. Anyway, that's just a good way to look at this, because we've had them, and maybe houses are getting older. Maybe people who move here. I mean, we've got people who moved here wonder why they didn't get a water sewer bill and they're on a septic system. So, I mean, we need to educate people about this. Okay. I mean, thank you.
I might add, insurance policies, when you go away, call for you to have someone checking your place every 4 days. Every 4 days, or your insurance will be invalid. People need to know that. Is it 2? Well, you got really bad insurance, but then, yes,
Thank you. Through the chair. We do a lot of water conservation education. We do it on our website. I just pulled it up and there's a whole how you check your water. And I'm pretty sure that goes out in our water bills as well. We can look at that device and add that. The challenge is back to our earlier communication comment is the 95-year-old probably isn't reading it. That's the challenge. Again, you have to want to be engaged. I was thinking about the monthly billing. I was thinking about the bills that I get. I don't think any utility bills monthly. Like I think my hydro comes every 2 months. Oh yeah, mine is every 2 months. My water is every 2 months. And my Enbridge gas is every 3 months, but they only read it sometime. So I don't, municipalities typically like quarterly is pretty typical and we can certainly do it more, but it's a lot of staff resources for a few problems.
Member Kit and then,
Yeah,
Member Taylor.
I had a question to the chair to maybe if Derek's watching it. Is there something out there that you can get a digital reader that reads off the meter so that you would actually see a number and that at least the resident can look at the number? And with technology these days, you get a feed. It's a pulse coming off the meter, and then that's how we get our reading. And maybe there's something out there that the consumer could buy, have it hooked up, but they would see what the and take. And if they're concerned about the water, then write it down at the end of each month, and then you would see, are you under the minimum? Are you over? And that way it would, this way you have no idea. So I'm going to ask if through the motion that Public Works look into possibly sourcing a digital readout that the household consumer could see what their volume is being used.
Through the chair. So Mrs. Fish did speak to Julie, and I need to thank Julie very much. She's very compassionate, and I know she's 95, but Julie's compassionate with everyone. What she's asked Mrs. Fish to do is on that meter, there are numbers. So if she feels more comfortable to walk over, read the numbers, phone Julie. Julie would be happy to tell her if she's above or below her usage. But furthermore, to Member Taylor's comments, that's a great idea, but education is the key. And we'd only have to educate the homes that have crawl spaces, the older homes. Those are the ones that we're having problems with. The ones that are so old that maybe 50, 60, 70 years old now, where pipes are breaking. That was a new one, but we don't know what happened with that one. Oh, it's 100 and some odd years old. Anyways.
Just want to add, but others would benefit. I mean, my house is only 10, 15 years old and I had a problem. So like you don't even have to be on municipal water to benefit from the kind of educational program that you're advocating. And at least making people aware of products that might do the deal. I know we can't endorse them. I get that, but we could tell them where they are some way, let them know that these tools are out there. It's hard to believe they aren't.
Thank you. Through the chair, we can do what Councillor Taylor is suggesting. The clerk and I were discussing, we both have that abilities where we live, but we live in big centers. It requires changing out all of the meters, which is very expensive, which is why we haven't done it. So it's not impossible. We do it. I can log in today and tell you if my meters, people still don't do it. That's the problem. It's back to our early engagement. You don't know you have a problem until you get a bill. So these things are great, but you're not going to do it. Like we have so many toilets running and people have no idea that their toilet is running until they get the bill. And people are busy. They're just not doing those things until they get the bill. So we can do all those things, but it all costs a lot of money. And I'm not sure it's going to get you to where you want to be.
Yeah, thank you. So I do appreciate all the comments. I think we're all on the same page about it. It is devastating and it is a problem for people who are faced with this. Part of it is education, but part of it is that I just didn't know my toilet was running. And I ran into that over Christmas after having been away for a month. And I didn't hear it because there was a lot of noise for about 6 days in my home. And then it wasn't until everybody was gone that I was like, what is that noise? And I actually panicked. So I guess where I'm going with this is just awareness for us is a big thing, but I would like to table a motion that we get a report to find out what it would cost as far as FTEs, whatever, resourcing, to maybe move to every 2 months, like 6 times a year bill. It's not that people don't, are doing anything wrong per se. I wasn't doing anything wrong when I realized that one toilet needed to be replaced. And I agree, it happens in older homes and newer homes. In the home I'm in, I can't get to where the water tank is, never mind the meter. I had to ask at lunch where my meter would be for water. The hydro one's outside. But I can't physically open the access to crawl under there to see it. So I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. I'm very aware that this is a problem. What I'm saying is that I don't want to have to wait 3 months and then find out on the 4th month that there was a problem. So I'm not saying we can't prevent things. You're right. Home ownership is one of those things that costs money. I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity that would help prevent some people from experiencing this hardship. That's all.
Yes, Mr. Plunkett.
If I can, through the chair, one of the staff actually sent me a copy, or at least the photo for, and it's called, this one in particular is called a Moen 900-001 flow. And it's got an app, it attaches to your water and it tracks your water for you. And you can set the flow rates. So if anything's above that, it actually gives you a warning. Now, the problem is this particular item is $700. But they're certainly out there and they're certainly available. And it would give you daily monitoring of your water usage.
So why couldn't we, we have, I don't know, pet your dog day week and all these other things. Why couldn't we have like a blitz on, make sure these are the things you should do. We do it with fire. Make sure you do this. Make sure you got that smoke alarm. Some people don't even think about that. And it's like, here's what can happen to you. You can have 5,000, but just do a blitz, like pick some time and do a blitz on water conservation, water, whatever, and put out things and, call your plumber, call whatever, and figure out some way if you want to fix this. I wouldn't want to tell them to buy which model in case it doesn't work, or somebody be upset because they'd say my model was better. But I think we could do a blitz on a water conservation week or something when there's an environmental thing going on, just something to get that word out there. We've done our due diligence. We've tried. And you know what, you can say things like, if you have a parents who are living in a home and they don't access internet and those things, maybe these are things you should be helping them out with. Seniors need some help too. We all do. So there's people who wear hearing aids and if they don't have their hearing aid in, they're not hearing it. I'm one, but those things you just don't. So I just wonder maybe if that's something Tracy could think about utilizing it with a week where there's some type of an environmental thing going on and we do a blitz.
No, yeah. Well, got my vote on that idea. That's great. Yeah. Yeah. Are you going to tag these two together in a motion or how would you like to do this?
So before council proceeds, I know member Taylor mentioned putting a motion on the floor regarding the water monitoring system idea. Did you want to retract that proposed motion or, okay, so.
Through the chair, I think there's cheaper options out there than coming from the field. I think there's stuff that you're getting a signal from the meter and put it to a digital display is what I'm asking for. So hopefully people in the business from our waterworks can if there's something realistic.
Just for clarification, you're suggesting the taxpayer pays for this? Or okay, so.
We're not on water.
Okay. So I think I have a motion that ties these together, and covers what council members have brought up. Please correct me if I'm off base. So the motion reads that the correspondence from 2717 Lakeside Drive and 3366 Beckett Place regarding water sewer bill appeals be received, and that staff report back regarding the costs associated with moving to bi-monthly utility billing. And further, that the township conduct additional promotions regarding water, wastewater conservation during a particular week. And further, that staff report back regarding costs and options regarding water monitoring option systems. And I just wanted for clarification, for residents, not at the cost of the township. Okay.
Well, I do, like conservation, they're good. Yes, Member McIntyre.
Just clerk, before we vote on this, what are we going to do with these two things before us? The one from their old granny and the other one? Are you dealing with them? Are you going to tell them that we're not doing anything to assist them, or how's that going? Because in the motion, it doesn't say what we're going to do with the two items that we have on the agenda.
So the motion itself, through you, Mr. Chair, just says that the request be received anytime one of these comes to council, because we do see them not all the time, but reasonably regularly. They always receive an email or letter back from me, depending on how they submitted, explaining council's direction, connecting them with Julie about payment options, and talking to them and linking them up with water conservation stuff from our website. So they get a fulsome response from these requests whenever they come in.
Through the chair, just for clarity, are we all here saying that we're not going to do anything to alleviate their high bill, and that you're, as the clerk or the staff, you're going to let them know that we have decided not to do anything?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would be the response with the way the motion's written, because it's just to receive the correspondence. It is the way council has dealt with the last couple ones that have come forward through the consent list where they weren't pulled at all. So this would be consistent with the way you've handled the last few.
We have comment from Member Cox.
Through the chair to Mr. Plunkett, and you have to understand that if some of them have already paid, so they haven't got any interest on their payment. But if the people come in to talk to Mr. Plunkett, he helps them do a pay schedule. And many times the interest is not on it because they're slowly doing their pay schedule. So they come in and they do their thing. And that's been happening for years here. And that's the way it just works. And they pay what they can, and it just goes until, yeah. Thank you.
We need the motion reread? No? All right. Can I please have a mover? Moved by Member Manning, seconded by Member Beckett. All in favor? Passed. We're now moving to the committee member updates, and I'll start, if I may, with Member Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Start with the Coldwater Mill. Our next event is Saturday, February 15th, Frosty Fun Fest, and it starts at 9 a.m. And hope to see everybody there. Severn Sound Developmental Association, we now have an agreement with Tay Township to continue doing payroll and accounting services for SSAA. So that's a good thing. Our next quarterly meeting is February the 13th, and we'll see what happens there. Match Dash Hall, we're alive and well. Some projects we're working on are repairing some of the hardwood floors, doing some painting and some washroom upgrades. And thanks to Public Works for keeping our parking lot clear.
Thank you. Member Burkett.
Thank you, through the chair. What did I do? I was outside in your ward. It seems the school board is up to its fun and games again. They're, yeah. That's why I stepped out. My apologies is one of our, I won't say who. They want to separate or draw new lines for kids that are attending Marchmount. So they've drawn some new lines in the rural areas. So any of the siblings that have started out at Marchmount, there's some of them they want to separate. So they want to take one and leave one there and take one over to Coldwater. So I've been in contact with the superintendent down in the Midhurst County or school board, and I'm getting different stories. So I had to speak to one of our staff members here, and it seems that what he told me is wrong. And no, I got to talk to the actual superintendent yesterday, and I was going to talk to Madam CEO afterwards just to see which direction I go, because I'm getting conflicting stories. Anyways, disheartening to see what the school board's doing with the students that are at that school. I guess with overwhelming amounts of kids that would like to attend it, they're trying to split them up. Anyways, I'll speak to you later about that with some direction from you. And I can't remember what else I did. I think we had a meeting the other night that was with, as Madam Clerk has said. Well, maybe I shouldn't have said anything with the school board. Should I? Well, they made our life hell for 10 years. Like, they didn't want to work with us. So anyways, I'll just leave it at that.
Oh, or Mondays.
Yes. Monday, we went to meet Minister Lumsden. So Lori, Craig, Judith, and I, well received, very nice man. And member or Minister Dunlop did send a representative to meet with us. He had some great questions as far as DCs, and Craig and Lori both answered very well. I opened up by explaining where we are. He took interest as to where we were. He knew exactly where Weber's was and where the development was going, and West Shore, and interested in Lake Couchiching, and asked us about DCs and how we could use DCs to build this. And we left it at that.
Sorry,
we won't know.
Sorry, I'm just not following the conversation, so I don't know what the meeting was about. And to build this.
Oh, we
what do
went
you
to look
mean
for
build
money.
what?
We went down to meet with Minister Lumsden because we got an appointment for looking for the West Shore Community Center, looking for grants. I thought you knew that we were going. Oh, I'm sorry. We did what? Sorry. Yeah, so we met with them Monday morning. We drove down.
Thank you. And thanks for your leadership on the school board thing. That's an important issue. I'm glad you're steering it. Member Cox.
I had a library board meeting. Our total number of circulation was for the year was almost 49,000. It's the highest we've had since 2019, which is wonderful. The programs and events, we had a Fiber Arts Club, it's 39 participants. Yoga, there were 45, book club 6, story time, baby time it's called. There were 12. We had 2 authors. They put a float in the parade. The Taylor Swift party they had 35 plus parents. And at the Coldwater, and I'm sure probably other libraries, but at the Coldwater Library, there are 3 provincial park passes that you can borrow and go to the park and utilize them and bring them back. There's 1 Wymarsh pass, and we've just got 2 Lote for kids picture books with different languages. And also we have I think I've mentioned it before, you can borrow a fishing pole. You can borrow different things and most libraries have that nowadays, and puzzles and things. And they have another one where you borrow certain things and you try it before you buy it. So the library is really busy. So what we have found though, is that the computer stations, which we have, I think 6 computers up since COVID, they're probably 2. So we're taking the 4 out, keeping the computers and things, taking the 4 out, and we're buying a new printer, a color printer too, which will probably end up bringing in income, because the one place that had did color printing all the time, the cottage interiors has closed. So there really is only one other spot. People are coming in looking for those types of things. So that's the one thing, and we're just going to lease it because that's what you usually do with them. So, and I think I'll just leave it at that. Thank you. Oh, yeah. The county? The county, we before Christmas, we were at 32, and then all of a sudden this report came in that it said that we sent our thing in that county councilors weren't making enough money. So now it went to making more money. They wanted it not to wait and then jam it all at once, but we said, well, maybe you should just put it over a period of time. So that happened, and then they backpedaled and said, well, you can't give 32 people a raise, but you could give 16 people a raise. So they backpedaled on that one. Many discussions were there. There even came, and this is just my opinion, there even came a comment from a gentleman who mathematically, if there could come a time when a weighted vote, when 6 people could carry a vote. So you're gone from 32, where you can't really negotiate with and do things because you'd never get enough people to one side to the other side, to 16 people, which is easily swayed. In my mind, you could have a split council very easily with 16 people. You can't with 32. The comments were, you have more ideas coming in, you have all the things, but some of the comments were, well, the province is going to not like this. So we either better do it or they're going to come and do it to us. And my comment on that one was, well, so be it. Let them come and do it. But now we have to go through the triple majority. So I'm assuming the clerk will bring us that information. But what from I'm gathering is we have a public meeting at the county. Then if we have to bring it back to our council, if we all are in favor of leaving it at 32, that means 7 numbers go back that 7 people wanted it. And then you add up all the people who wanted it and all the people who didn't want it. And I'm still not sure if you can wait or vote it, because your weighted vote depends on how many people you have in a municipality. I'm not sure how that goes. Their biggest concern, one of the concerns said was, well, it probably won't go through, but at least we can say we went out and asked people. And that bothered me, because if you're going to have one public meeting down at the county, how many people are going to go? So I'm going to ask them if every single municipality should have a public meeting and make sure that everybody knows. But that's just what happened. And obviously the mayor and I weren't in favor of it. Thank you. Go right at it.
Yes.
Yeah, question. So there's the warden's going to be.
Yes, the warden will be.
Go ahead.
hired.
And is there a deputy warden?
And well, it says that the warden, as of 2026, so far, because there was an addenda, an amendment that said that the warden should run at large, which I don't know if anybody can afford to do, and it would take you so long. I don't know, 16 municipalities. So we're not really sure on that. And this was the concern that the mayor and I had. Well, we're not sure. And finally we kept saying, but don't you have a plan? Well, we'll worry about that later. It's not important right now. The important thing is that we do this, and then we'll worry about all that later, which it's very confusing, because when it comes back for a bylaw, somebody can amend and say, I don't think that the warden should be hired. I think they should be at large. So we have to go through all that again. But seemingly how the warden is picked does not have to have a triple majority. It's the number of county councillors that have to have the triple majority. And I think that the wage as of 2026 for the hired warden is 180,000. 180. And I think the councillor is 40 some. Yeah. Go ahead.
If I may, through the chair. So just, we can back up. I should have spoke to it earlier. I asked how this even came to council, like I've been there for 14 years. Member Cox has been there longer. I knew what we were making as councillors. Never did I question what we were making. All of a sudden this shows up on an agenda. We voted, and because if you, and I don't understand that, maybe the clerk can, and like when you ask for a recorded vote at the county, it's a weighted vote. So your municipality, if you have a large municipality like Bradford, West Gwillimbury, they have more, I don't know how the point system works, but they have more, even.
They have 10 between two. Like Bradford would have 10 votes between two people. We have 7.
So we lost, so there's a recorded vote, so both the deputy, both member Cox and myself voted against the wage increase. There were 10 of us. So moving forward to the meeting that we had last week, when someone asked for reconsideration of the composition of county council, which was at 32, they wanted to move it to 16 and have the warden appointed by county council at large, so that we'd interview someone to take that position of the warden. Someone asked for a weighted vote, because when we put our hands up and we counted actually how many municipalities were in favor of it, it was a tie. It was 8-8, but because the weighted vote carries more, we lost. So now we have this on our agenda, and I know Madam Clerk's going to bring it forward, but I don't understand the triple majority, but I'm sure when this comes back to this prospective council, and I know I'm not supposed to be talking about it, but I'm just giving you an update as to what happened at county council, and I'll stop talking in a minute. So it's become, and I kept asking at county council, how can we vote on something, to member Cox's comment? You haven't given us enough information for us to make an educated vote on whether or not we want 32 or 16. How are we going to sit on the committees? What's going to happen? All these questions. And then someone I'm like, well, there I go again. Where's the paperwork in behind it, or something I can read to make a constructive decision? So anyways, that's where we're at. It's going to come back to this council to make a decision as to whether or not we move to 16 or 32. And I'm going to ask, is that a weighted vote now, when, say, we have 8 municipalities in the county that vote yes, 8 municipalities that vote no? Does a weighted vote now take that out of our hands? And I don't have those answers, which should have been explained to us before we took the vote on whether we move to 16 or stay at 32.
Yes, Madam Clerk?
So just from this side of the table's point of view, so we have reached out to the county of Simcoe, and we are waiting for direction from the county clerk as to next steps. So as soon as I have something, I will inform council as to what the next steps of that process will be, whether it is one public meeting at the county office followed by reaching out, whether it's the county clerk that comes and appears before each municipal council to explain what happens, or whether it's a report that they draft that is then just put under cover of each township clerk on their behalf. But I will bring that forward when I have more information. Until such time, it's a bit preemptive to start talking about it without the rest of council having additional information on the subject matter. I did watch the meeting when it was reconsidered, and it was quite a fruitful discussion with lots of points raised on both sides, and concerns and questions raised on both sides of the discussion. So when it comes forward to council, I'll have more information, but as information comes from the county clerk, I will forward that to you so you have it.
So just through the chair, if I may, and all of this has to be done before the end of this year. It's not like you have next year to do it as well. It has to be done before December 31st, correct? Yes.
If I may, just another question for Member Cox. So we have no clue how they're going to administratively manage the committees and the work that's done by the second member that's going to be dropped. And they're making a decision on this. Oh my God.
Because that's not important. It's what's important is how many people are on this thing. And there's 68 positions added total for their committees.
Sounds like gross incompetence to me, but anyway. Yes, member McIntyre.
Through the chair, too.
Prolong this discussion. No, not to prolong this discussion, but the fascinating piece to me was what all the municipalities were outraged about was the salary change. And there were all sorts of motions about reconsidering the salary changes.
but that was never mentioned. And I think the logic is if we half the number of counselors, that you can pay them twice as much and everybody's good, but nobody said that out loud. But that was not the motions that were circulating among council. The motions were about salary, not about compensation.
And interesting, you should say that because
Yes.
the mayor of Morro Madani and many said, so far, the only reason we can gather from why you want to go down to 16 is a financial reason. Give me another reason.
How fascinating. Remember Burkett?
Thank you through the chair. But further to that, they said that we couldn't speak to the composition or compensation. We were there to talk about the composition. So they wouldn't allow us to speak. The only reason that was on the floor is because they voted in favor of giving themselves a raise, but now because they gave themselves a raise, they wanted to reduce the size of county council. That was the whole logic, but we couldn't speak to the compensation part, only to the composition part.
So far, you have committee of the month, number 1. Member Minnings.
I'm not minutes.
Oh,
yeah.
you want to continue this?
Well, I didn't get
You
start
feel
the mayor
informed or not
shanghaied me
informed
there.
enough?
So just to be clear, our 2 representatives voted against the raise. Okay. Secondly, then is it your position that you voted to keep it at 32? Okay. And if this fails, how are the 16, with all this money they're going to make, going to manage all the committees that the county has? Have you any idea? Have you got anything you can say that's favorable about it?
So through the chair, if I may, that was my question. And they said they couldn't provide, or how did he word it? The clerk worded it in such a way that I can't remember how he worded it, but there wasn't. How did he word it?
He said something to the effect of, that's not what we're here to discuss. We're here to discuss the numbers.
Just to be fair to the clerk and the staff, they didn't have anything prepared because county council already made a decision. And so they were moving forward with a decision, and then a reconsideration came to the table. So they couldn't have possibly thought through all the ramifications because you have no idea if the reconsideration was going to go forward or not. So I feel for the county staff, that was a really awkward place to be in.
Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. And it was all a recorded vote. That's the issue. When the recorded votes happen, it's weighted. It wouldn't have passed if it wasn't a recorded vote. Right? So it is, it's fair in one way and it isn't fair in another way. Because the different municipalities carry different weights. So when you put your hand up, well, you ask, right? Just like we do here. So then the clerk tallies up. So for example, Bradford, West Gwillimbury may have 10, even though they vote 1. And we may only have 3 each. I don't know what the numbers are. I could go and ask, but well, and that's how, even though it was an 8-8 tie, or it was a tie, the number of hands that went up, we lost.
And I just have to point out an interesting fact. There were 2 instances where a mayor said yes and a deputy mayor said no, and that wiped out their number because they nilled each other.
Well, that's indeed fascinating. Democracy at its worst. All right. Do you have any other committee reports? Nothing happier than that. Member Minnings?
I'm just thinking if this goes forward, then our mayor is going to have 3 full-time jobs. Good luck with that. Okay, updates, short and sweet. I sit on 2 boards, the Culture and Recreation Committee board, and our next meeting is February 11th. So it's coming up quickly. You've seen some of our work come through the agenda today. So nothing else major to report there. The Orillia Library Board is the other committee. They had a meeting last week, which I didn't attend due to illness, but everything is progressing there. And they have very awesome website and lots of great activities. So just for families, March break, all of those, I would encourage people to take advantage of that. I do want to do a shout out to Stephanie Van Leuven and Craig Belfry, our director. There's been significant accolades and excitement about the increase in recreation programs available from the township, specifically out of the Washego Community Center and certainly across, and a really nice scope. So I can absolutely see the hard work starting to pay off. So that's been super exciting. The last thing I'm going to remind council, I brought it forward, I think in the early fall. We do have a Cumberland Beach resident who is also a member of our West Shore Events Committee, but all that to say, like many others, is really engaged in the community, has a child that goes to the Severn Shores and is participating in the Invictus Games in BC. They've been there 3 times now for training. They have learned to swim with their disability. They've learned to bobsled, terrifying things, videos that show. And when I brought it forward before, it was, what can we as a council do to recognize this person, a female, potentially after the fact when they get back, but just a recognition, a letter, some kind of a kudos or something. I know the communities has an event planned for her that's very informal. But I thought as a council that we could have an opportunity to recognize some really cool things that people who live here across the whole township do. So I just wanted to keep that up front and ask that perhaps maybe some ideas come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, good.
Yeah, you can have a certificate and present it to her. And you just let Chelsea know, is it? Somebody? Tracy. Okay, sorry. Pardon? Cassidy, that's who it is. Anyway, yeah, you can, through that, there's a very nice certificate that you can and present on a pin with it and that, yeah.
If I may, through the chair, can you let us know when you're going to do that? I'd like to be there, and I'm sure there are other members of council that would like to be there as well.
Yeah, it's sort of a bit of a surprise because they're not very, they're very humble about this experience, and it is a big thing. But I absolutely will. I'll loop back with the committee where, you know, I'm on that, but we're planning collectively something. And, you know, in thinking of the photos I've seen, the gathering of the team at the airport, different gatherings throughout in British Columbia there, it would, again, going back to swag, and I know I have a t-shirt, I have a jacket, but wouldn't it be great if she would have a Severn t-shirt or something that she might be able to wear in a photo opportunity? It is a once in a lifetime, and they're in 4 sports, I believe. So I'll connect with the staff, but I will circulate an email and let people know. Absolutely.
Thank you. Good news. Great. Member McIntyre, we are ready for you. Maybe.
Just to expand a little bit on what Member Minning said, the ODR is open now at the community center, the outdoor rink, and it's available for public skating. And if there's none of that happening, young people can play hockey, boys and girls. Secondly, since the mayor's not going to be available and Member Brennan's not going to be available, I've been shanghaied into being the representative at the doctor's recruitment out at Bayview Wildwood on the 22nd of February. So Tracy's going to put some blurb together, and I'll go out there and say what she says I should say, and we'll mingle with the future doctors and tell them how good we are here and why they should be here. Otherwise, everything else is running good where I am. So that's my report.
Thank you. And I am grateful for you for covering for me for that. They're going to also have that same doctor speak to them. She was so good last time. So it's nice just to hear her again. Quick reports here. Otis Park. AGM's coming up on Monday, and one of their major thrusts this year will be creating new fundraising committees and volunteering committees to strengthen community engagement and support our goals. So that's kind of the main thrust.
But in the horizon, we have the Monster Truck Show on Saturday, May 10th, Severn Ram Rodeo, June 21st, 22nd, and the Orillia Fair will be earlier this year, October 3rd to 5th. And because of the success last year, I think you're going to see efforts to have the midway and demolition and the whole 9 yards that everybody in this area seems to love. So good news there. Position recruitment, since I last spoke to you, which was in December, there have been 11 specific recruitment efforts underway. I think we stole someone from Brecon. We've been courting people from Australia. And there was a community tour for 3 GPs from the United Kingdom from the Manchester event that I spoke to you about earlier this year. So those recruiting efforts are really paying off. The board, I wasn't at this meeting, but the board met on the 13th of this month with President Dominic Nowak to discuss recruitment alliances and recruitment initiatives. He's the president of the OMA. And I didn't pay any attention to it until I went to Roma and he was on a panel with Steve Paikin. He's 33 years old, was like a kid up there. And man, well, it was one bright guy. He's a family doctor. And I think we're very fortunate to have him heading Ontario's Medical Association for sure. I do want to do a shout out to the Orillia Rotary Club has donated to the recruitment committee 7,500 from the Orillia car lottery. Like they split their lottery proceedings across 6 local charities. And as a member of the board, our support, like their support for us, is so valued. And we thank them very much. Way to go to the Orillia Rotary Club. And the board has also asked me to thank Severn for its financial support in this upcoming year. My last is the really quick on the Orillia Chamber of Commerce. Big dinner coming up Thursday, February 6th. I think most of you probably are planning to attend. And the business awards are February 26th at the Orillia Opera House for those who want to see that. And hopefully there'll be some people from Severn who I recognize. That would be nice. And that therein is my committee reports. And now, how about Madam CAO's report?
Thank you. Through the chair, I had a little bit of an extended break, so thank you to Allison for manning the fort. Everything was good when I got back. Just a reminder about the fairgrounds open house next Monday from 4 to 6. It's a drop-in, so you don't have to come the whole time or be there the whole time. Just come and go. I think Mayor Beckett touched on, we had a great meeting with Minister Lumsden about the West Shore, and that was probably the most engaged minister I think that I've ever participated with. So that was good. The downfall is the whispers are that the province or Premier Ford is going to drop the election writ. I heard today, but I've been keeping an eye on Twitter and I have not seen it today. So it hasn't happened yet. But with the federal election, and if there's a looming provincial election, typically that means they put a halt to all grants and you just sit in abeyance, which is not great. And similarly, they have some other really important municipal legislation. You probably read the Municipal Code of Conduct stuff, and we expect that to die on the table also when they call an election. And it wasn't perfect, but it was better than where we were at. So we're sad to see that die. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I make a recommendation, given the time of day, that we postpone closed session to council in 2 weeks?
Sure.
And then member Jansen can be here. He'll be virtual, but at least then he can be here as well for the discussion.
That's a good idea.
And it doesn't delay approval at all. It doesn't delay approval at all because anything from committee is not approved to council in the slightest.
That works for me. And with that in mind, we are going to move to adjournment. May I have a motion?
That this meeting is adjourned at 3:40 p.m.
Mover. 52 movers. All right, Minnings and McIntyre, it's approved. Let's go. Thank you all for a fast